Oliver Holmes and the Secret of the Sassy Pigeon, written by Cheree Alsop, narrated by Myree Alsop. Chapter 1. Oliver. Mice smell like stale potato chips and sawdust, Watson said with a sneeze. Isn't that a bit harsh to mice? Oliver asked the dog. Watson shook his head. It's harsh to potato chips. He sneezed again. Oliver kept his focus on the pile of mouse droppings he had found in one of the seldom-used closets near the gym. The enterprising mouse had shredded several reams of paper and some old paper towels into an impressive mouse condo. What do you think? Oliver asked. I'd hate to poison the fellow, but I can't have mice running amok all over this school. Sometimes being able to talk to animals can be quite the conflict of interest. Amok, Watson repeated in a musing tone. A-M-U-K? A-M-U-C-K, Oliver corrected. But very close. It means to act wildly or out of control. I like it, the Australian shepherd replied. I'll check it out in the dictionary tonight. The spiral-bound ones were a good purchase, Oliver said. Easier to keep open and turn the pages, Watson noted before lowering his head to the floor near the shredded mess. I just have to make sure I don't get another paper cut on my nose. He sneezed again, sending bits of paper flying into the air in a thick cloud. Sorry. Oliver brushed several from his hair. The mouse hasn't been here in at least 2 weeks. I'd say a live trap, but that'll leave it to die of thirst if it gets stuck here on a weekend. I'm not sure what the best option is, the dog mused. We could get a cat, Oliver said. Watson gave a visible shudder. Why would you even suggest that? Besides, if you don't want to kill the mouse, getting an animal to do that just seems contradictory. Why not just talk to it? Oliver sat back on his heels. Talk to it, he repeated in a doubtful tone. Yes, tell it not to live in the school. Oliver thought the suggestion over. Why don't you tell it? Dogs don't speak mice, Watson reminded him. It's as foreign to me as the way the rest of you humans talk. Maybe if I was raised with mice, I would understand their language. That's how some dogs and cats can communicate. He shook his body, sending shredded paper flying from his fur. Thank goodness I can't understand them, because chasing cats would be much less fun if they were quoting Shakespeare or hissing actual curses. Curses don't work, Oliver told him. Watson speared him with a straight look. According to the dictionary you bought me, a curse is to call upon a divine or supernatural power to send injury to another person. If any creature in the world were to curse someone, it would be a cat. Oliver opened his mouth to argue, but Watson cut him off. Tell me I'm wrong, the dog challenged. Oliver thought of all the cats he knew, which were very few, and had to nod. Watson gave a satisfied snort and stalked out of the room. Where are you going? Oliver called after him. To track down the mouse so you can talk to it, Watson replied in a voice that echoed down the long, empty hallway of the school. Oliver swept up the rest of the mouse's vacation home and deposited it in the garbage can before he followed Watson. He didn't regret teaching the dog to read. Despite a few hiccups in which both had to acknowledge they weren't cut out to be teacher and student, Watson had picked it up surprisingly quickly. The end result was that they wandered the closest city library with Watson pointing out which books he wanted while Oliver pretended not to be consulting with his dog before he checked them out. It was both awkward and a little hilarious. Oliver flexed his left hand as he walked down the hall. The burn wound that had been painful for the past month had finally healed and stopped interfering with his ability to keep the school clean. Using a broom or a mop no longer required creative finagling, and he could scrub the tile floors of the showers without worrying about tearing the blisters open. He hadn't realized just how much he used his left hand for work until it had been wrapped in bandages. He looked up and realized Watson was nowhere to be found. Watson? Where are you? When silence answered, Oliver spun in a circle. His heart sped up enough to skip a beat. The irregular thump made him put his hand against the wall as memories of finding the dog nearly frozen to death within the depths of the Hudson swarmed him. Watson? He croaked out in a tight voice. In the kitchen, came the faint response. You're not going to like this. Oliver's stomach tightened. Was he about to find his best friend in danger again? The sound of his footsteps thudded off the walls in rapid succession as he ran for the cafeteria, a dark hallway torn between the reaching tendrils of fire at one end and a madman with a gun at the other overtook in his vision. His foot squeaked on the tiled floor as his steps faltered. The memory vanished to leave him in the stark neon lighting of the school once more. He turned the corner and burst through the wide cafeteria door, then into the kitchen. He skidded to a stop in the middle of the room filled with overly large appliances, organized hanging utensils, stainless steel countertops, and whitewashed walls. With his heart threatening to burst out of his chest, Oliver stared at the scene before him. Did you run all the way here? Watson asked. Oliver put his hand to his heart as he stared from the dog to the half-dozen mice that appeared to have been caught in the act of dragging a roll from the garbage can to the cupboards in the corner. Instead of scattering like mice would normally do, these stared from Oliver to Watson without moving a muscle, as though they hoped the intruders wouldn't notice them. Watson's head tipped to the side. "Are you all right?" Oliver swallowed down his embarrassment at his overreaction, gulped in a breath, and nodded. "Yes, it was, well, nothing." He waved a hand toward the mice in an effort to change the subject. "What's going on here?" Every mouse sat up on its haunches when he spoke. It was the strangest thing to see all of their ears tuned to him, their whiskers wiggling, and their complete attention trained on his face. Oliver realized by the craned angle of their necks that he was a giant compared to their little forms. He lowered to his knees, grateful that even the small twinges from being defibrillated had finally gone away. "You can understand us?" one of the mice asked in a squeak. "I can," Oliver replied. The mice exchanged glances. "We weren't stealing the roll," another mouse said. His ears twitched. "It was left in the garbage." "So it was fair game," another squeaked. "We aren't thieves," another said. "We're just hungry," one with an incredibly shrill voice piped in. Oliver lifted a hand. The mice cringed away from him. He quickly lowered the hand again. "I'm not going to hurt you," he reassured them. More glances were shared. He could tell by the way their whiskers trembled and little paws clenched that they didn't believe him. Oliver wished humans were as easy to read as animals. "Tell them they'll be killed if they stay here," Watson suggested. The black, white, and tan Australian shepherd settled onto his stomach, looking for all the world like he enjoyed the situation in which Oliver found himself. "Or tell them I'll eat them. Either way, it's fine with me." "You'd eat them?" Oliver asked, aghast. The mice squeaked and huddled together. "He's not going to eat you," Oliver hurriedly reassured them. "No," Watson replied in a patient tone. "But if you tell them that, they might leave. Mice are too crunchy." "I'm not going to ask how you know that," Oliver said. He turned back to the mice. The expressions of fear on their little faces struck his heart. "Nobody's going to eat you, I promise." "So we can stay," the first mouse stated. "We can be here forever," another chimed in. No, Oliver quickly replied. "I need you to leave." "But it's warm here," a mouse said. "And there's plenty of food," the one next to him noted. He patted the roll at his side with his little paw. Oliver wasn't sure how to get his point across. He sighed. "The thing is, they will set out poison for you if you stay here. Whose house is in the closet?" A brownish mouse raised his paw. "Mine. These are my kids." He lowered his head. "I lost my wife in a drain, so we moved." The sad expressions on the faces of the mice around their father struck Oliver. He wanted to avoid delving into the pain of losing a mother. It would be easier to brush it off. Surely mice didn't feel as strongly about their losses as humans did, especially since mice didn't pair off exclusively. Yet the mice looked sad. "Handle it gently, dear," his mother's voice said softly in the back of his head. He sucked in a low breath and said, "I'm sorry to hear that. This school is a dangerous place." "Very," Watson said. The dog yawned, showing all of his teeth in a move Oliver felt was calculated. The mice took a few steps away from the dog. "But there's unlimited food," a small mice said. "Yes, and it's cold outside. Food is hard to find," the father mouse agreed. "I can't move my kids from here. I promised their mother I would take care of them." Oliver sorted through their options. The thought of turning the motherless family out into the cold wasn't a welcome one. "When the garbage is emptied, it's taken to a big container out behind the school. Don't stay in the dumpster," he told them quickly. "It gets emptied once a week by the garbage truck. But if you stay behind it, there are plenty of boxes for warmth, and I'll make sure some of the rolls don't make it to the dumpster." Watson gave him a surprised look. "That's quite the promise." The mice began squeaking to each other in excited voices at the prospect of moving. "We wouldn't have to hide in the closet all day. Unlimited rolls, it sounds divine. I'd love to see the sky. Maybe we can find friends out there." "Why?" The single, uncertain voice caught Oliver's attention. He focused on the father mouse. "Why not?" The mouse cleaned his whiskers with a paw before he looked up at Oliver. "We're mice. I know where we stand in the grand scheme of things. You are a predator, or at least friends with a predator," he waved towards Watson. "So why help us when you could just kill us all and be done with it?" The other mice sobered at their father's frank question. Oliver watched them quietly before he said, "I know how hard it is to lose a mother. Mine taught me to be kind. And so I'm helping you in her memory because I know that's what she would want me to do." The smallest mouse walked with tiny, cautious steps to Oliver's knee. Oliver wasn't sure what to do. He lowered his hand. As he watched, the minuscule mouse butted his head against Oliver's finger. "I'm sorry you lost your mom. Ours was kind, too." Moisture unexpectedly filled Oliver's eyes at the gesture. He blinked the tears back quickly before they could escape and glanced at Watson. "We've got a date with Iris," the dog reminded him in a quiet voice. Oliver nodded. "Let's get you all settled. Are there other mice in the school?" The father mouse ran his paw over his ear to clean them as he said, "Yes, but just the pickle feet in the wall by the room that smells like metal shavings. You don't want to mess with them." "They're scary," one of the children peeped up to say. Oliver shoved a hand through his hair. "What's up?" Watson asked. "Our work is only half done," Oliver told him. "Come on, mice, let's get you moved." By the time Oliver had successfully transported 2 mice families into the boxes behind the garbage containers, he and Watson were running behind for their date. Luckily, traffic was surprisingly light at the late hour. He pulled the motorcycle up to the Italian restaurant on 13th Street and managed to snag a spot near the corner. He took off Watson's helmet and goggles and stashed them in the sidecar before they hurried toward the restaurant. "My harness," Watson said. "What?" Oliver asked with a hand on the door. "The sign says only service animals are permitted. We don't want to cause another situation like at Tavio's." Oliver ran back to the motorcycle, grabbed the service dog's harness from the saddlebag, and slipped it over Watson's head. "I don't think service animals are supposed to be able to read," Oliver pointed out as he fastened the clip. "What good is an ESA if he can't save you from potential arguments?" Watson replied. Oliver huffed a laugh. "Now you're just getting cocky." He knew it wasn't his imagination that added the pep to Watson's walk as the dog led the way into the restaurant. Oliver pretended to need the leash as he and Watson waited for the hostess to escort them to their table. Iris's head lifted from the perusal of the menu and her eyes locked on Oliver before he made it halfway across the room. His breath caught in his throat. In the last few months they had known each other, he hadn't gotten used to the warmth that slid beneath his skin every time their eyes met. In a world where he was used to avoiding notice and being part of the general unseen populace, he had had the distinct sensation that when she looked at him in that way, he was the only person in the room, in the city, and in the entirety of existence. For the split second before either of them blinked, he swore she saw entirely through him, past his 6 o'clock shadow, his calluses from working hard at the junior high each day, his awkwardness in public, his scars from his childhood, his flaws, and his complete misplacement. Instead, she saw only him, Oliver, quiet, soft-spoken, with a head full of doubt and a life filled with simplicity because that was what made the day-to-day easier. Somehow, Iris had taken him out of his comfort zone. He had never been one to go out to eat any further than the bar across the street from his 5th-floor walk-up, yet here he was, anticipating a meal prepared by someone other than the gruff bartender whose sanitary habits he questioned when the man wiped down the bar with the same rag he used on the chairs. Iris had brought challenge back into his life, and it was a challenge he enjoyed. His anonymity vanished whenever— "You're Oliver Holmes," a woman said. Her words were preceded by the screech of a chair sliding backwards on the marble floor when she rose. "It's Oliver Holmes," another woman echoed, rising from the next table. A waiter stopped in front of him. The man wiped shaking hands down the front of his black shirt and gave Oliver a wide-eyed look. "You're the one who saved Marisol." "Twice," an older man with curly black hair shaved at the sides said. "Can I get your autograph?" the first woman begged. "And a selfie?" another asked. A man in a suit hurried to Oliver's side. "Mr. Holmes, we are honored that you've chosen our establishment for your meal. Will you be dining alone?" A familiar laugh from the table at the far side of the room made Oliver stifle the urge to roll his eyes. "My date is waiting for me if I can just—" "Oh, of course," the man replied in a rush. "Ladies, gentlemen, please excuse Mr. Holmes. I'm sure being accosted by well-wishers wasn't scheduled into his dinner plans." "Of course," one of the women said. "Please put their meal on my check." She gave Oliver a smile that included the flutter of her eyelashes. "His bravery and his speech are a testament that there are still heroes in this world." The woman next to her appeared anxious to not be left out. "And give them a bottle of champagne on me." "You are all most generous," the manager told them. With a wave of his arm, he ushered Oliver and Watson through the surprising number of people who had left their tables to gawk. Oliver saw a few phones recording their progress as they left the crowd behind. When he slid into the seat opposite Iris, his senses thrummed from the overwhelming enthusiasm that had just accosted him unexpectedly. His fingertips buzzed, and even though his feet were pressed firmly against the ground, he could have sworn they weren't attached to him. "Take a breath," Iris said. Watson's chin settled onto his knee. "Breathe," the dog told him at the same time. Oliver sucked in air through his tight throat. He filled his lungs until they felt like they would burst, held his breath a second, then let it out slowly through his nose. A hand slipped into his. The electric zing of their touch made Oliver look up into Iris's eyes. "Better?" she asked. The depth of her green gaze carried so many emotions Oliver wished he could read, but it was enough to see his reflection in them and know that when he was with her, he was in his secure place. His other hand had lifted of its own accord to rest on Watson's head. The feeling of the short fur on top of the dog's skull and the slight tickle of one of his ears against Oliver's arm completed the sensation of being exactly where he wanted to be in that moment. "Better," he told them both. "Thank you." "With your popularity, we might want to start warning our hosts before we turn their establishments upside down," Iris suggested with a slight chuckle. Oliver let out a soft breath in agreement. "I could wear a bag over my head." Then I could be your seeing eye dog, Watson said. If you do it, everyone will follow, Iris told him. The first few notes of a very familiar song overtook the Italian accordions, piano, and violins that had been playing softly overhead. Oliver knew it wasn't his imagination that the song was louder than the music had been. Marisol's warm, bright voice sang out, "If love had a name, I would give it yours, your breath, your life, your heart." Iris's hand tightened in his. "Does this happen everywhere you go?" "You know it does," Oliver replied. "I only go places with you." She smiled, her eyes sparkling. The voice continued overhead. "If hope was a star, it would light your skies, your day, your night, your mark." Oliver shook his head. "They've started playing it at the school whenever I walk in if Principal Myers isn't in the office. My employees have taken to playing it at the clinic during lunch," Iris admitted. She shook her head with a grin. Several of the occupants at the next table sang along. "The strength of your hands, the relief of your smile, the way you make me feel, the care in your voice, the touch of your skin, the way you make me real." Oliver clicked his tongue against his teeth and kept his gaze strictly away from them. He said quietly beneath their slightly off-kilter wailing, "If it wasn't such a good song, I'd mind even more. Marisol's pretty great at capturing how I feel about you." Iris tipped her head to listen. She mouthed the words to him as they continued. "I see myself in you. I see the strength in you. I want to be with you tonight." Her smile deepened. "I see myself in you. I see the strength in you. I want you to hold me tight." Her hand tightened in his, sending tingles up his arm. "Funny, I feel the same way about you. What are you doing right now?" Her suggestion made warmth rise in Oliver's chest. "I was planning to have dinner with the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." "Let me know when you see her and I'll give her my seat," Iris replied. Oliver's hand thrummed on Watson's head in the same motion that had always centered his emotions. Index finger, pinky finger, middle finger, ring finger, and then repeat. "I meant you," he said, after a moment of silence. "I know," she replied. At the same time, Watson said, "She knows. She's smart." Oliver couldn't hold back a chuckle. "I just wanted to make sure." A waitress with huge glasses and thick red curls stopped next to their table. "Mr. Holmes, Miss Perry, it's an honor." She glanced over her shoulder. "Also, even though I'm a huge fan, I promised my boss I could do this without gushing over you and making you uncomfortable. So, what can I get for you? It's on the house, of course." "Oh, I think that woman over there offered to pay," Iris said with a lilt of laughter in her voice. "Mr. Havershaw says you are welcome to dine here any time and there won't be a charge. He's honored to have you," the waitress answered. "In that case, I'd like your finest grilled cheese sandwich with a pickle on the side," Oliver told her. Both the waitress and Iris stared at him. "Oliver," Iris began. It was Oliver's turn to chuckle. "I'm just kidding. How's the Alfredo sauce?" Iris gave a sigh of relief. Oliver's phone buzzed. "You got a text," Watson told him helpfully from where he had settled contentedly beneath the table. Though he was tempted to ignore it, considering the only text he cared about came from the person sitting across from him, Oliver slipped the phone from his pocket. "That sounds great." Iris was busy replying to whatever the waitress had said. "I'll have that." "Oliver?" He nodded distractedly. "I'll have what she's having." Iris cleared her throat, catching his attention. He looked up from the phone. "I thought you don't like shrimp." A shudder ran through Oliver. "I don't. Shrimp are the rats of the sea." The waitress stifled a laugh. "Eloquent," Watson noted. Iris pointed toward the menu in front of him. "Then maybe you'd like chicken with your fettuccine Alfredo instead of shrimp?" Oliver nodded and turned back to his cell phone. Iris said something else to the waitress and the woman left. "Oliver, what is it?" When her words failed to break through him, Iris said louder, "Ollie." He blinked. "I'm sorry," he said at the realization that he had been ignoring her. "What's going on?" He shook his head. "I shouldn't involve you." "It's from Chief Madigan, isn't it?" Oliver kept silent. Iris would see right through him if he tried to lie, but the last time she had gotten involved had been rough. "If I promise not to go with you, will you tell me what it says?" she asked. At his refusal to speak, she pleaded, "Come on, it's killing me not to know. I'll stay away. I promise." Oliver sighed inwardly before he read, "Mr. Holmes, your expertise is needed on a case. There's been a high-profile homicide in Central Park. Our only witness is a homeless bird lady." He looked up at Iris. "There are 3 dots. Then he says, she apparently only speaks bird." A grin spread across Iris's face. "Let me come with you." "No," Oliver replied flatly. Her eyes twinkled in the warm lighting of the restaurant. "I just want to see if you can really understand the bird woman." He shook his head. She gave a dramatic sigh. "Fine, but you have to keep me updated, promise?" At his silence, she said, "It's not the same as getting involved. You'll be giving me the details later." She batted her eyelashes, and even he could read the exaggerated, pleading expression she put on. He couldn't hold back a chuckle. "All right, I promise. After it's solved." Iris sat back with a nod. She took a drink of her water, then said, "Unless you need help with the birds, or the lady, or anything." "After," Oliver repeated. She nodded. "Fine." She gave him the searching look he recognized meant she wanted to tell him something. He smiled inwardly at the knowledge that he was getting better at reading her. "What is it?" At her hesitation, he said, "You can tell me anything, you know." She gave a little sigh and ran her fingers down the condensation that had formed on the outside of her water cup. "You know how I hate parties?" Surprise filled him. "You do? But you came with me to Bunny's birthday party that first night." She nodded. "All right, I hate parties when they're centered around me." That caught his attention. Oliver sat up. "What party is centered around you?" He felt like he had stumbled into a riddle. His mind raced. "Have I missed something important?" She laughed lightly. "No, you're fine. It's just that my 40th birthday is coming up and my parents want to make it a big deal." As much as Oliver had always hated celebrating his own birthday, Bunny had been so happy when it was her turn. He figured the same applied to all women. He and Iris hadn't been together long enough to reach her birthday yet, so he wasn't sure if she agreed, but he didn't want to mess this up. "It should be a big deal," he said, watching her closely for signs that he was right. "Birthdays are important." He was quoting Bunny directly. It was the same thing she said whenever she left a present for him with the annual cupcake on his own birthday. "I suppose." "She's happy about that," Watson noted. "I can hear it in her voice. Good job." Oliver smiled. "I'll be there for sure." "But you don't like big gatherings," she reminded him. As much as she was right, he refused to ruin it for her. "You don't have to worry about me. This is your moment. Count me in." She reached across the table and took his hand. Warmth filled him when she squeezed it, her eyes bright. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for inviting me," he replied. Watson huffed. "Us," Oliver corrected. "Watson says he'll be there too." Iris laughed. "I sure hope so." She petted the dog under the table. "It wouldn't be the same without you there." Oliver relayed her words to the dog. Watson snuffed a happy reply. When the waitress returned with their food, Oliver was inwardly disappointed that it wasn't a grilled cheese sandwich and a pickle, even though Watson thoroughly enjoyed the extra plate of chicken the woman brought him. Chapter 2. Watson. Everything about the scene smelled wrong. Watson checked the bushes, the fountain, the cement sidewalk beneath the bridge, and even managed to sniff the blood before Chief told Oliver to make sure his dog didn't mess up the crime scene. Oliver had relayed the message to him with as much frustration as Watson felt at the assumption that he would be anything less than professional. "He just doesn't know dogs," Oliver said in an apologetic tone. The chief said something in reply Watson didn't understand, but his annoyed tone was clear enough. The dog snorted again, as if he would ruin a crime scene. The officers wandering around weren't even aware of how much their footprints marred the fresh ones that used to be there. If he and Oliver had reached the scene first, they could have brought along several bloodhounds he knew to pick up the scent. As it was, he doubted even the forensic team would find anything. Satisfied he had cleared the scene of any evidence, Watson joined Oliver near the fountain, where a woman who smelled starkly of pigeon poop waited. None of the officers drew close to her. Watson didn't know if their paltry noses could pick up the odoriferous scent wafting in every direction, or if it was the blanket of pigeons that milled constantly over her shoulders, down her back, along her arms and chest, and even her scraggly hair that kept them at bay. Nevertheless, they regarded her warily as if she was capable of sending her pigeons on an attack mission to peck out their eyeballs. If Watson wasn't positive his ability to speak with Oliver was unique, he might have entertained some of the same concern. Watson had heard of symbiotic relationships, but this went beyond his understanding. Besides a few catwomen he had run into in alleys over the years, he had never seen such a finite line between where the animals ended and the woman began. He hoped she was wearing several layers of clothing beneath all that bird refused, because if not, she would be very susceptible to disease. Whatever the police asked her had her gesturing to the bridge with gesticulations that unsettled the birds on her arms. Their disrupted cooing made the officers take another step back. Watson concentrated, but try as he might, he couldn't understand the variety of sounds that came from her mouth. To him, it was as gibberish as if he tried to understand a cat. Why, then, could he comprehend what Oliver told him so clearly? Oliver was the first human he had ever been able to speak to, which also made no sense. For some reason, when the man spoke, his words were as clear as day. It bled over to the reading Watson was learning a letter at a time. The words came together piece by piece. So why didn't everything other humans said do the same? Any clues? Watson's head jerked towards Oliver. He wondered how long the human had been speaking to him as he mused the strangeness of their communication. The blood is only in this one spot. There's no evidence that the victim was able to flee the scene either on foot or being carried. Given the amount of blood beneath the bridge, there would have been a trail no matter how careful they were. The dog shook his head. It makes no sense. He hesitated, then gave his final assessment. The blood smells old. Old? Watson blew out a breath through his nose. I mean, it's fresh in that it's not dried up, but it doesn't smell fresh as though it just came from someone. At least, that's how it smelled to me. This entire situation is strange. Oliver stifled a sigh. Which is why they've asked me to confer with this woman. The woman in question said something in a high-pitched voice. Oliver lifted his hands. I mean nothing by it. You are the woman in question, are you not? She nodded with a completely disgruntled expression even Watson could read, then said something he couldn't understand. Well, there you go. I've been asked to talk to the bird woman, and here you are, covered in birds. Hence, when I say, this woman, I am directly referring to you. No offense meant, Oliver told her. The woman's shoulders lowered slightly, and she said something that was a bit less heated and made Watson a bit less anxious to bite her. He wasn't the biting sort, to be sure, but a shrill voice combined with an overwhelming scent sometimes made that impulse grow a little closer to the surface, especially when it was directed at his human. Watson's mouth dropped open. Since when had he thought of Oliver as his human? In truth, it'd have to have been when Oliver pulled him from the depths of the icy river. He had never been so scared in his life. He had fought in vain against the bindings that held him down, but his instincts had warned against panicking. Somehow, he knew Oliver would find him. There was no way he would be left to perish with his paws tied and the freezing cold knifing through his limbs. Oliver was too good of a sort to leave him to that form of death. The feeling of Oliver's hands grabbing his fur had been the last thing he remembered until he came to, shivering and upheaving buckets of the nasty water on the dock. If someone was so willing to risk his life and limb for a dog he had known for only a few short weeks, Watson would give anything to protect him in return. His human. The thought filled him with warmth. He wished he could wag his tail, or his hind end where the tail should have been, then regretted the thought. He didn't want the officers thinking that he was nonchalant about a murder scene. It was time to get serious and help Oliver solve the crime before they got into anything crazy. Oliver could certainly use an extended break after last time. He closed his mouth with a snap of teeth and glanced at Oliver. It was clear by the man's stance that he wasn't getting much progress from the woman. His hands were held at his side, and his fingers ran through the touch pattern he usually did when he was agitated. Oliver's right foot was about half a foot back from his left, which indicated a wish to flee. There was a faint whiff of Oliver's standard cedar and cinnamon that came from the cedar bars he put in his dresser to keep his clothing smelling fresh, and the cinnamon he put in his morning coffee that he said was to help with his heart health. The stronger scent wafting from the man meant he was anxious. Watson could only help if Oliver would let him in on the source of his agitation. What's she saying? He asked. Oliver shook his head. We have a serious problem. The woman said something else, but Oliver shook his head again. And that is? Watson pressed. Please don't tell me it has to do with these mite-riddled flying rats. He snorted at the thought of having to work with pigeons. They had always been a bother to him, whether it came from stealing the scraps he used to be thrown at the junkyard or leaving their droppings all over his ratty blanket bed. He had never met a pigeon he liked. The woman continued to talk to Oliver and gesture in a way that sent the birds fluttering for balance. The officers looked as reluctant as Oliver did to get any closer. Oliver tried to cut her off with a lift of his hand, but the woman continued to speak and motion wildly with both arms. Oliver turned away from the woman. She didn't appear to notice and kept talking despite the fact that nobody was paying attention to her. Oliver paced a few feet away. Watson followed at his side with the hope that they might just leave so he could clear the scent of the woman and her birds from his nose. There was a misunderstanding. Apparently, the witness to the crime wasn't the woman, but the woman's pigeon, Chippy. All right, Watson replied. Let's talk to it and then get out of here. Oliver clenched and unclenched his jaw. If only it were that simple. Watson waited for him to continue. When he did, he said the last thing Watson expected. The bird is in hiding. Apparently, it was afraid of being the key witness and has supposedly taken shelter with a man named Hamlet. Watson snorted a laugh. Oliver glanced at him. A man named after a ham. It's funny, Watson explained. Watson read the humor on Oliver's face that showed in the crinkle beside his eyes and the way his lips pressed together to keep in a smile. It hadn't taken the dog long to realize that Oliver seldom smiled around his fellow humans. Watson wasn't sure of the reason why, but he was glad Oliver didn't have the same restraint when it was just him or Iris. How do I get myself into these things? Oliver mused aloud. Glutton for punishment? Watson suggested helpfully. It was Oliver's turn to snort a laugh. Something like that. Let's get this over with. Watson followed him to where Chief Madigan and the other officers waited far enough from the bird lady to keep to their own space. This apparently hadn't discouraged the woman from continuing her tirade because she gestured and spoke to the air, or her pigeons. Watson couldn't decide which. The chief questioned Oliver. Watson waited beside him and patiently listened to the one side of the conversation he could understand. Not exactly, Oliver replied. The bird she wants us to talk to is in hiding. Exclamations and sounds of disbelief came from the other officers. Oliver shook his head. I'm sorry, Chief. You wanted me to talk to the bird, and that's impossible if I can't find it. Besides, how are you supposed to book a man for murder if our only witness is a pigeon? The chief said something as he looked from Oliver to Watson. Oliver followed his gaze. What is it? Watson asked. A muscle in Oliver's jaw tightened before he said, Chief Madigan says it's our problem to find out a way to prove the man did it based on the pigeon's testimony. Watson snorted. That'll never hold up in court. That's what I told him, but he said we have to try. Why? Watson's curiosity was piqued. This wasn't a normal murder if the chief was willing to go so far to figure out the case. Oliver asked the chief. As Watson watched, Oliver's eyebrows rose and his face paled slightly. Are you sure? The expressions on the rest of the officers' faces let Watson know that whatever the news was, it wasn't great. Oliver nodded. We'll do whatever it takes, Chief. Leave it to us. They shook hands and Oliver walked away. When they were out of earshot, Oliver said quietly, The mayor's wife was the victim. That's why they're so hard-pressed to find the murderer. If a missing pigeon is all we have to go on, then we'll do it. Do you think Iris knows any pigeon experts? Watson asked. They might know how to find it, or this man named after a ham. Oliver's immediate reluctance to involve her was clear on his face. I know, Watson fully agreed. Maybe you could ask her about it as a random question and make it sound like it's completely unrelated to the case. She's too smart for that. She'll see right through it. Then she'll be involved. It'll be better if we just check the phone book. Watson gave him a curious look as they walked away from the officers and the strange bird lady. Your phone has a book? Oliver shook his head. The phone book is what they used to call a book of phone numbers they would deliver to doorsteps once a year. A memory struck Watson. It had yellow pages. They tasted bitter. Oliver nodded. Since dogs have dichromatic vision, you see gray, blue, yellow, and brown, hence knowing the yellow pages. That caught Watson's attention. So you see more colors than that? Yes, you have fewer cones than humans do, so we see shades of red and orange as well. Describe red. Oliver paused. He glanced down at Watson. The quiet hum the man made said that Watson had offered him a puzzle. It made Watson happy to distract him for a moment from his worries about the pigeons. Watson took his duties as a support animal very seriously. Any chance he had to calm the stress he scented wafting from the man after his confrontation with the bird lady was worth it. Do you remember what it felt like to jump in the Hudson? Oliver asked. Watson gritted his teeth at the unpleasant thought. Yes, I've never felt so cold in my life. Oliver nodded. Me too. He glanced down at the dog as they rounded the corner to the street where the motorcycle was parked. Think of that as blue. The thought of piercing blue skies reflected in icy puddles, fogging breath, and the windows edged in frost matched the color. All right, Watson said, curious where the man was going. Oliver looked at him. Watson read the hesitance on the man's face. What is it? Oliver shook his head. I don't know why my examples have to do with intense situations we've survived together. Maybe we need to get out and have fun more often. The thought made Watson wag his hind end, where his lack of tail made him wriggle his back quarters instead. I'd like that. Me too, Oliver admitted quietly. Then he said, Think of being trapped in the fire at Iris's clinic. Remember the heat? I felt like my skin was on fire. A visible shudder ran down his spine. Watson snorted at the terrifying memory. Me too. If Iris hadn't put the soaked towels on us, I think my fur would have burst into flames. That's red, Oliver said. Angry, hot fire, but also beautiful in its own way. Watson tipped his head. Beautiful but painful? How is that a thing? It doesn't make sense. Oliver led the way back to the motorcycle. Watson followed at his side, his focus on the conversation. They were nearly to the bike when Oliver said, You remember when you got those burrs in your fur? From the park, Watson replied. The ball went into the bush. I couldn't help it. I could have gotten it for you, Oliver pointed out. Watson let out a huff. Then you'd be the one with burrs, and where would we be? Oliver chuckled. Yes, well, remember when you told me brushing them out hurt, but it felt good at the same time? Watson tried to follow. That's red and also beautiful? The man shoved a hand through his hair, mussing the brown strands. No, sorry, I'm taking this in the wrong direction. He paused by the motorcycle, his gaze distant. You know when the sun is setting and it's at that moment where it's so bright you can barely look at it, but the entire sky is aglow with such splendor you can't look away for a second in case you miss it? Again, Watson was baffled. I've lived in the city. There isn't really a great view of the sunset. Besides, fewer cones, right? I don't think the colors are the same for me. He peered up at Oliver. Isn't looking at the sun supposed to make you go blind? Oliver waved a hand. That's not what I'm getting at. He rubbed his face, reminding Watson that they had already worked at the school, had dinner with Iris, and investigated a crime scene. Wariness showed in Oliver's gaze. But he had the set of his jaw that said he wasn't going to drop it until he figured out the right answer to Watson's question. Watson was beginning to wonder if they should postpone it for another day. Before he could suggest it, Oliver's eyebrows rose. It's the color most people paint a heart. Watson thought about it. You mean the two half-circle things they call a heart, but it's actually anatomically incorrect compared to the example in the dictionary? Exactly. But those are brown, or light brown. To your eyes, Oliver said. He took the gloves out of his helmet and leaned against the seat of the motorcycle. To most, they are red or pink usually. Red like melting skin, Watson replied. Used to represent love? Oliver nodded. Love is beautiful and painful. He toyed with the gloves. It is the most wondrous thing, but sometimes it feels like my heart is going to explode out of my chest or shatter whenever I look at Iris. He squeezed the gloves tight. It's like she breathes air into the room when she walks into it, as if she is the light source that makes everything glow, or like, I don't know. He shook his head and his voice was quieter when he said, It's like I'm afraid if I ever lose her, I'll lose myself. He put a hand to his chest and pressed. Watson could hear the unsteady beat of his heart. It happened sometimes when the man exerted himself too far on one of their runs. He would have to stop and breathe for a moment, usually with his hand on the side of a building or a bench to support himself. That's when Watson knew it was bad. Oliver usually avoided touching anything he could, so when he went out of his way for support, Watson always kept next to him, bracing his legs in case Oliver fell. He never did, but Watson worried about when he would. I get it, he said as the thought struck. Red is love and worry and happiness and pain all in one. Oliver looked down at him. Exactly. Watson jumped into the sidecar of the motorcycle. Then red is my favorite color. Oliver leaned over and buckled the helmet under Watson's chin. How can it be your favorite if you can't see it? There are other ways to see, Watson replied. Oliver paused. He gave the dog a closer look that made Watson want to duck or wag his hind end. He wasn't sure which. I think of the two of us, you're the smartest, the human told him as he adjusted Watson's goggles. Watson snorted a reply, but warmth filled him completely at the compliment. Yes, red was certainly his favorite color. Oliver typed something into his phone before he slid it into the holder on the motorcycle's dash. I'm afraid we're going to regret this, he said as he hit the starter. The motorcycle rumbled to life. Watson looked up at the street in anticipation. No matter where the map took them, he would never regret the journey getting there. They wove through the streets, the directions on the screen taking them through Manhattan's busiest corridors before they turned right onto one of the side roads. Watson sniffed happily, taking in the scents of vendor hot dogs, walk-up pizza parlors, Chinese food vendors, a grilled cheese sandwich shop, and a bakery that filled the air with unmistakable smells of baking bread and cream cheese frosting. They turned the corner at an ice cream truck whose attendant was busy handing superhero-shaped ice cream bars to several men in business suits who must have just gotten off of work. Watson nearly grabbed one out of a man's hand. His teeth clicked shut millimeters from an ice cream sandwich before Oliver turned the next corner. Seriously, Watson? Watson had the presence of mind to look ashamed. I know, chocolate is bad for dogs. Deadly is a better word for it, Oliver said over the rumble of the engine. You don't have the necessary enzymes to break down the theobromine and caffeine fast enough to prevent it from building up to toxic levels. Both are methylxanthines, which are absorbed by the GI tract and distributed throughout the body, inhibiting cellular and adenosine receptors, and resulting in central nervous system stimulation, diuresis, and tachycardia. It's not worth it. Like I said, bad for dogs. Watson shot him a look from the corner of his eye. But an ice cream sandwich is only part chocolate. My plan was to eat the ice cream and discard the rest. The fats and sugars, Oliver began. Watson snorted. Would be burned off if we go for a run tonight. It's not like that bagel you ate for breakfast was 100% healthy. Oliver paused. Then a chuckle escaped him. Touché. I have no right to be judgmental. I apologize. Apology accepted, Watson said as Oliver steered them around a parked taxi. The thought struck him. I wouldn't have cared before I met you. He caught Oliver's surprised look. What does that mean? It was a sentiment that had been circling through Watson's head for the past few days. That, in and of itself, was the problem. Maybe it wasn't a problem. He hadn't quite decided yet. It was the necessity to decide that caught him off guard. It means, before I met you, I wouldn't have cared about the chemical composition of what I ate. Dogs don't care. But since we met at Iris's clinic, I understand that I should care. At Oliver's troubled glance, Watson could tell he was falling short of what he was trying to say. You wouldn't have cared if you ate chocolate? The man asked. Watson was grateful his hearing was good enough to pick up the sound of Oliver's puzzled tone over the hum of the engine. I wouldn't have thought to care, Watson replied. He huffed at his inability to express what he was trying to say. Oliver, before we met, my thoughts were different, simpler. My drive was to eat, to survive, to find shelter, to stay safe. They were feelings, wants, needs, stacked in order of what was necessary for me to get to the next day. He tipped his head, thinking the words through as he said them aloud. Now I think in sentences, English, and the words you've taught me make that even more so. It's like, in speaking to you, it opened up something in my brain that organized all of my previous thoughts into structured, usable components. The why of something never occurred to me. Now I recognize cause and effect, good and bad, actions and consequences. Oliver was quiet for a moment. Watson could tell by the way his eyes roamed over the vehicles around them that he was thinking Watson's word through. That was another thing. Watson actually cared what the man thought. Before there were humans in his life who had kicked him and yelled at him, his one purpose was to avoid them, but still be able to eat the food they provided. Avoidance was survival as long as he did his job to bark at the people who tried to steal from the junkyard. His life had been lived on the end of a chain, and he hadn't known what could exist beyond that until they abandoned him after the junkyard closed down. It wasn't until he sat in the kennel at Iris's clinic and watched Oliver crouch in front of him that he realized some humans could be different. Oliver's gaze had matched the wariness Watson felt. Was this another man who would hurt him because he could? The Rottweiler a few cages away had told him about a man who could understand them. Apparently, he had helped diagnose something with the Rottweiler's foot. Why a human would take the time to show such caring was beyond Watson's understanding. Yet, there was something about Oliver that had compelled Watson to trust him. When Oliver peered closer to read his dog tag, Watson hadn't snapped at him the way his instincts would have bade him to at anyone else in his space. Instead, Oliver had read his name aloud. Watson. The sound of it unlocked words Watson hadn't even known he possessed. Speaking felt natural, real. Instead of just the simple words he and the Rottweiler had exchanged, Watson suddenly knew so many that his brain felt full of things he had never said. He was meant for more than just guarding junk or cowering in a cage. He could do so much more with his life. I think we might be able to help each other, he had said. A new life began the moment Oliver opened the cage. Is it better? Watson blinked, coming back to the present. It wasn't the question he had expected from Oliver. Watson looked at him through the goggles that protected his eyes from the wind and occasional bug. Is what better? Knowing all of those things, having life be more complicated. Is it better, or was simple easier? Watson thought the question through as Oliver pulled the motorcycle into a parking spot in an area of the city Watson hadn't been before. When Oliver turned off the key, Watson let out a huff of air through his nose. Simple doesn't mean easy. Simple meant survival. I didn't understand what I was living for, and that was okay. I was going through the motions. I think in that life, there wasn't room for more, so that was enough for me. Oliver slid his helmet onto the handlebar and tucked his gloves into it. And now? The human didn't make eye contact with Watson, but he could hear the heavy question underlying the light tone. You're worried you make my life worse. Oliver didn't answer. His silence was answer enough. Did you like your life as a janitor before you met Waffles? Oliver glanced at him. When he realized Watson still wore the helmet and goggles, he reached over to loosen the straps. It was fine, Oliver said. Simple, Watson replied. Oliver paused with his fingers on the helmet. He frowned slightly before he removed it. Yeah, simple. Simple means plain, basic, or uncomplicated, Watson replied. It's not bad, it's just not as fulfilling as it could be. Oliver set the helmet in the sidecar and added the goggles to them before he turned back to Watson. Before I met Waffles and he turned my life upside down in the only way I suppose a talking guinea pig could, I was content to clean floors, live in my empty apartment, and go on runs at night when I couldn't sleep, and play the guitar. And now? Watson prompted. A small smile touched Oliver's lips. Now we're tracking down a missing pigeon so that we can solve a murder. It's a bit less simple. Watson gave a snort of humor. But not bad. Oliver shook his head. Definitely not bad. Interesting, and sometimes dangerous, but not bad. And would you give it up and go back if you could? Watson's question hung in the air. Oliver climbed off the motorcycle and walked around to the sidewalk. He drummed his fingers on his thigh in the steady rhythm that said he was thinking. Watson appreciated that the man valued their conversation to such depth. Never, Oliver said with a nod of acceptance. Knowing what I can do now, he glanced at Watson. Who and what I know now, I could never go back. Watson leaped lightly out of the sidecar and trotted up to Oliver's side. Then we agree completely. Chapter 3. Oliver. Charles Vaugh, pigeon fancier. Oliver eyed his hand. There are an average of 10,000 to 1 million bacteria on a person's hand at any one time. Given the fact that you were also in contact with poultry, I consider that number tripled unless you maintain consistent hand-washing practices. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, but whether with humor or consternation, Oliver had no clue. Mildred said you were a bit of an odd duck. He lowered his hand. Regardless, I am still Charles Vaugh, pigeon fancier. Also, I was reassured your dog wouldn't hurt my birds, but please keep him close. I don't want to take any chances. Oliver ignored the odd duck comment. He had heard far worse in his life. If odd meant he wasn't running around on a New York rooftop classifying and feeding the numerous pigeons milling around, then he would take it as a compliment. As for the side note about Watson, the dog was watching the birds with interest, but sat at Oliver's side without showing any sign of going after one of the many creatures that wandered around the rooftop and entered the hutch near the far end. The number of pigeons around them was promising. I'm looking for a pigeon? Charles chuckled. You've come to the right place. Are you interested in a Columbia livia, a mourning dove, perhaps a nun or a fantail pigeon? He paused and regarded Oliver close enough to make him uncomfortable. Unless you're looking for a fancy Jacobine. If so, I'll have to refer you to a fancier closer to Central Park. Oliver shook his head. I have no idea. The pigeon's name is Chippy, if that helps. The man looked at him for longer than Oliver assumed was polite. He then cleared his throat. You are looking for a specific pigeon among the hundreds of thousands in New York? More like several million and perhaps up to 9, Oliver replied, and the answer to your question is yes. The man took his hat off, ran his hand across the top of his balding head, then replaced the hat. I don't think I can help you, he finally said. Oliver glanced at the multitude of birds around them and then back at the man. But your wife said that you were the foremost expert on pigeons in New York. She's paid to say that, Charles replied. He grinned. Oliver didn't get the joke. If you are the foremost expert on pigeons in New York, I expect you would know where to find Chippy. Locating one single pigeon in the city is impossible, the man said. Even if it was originally with one fancier, we all compete in capturing pigeons from other coops. Oliver stared at him. Isn't that stealing? Charles shook his head. It's all part of the game, really. Pigeons change coops all the time, especially with those of us flyers. We play catch-keep, capturing strays from other coops and keeping them with our own. It's a tradition 200 years old. He must have sensed Oliver's disappointment because he asked, Does the pigeon have any distinguishing marks or bands? I don't know, Oliver said. The realization of what he had gotten himself into began to dawn on him. He thought through the bird woman's description. I think it's just like every other pigeon. He waved a hand at the birds that filled the rooftop with cooing and fluttering as they ate the birdseed the man had spread around to lure them home. The woman I questioned said it had a white body with curly red feathers. The fancier's head cocked to the side. Oh, a frillback then. That'll make it a bit easier. So you know it? Oliver asked with a hint of hope kindling to life in his chest. No, Charles replied, dashing the hope. But if I see it, I can let you know. Red and white frillbacks aren't common. You look disappointed. Oliver glanced down at Watson. He doesn't know Chippy. So we try the next one, Watson replied, rising. How many could there be? My phone search showed about 300. Watson snorted. Why are so many people interested in raising pigeons? They poop everywhere, never stop their infernal racket, and carry mites. Surely they must have some redeeming qualities, Oliver replied. He surveyed the roof. The coop was made of crates stacked on top of each other with straw for nests and tarps across the top to keep off the rain. The entire rooftop was covered in pigeon refuse. After Watson commented about the mites, it was all he could do to remain standing there, let alone find a redeeming quality for the poultry. Are you talking to your dog? Charles asked. Oliver refused to explain. The thought of visiting 300 such locations was frustrating enough as to touch his voice when he said, If you don't know Chippy, do you at least know the location of the man Hamlet the pigeon is supposed to be hiding with? Watson gave a huff. Oliver glanced down at the dog. He didn't like that name, Watson said. Oliver looked back at the man in surprise. You know Hamlet? Charles took his hat back off. This time, he didn't make any move to return it. Everyone knows Hamlet, he said in a lower voice. They know how to steer clear of him. Pigeon keeping isn't his only hobby. Others are more lucrative, if you know what I mean. He winked. Oliver didn't know why anyone would wink when they said that. I don't know, he said. What do you mean? Charles looked over his shoulder, which seemed entirely ridiculous to Oliver since they were completely alone on the rooftop if one excluded the pigeons. The animals were busy talking among themselves. The court is good. I like peas. It makes me happy when he feeds us peas. Did you get the fries at the Yellow Park? The kid who spilled them cried, but they were sure good. Couldn't let 'em go to waste. Fries should never be wasted. The cornmeal is good. Oliver relegated the happy food discussions to the background and focused on the fancier. Nobody's here but us, the pigeons, and Watson, he pointed out. You can't be too careful, Charles said in a hushed voice, especially when talking about Hamlet. He does not like to be talked about. Then how does anyone expect to find him? Oliver asked, keeping the annoyance from his voice. Good question, Watson replied. I'm only hearing half of this, and it's ridiculous. Charles sighed and then said, It's no secret to fanciers that Hamlet pays for his birds by earning money overseeing a fighting ring. Oliver's stomach twisted. Dogfighting? Watson's teeth clicked together. No, Charles replied. Street fighting, with people. That doesn't seem so bad. So not dogfighting? Watson asked. Oliver shook his head and saw the relief on the dog's face. He felt the same way. Charles picked up a pigeon from where it had been pecking at the ground near the coop. He smoothed the animal's gray and white feathers. It didn't fuss, apparently used to being handled. I assume by your form of unusual questioning that you were a cop, the man said without looking at him. Street fighting's illegal, last I checked. I'm a consulting detective for the police, not an officer, Oliver replied. Besides, informing isn't a crime and you're not a suspect. Any information you give that helps me track down the pigeon is a service to society, and you will have the gratitude of the precinct. Charles nodded, his focus still on the bird in his hand. All the same, you won't happen upon one of Hamlet's fights by accident. They're far too careful for that. Oliver knew he wasn't going to get more information from the man if he didn't change tactics. He took a step closer, pushing his own boundaries by crossing into Charles' personal space and forcing the man to look up. Watson rose and stood beside Oliver, his focus just as intense as if he knew the direction Oliver planned to take. Intentionally withholding information is called obstruction of justice. You can be prosecuted for impeding an investigation. I need to track down Hamlet, and if the fighting ring is the only way to find him, I need you to tell me how to get into it, or I'll call the precinct and have 5 officers here ready to shut down your pigeon coop. The man's face paled. Oliver felt a whisper of guilt for coming on so strong, but he had a job he needed to do, and the man was the only person who could give him the directions he needed. Chief Madigan was counting on him. Charles looked around, then lowered his gaze. It's called the Midnight Rumble. The only way to know the night's location is to have an in with one of his subordinates. Where can I find them? Oliver pressed. Charles set the pigeon he had been holding into one of the running boards in front of the coop boxes. He gave Oliver a side glance. Are you sure you're not getting in over your head? You seem like a nice guy, and it's pretty muddy water for a consulting detective, whatever that is. Oliver admitted. I don't have a choice at this point. Hamlet's the only lead we have. And by we, do you mean you and your dog? Oliver glanced down at Watson, who had leaned against his leg. Oliver wasn't sure when his hand had drifted to the dog's head, but the familiar feeling of the animal's fur beneath his fingers kept him from second-guessing what needed to be done. Yes, he replied simply. At that, Charles nodded. I understand the bond of a man to his chosen companion animal. Trust me when I say he's the reason I'm telling you any of this. The bond between a dog and his human isn't something to take lightly. He gestured to the pigeons. It's the same thing that brings these creatures back night after night. That kind of trust and security means more than any spoken word. Oliver nodded. Charles pressed his lips together in a tight line, then said, Go to Nickel gas station on 5th and talk to Nurian. Don't mention the rumble. That'll get you packed into a suitcase and left in the closest dumpster, if you know what I mean. A chill ran down Oliver's back. Charles continued, Just say Charles sent you and say 73. She'll give you the info you need. 73, Oliver repeated. Is that a code word? Something like that, Charles replied. He tore his gaze away from the pigeons and met Oliver's eyes. Now please leave and never come back. Their drive to the Nickel station on the other side of the city was uneventful, but with any sign of the sun completely gone along with the evening rush hour, Oliver was beginning to feel the wariness of the day pressing in. His phone beeped as they pulled up to the curb. A glance at it showed Iris's name. I can tell by the look on your face that she wants to know how the case is going, Watson said. Oliver realized he was frowning at the phone. Not in so many words, but her asking if the bird lady spoke pigeon as well as I do can be considered prying. She's just teasing you, Watson noted. Oliver gave him a surprised look. You think so? Definitely. She knows you don't want her asking about the case because of how dangerous things got last time, but she's a curious woman. That's why you like her. So she's going to ask. You shouldn't expect any less from her. Then what do I say? I can't let her get involved. Watson was quiet a moment before he replied, I think this is where you're supposed to tease back. Tell her the woman's words were foul, but spell it like the bird. He shook his head, sending his ears flapping. I don't know how I'll ever figure out why some words sound the same but are spelled differently. English is full of strange words. You're right about that, Oliver agreed. He typed out what the dog had told him. A chuckle escaped him when he switched the poultry fowl for fowl. He looked down at Watson. You're pretty funny, you know that? I find myself to be hilarious, Watson replied. It's nice to have it confirmed. Oliver grinned and felt the stress of the evening slip from his shoulders. At least, if he had to investigate a murder, he had a great friend with which to do so. His phone beeped. What did she say? Oliver humored the dog. She said, haha, funny. If you can't understand her, just wing it. And she sent a winky face. Watson snorted a laugh. Nice one. Oliver slid his phone back into his pocket with a smile on his face. He couldn't help it. The two of them were a balm to his soul. He found himself smiling more in the past few months than in the last 5 years before he had met Iris. Watson was right. Simple had definitely not been better. A single customer paid for gas and a large soda at the desk where the metal bars and warnings about the attendant being armed told plenty about the area in which Nickel gas station resided. The customer eyed Watson on his way out the door, reminding Oliver that he had forgotten to put the dog's service vest on again. Luckily, the attendant didn't seem bothered by the unleashed, unharnessed dog that sat next to Oliver when he stopped near the cash register. Are you buying gas? She asked. I'm looking for Nurian, he replied. She looked him up and down, or at least as far down as she could see from her side of the counter, and her eyes narrowed slightly. I'm Nurian. Who's asking? Oliver Holmes, he replied. I spoke to Charles. He said to tell you 73. Her head lifted as well as her eyebrows. He told you to tell me that. Oliver nodded. Charles with the bird? He has many birds, Oliver replied. Watson huffed his agreement. Nurian rose onto her tiptoes to look at the dog. Oh, hi, buddy. I forgot you were there. She opened a plastic container near the cash register and pulled out a circular piece of pressed jerky. Can he have it? She asked. Oliver nodded. Watson, whose nose had started to work overtime as soon as the lid to the container opened, rose onto his hind legs and put his paws on the counter. I don't think that's appropriate, Oliver told the dog. Watson ignored him and accepted the circle of meat the woman held out. Nurian laughed. He's fine. I have an Aussie at home and he loves this stuff. Watson chewed the treat with obvious enjoyment. See, he likes it, Nurian said. She reached over the counter and patted Watson on the head. He licked her hand before lowering back down to his haunches. Germs? Watson asked, guessing Oliver's thoughts. She deserved a lick. She gave me a treat. It would be rude not to lick. Oliver refrained from pointing out that if humans did the same thing as a thank you, they would all be dead in a week from the rampant sickness that would spread. So, 73, huh? Nurian said, bringing Oliver's attention back to the matter at hand. At his nod, she continued, I don't take you for the type, but if Charles sent you, it's not my place to argue. She drew a cell phone from her pocket and scrolled through the screens. Be at Barnaby's boxing tonight at 11. Park at least 5 blocks away and walk. No weapons, no phone. Got it? Tonight, Oliver said in a surprise. I get them when I get them, Nurian replied. There's no telling when the next one happens until they text me. Could be a week, could be a month. If you want to go, there's your info. Got it, Oliver replied. Thanks. He and Watson walked back to the door. Nurian whistled. One for the road? Watson caught the jerky out of the air. Oliver held the door open for him, then followed the dog out. He looked over his shoulder to see Nurian watching them with an unreadable expression as the door shut. Yum, the dog said on their way to the motorcycle. Nothing like a snack after dinner. Those things are full of nitrates and salt. And processed animal products, Watson replied. You forgot about that. They were delicious. He jumped into the sidecar. Maybe you're just jealous she didn't offer you any. You could have eaten one. I've seen you eat a fast food burger. That stuff's nearly as processed. Oliver knew by the dog's tone that he was trying to goad him into a reaction. His phone buzzed. He pulled it out of his pocket. The sight of Iris's name on the screen chased away the wariness he felt at the late hour. Plans tomorrow? Watson asked from the sidecar of the motorcycle. In the morning, Oliver replied. We're to have breakfast with Iris's cousin and his wife while they're in town. Breakfast sounds good, Watson put in helpfully. Food always sounds good to you. It's true. I'm a dog. Food is one of the great pleasures of my life. He licked his chops in anticipation of the meal to come. You should try enjoying your food more. Oliver swung his leg over the motorcycle. I like food. That's exactly what I mean, Watson told him. I've never met a dog who just likes food. Like is bland, banal, boring. You can like breathing, but do you love breathing? Is breathing the color red? That brought a chuckle from Oliver as he finished buckling the dog's helmet and turned to his own. You're really stuck on this color red thing. Food is red for me. What can I say? Oliver started the motorcycle with that thought in his head. While meeting new people wasn't his favorite thing, any chance to be with Iris was one he wouldn't turn down. With Watson's input swirling through his thoughts, he decided that any time with Iris was red, beautiful to the point of pain, and a heat he hoped never left his life. If he got to eat with her, then the food would certainly be red. Barnaby's boxing turned out to be an old boxing gym that had appeared to be closed for at least 20 years by the acclamation of graffiti and debris around the building. It looked vacant, but the orders to park at least 5 blocks away heralded the need for secrecy. It wasn't hard to ascertain that the few men and women he saw on the streets heading in that direction were involved. Oliver parked his motorcycle behind a dumpster where it wouldn't show from the street. He put his cell phone beneath the motorcycle seat and locked it before sliding his keys into his pocket. Watson jumped down and trotted beside him back up the alley and onto a road where the buildings on either side showed obvious signs of neglect. Gang signs had been tagged in layers until the color of brick beneath was difficult to determine. Torn bags of garbage, random pieces of furniture claimed by the city's vermin, and miscellaneous refuse, including the occasional syringe and discarded diaper, made up the atmosphere between where Oliver had parked and their destination. "Cheery," Watson noted. "Quite," Oliver replied. "About what I'd expect. All this to track down a pigeon. Let's hope it's worth it," Oliver said quietly. A skinny man in a dark blue shirt and acid-washed jeans reached the door of Barnaby's before Oliver and Watson. They waited far enough back to give them privacy, but Oliver saw the man wince when the big man at the door paused in his pat-down to pull out a cell phone from the man's pockets. "No cell phones," the man grunted in a gruff voice. The skinny man's voice was high-pitched when he replied, "Sorry, Roger, I forgot. Just this once?" Without warning, the bouncer slammed it into the cracked sidewalk at his feet, sending pieces flying. Anything that was left became pulverized by his thick-soled shoes. "No cell phones," he repeated in a deeper growl. The skinny man sniffed before heading inside. "Interesting," Watson noted. Oliver hoped the same policy didn't apply to dogs. He wouldn't want to be the person who tried to keep Watson from entering the boxing gym. Fortunately, the man merely nodded for Oliver to lift his arms. Oliver didn't flinch at the uncomfortable patting of his underarms, chest, hips, thighs, and a quick swipe from between his legs down. A grunt signaled he was good to go inside. "My dog's okay?" he asked just to be sure. "I like dogs," Roger replied. Oliver looked at Watson. "He likes dogs," he told the dog without a care for how it would look for him to talk to the animal. If the man liked dogs, he probably also talked to them. It seemed like a human trait to want to communicate with animals. It was something Oliver hadn't noticed until he actually could do so. "Good, he should," Watson replied before leading the way through the door the man opened for them. Oliver found the interior of the building to be far cleaner than he expected. There were still signs of abandonment with dust on the floors and a few walls that had been tagged in green and yellow, but the old boxing equipment had been pushed against the far wall, leaving the rest of the area clear between the floor and the ring. Thanks to good traffic at the late hour between Nickel and Barnaby's, Oliver had arrived promptly at 11 o'clock. He had expected it to be mostly empty at the beginning. Instead, the place was packed. The standing room was filled nearly shoulder to shoulder with men and women shouting and cheering for the two men circling in the ring. The realization that he had no idea what Hamlet looked like complicated things. Oliver had been under the impression that he could go to the rumble early enough to pick the man in charge out of the crowd. However, the only man who appeared to have any obvious control was the referee, who regarded the two fighters from a corner of the ring with his arms crossed and a dead stare as though daring them to break whatever rules applied. Nobody pulled the men apart when they grappled, or called off the fight when a punch from knuckles that were only wrapped and not protected in gloves sent blood and a tooth flying from the unlucky man's mouth. The crowd roared, and money could be seen exchanging hands. Oliver was grateful for his lack of a badge that would require stopping the illegal operation in the midst of the betting. He figured such an action would go over great with the crowd intent on bloodshed. "Any ideas?" Watson asked. "I don't suppose you could sniff him out," Oliver replied. "I don't have anything to go on besides blood, sweat, and the excitement, anticipation, and fear have combined to create a cacophony that could make anyone's nerves stand on end. I'm sure they're fighting harder because of it without even realizing it." Oliver refrained from commenting on the dog's creative use of the word cacophony, and instead focused on their problem. "All right, so I'll ask the ref when he's done with the fight. He's got to know who Hamlet is." The fight ended with the man who now had fewer teeth slamming an elbow into the other man's temporal lobe and knocking him out cold. Shouts rang out from the crowd, half in enthusiasm and half dismay. Everywhere Oliver looked, money exchanged hands along with cards, and in one instance, a set of keys that looked like they belonged to a vintage car by the cut. Oliver and Watson made their way through the crowd to the edge of the boxing ring. Two men in black t-shirts pulled the unconscious man from the mat. They then carried him to a bench in the corner where they deposited him without ceremony. Another man with medical gloves sprayed the blood marks on the mat and gave it a quick wipe down. Oliver was mildly impressed with the attempt at sanitization. "Sir." It took 2 more attempts for the referee to hear him above the noise in the room. The big man then made his way to the ropes and leaned against them so he towered over where Oliver stood below him. "Yeah? What's up?" the man asked. "I need to talk to Hamlet," Oliver said. The man's eyes tightened at the corners. "The only way to talk to Hamlet is to win." Oliver shook his head. "I'm not here to fight." "Why not?" He hadn't been prepared with an answer. Well, he thought quickly. "It's uncivilized?" The referee gave a chortle of laughter before he said, Gladiatorial fights have marked our civilization from the dawn of written history. The walls of Pompeii and Herculaneum were painted with the details. Displays of power, valor, and martial prowess were synonymous with successful ruling seats all the way through the first centuries. He paused, glanced over the crowd, and then said, "One might ask, is it uncivilized not to fight?" His eloquence and education struck Oliver. "So you're doing a service." The referee nodded. "Here, we provide a governed outlet for the inborn instinct to pit one's strength against another. It's safer than on the streets." He glanced at where the man cleaning the floor had finished by picking up the stray tooth and tossing it into the nearby garbage can along with his gloves and paper towels. "Barely." He grinned. "But tell me these men and women don't go back to their homes proud of what they've proven, better able to live the domestic lives they've chosen, and safer with an outlet for both their fury and frustrations." "They could do it in legal rings," Oliver pointed out. The referee shrugged. "Legal rings require training, coaching staffs, scoring based on point systems, and usually more money than a lot of these fighters can spare. Here, you can fight if you've got a will to do so. You should try it. It's an endorphin rush." Oliver stared at him. "Fight? Here? Tonight?" "What are you talking about?" Watson asked. "Here now," the referee replied. "I've got a candidate with no opponent for the next match. He's fairly new. Beat him, and I'll introduce you to Hamlet." "And if I say no?" "Say no," Watson said from his side. "This is ridiculous." The referee's jaw tightened. "Then I'll report you for the narc I think you might be. Cops don't fight here, and if you've come to shut down the place, then you'll have a hard time with so many anxious to see a good show and hopefully make a few bucks." "I'm not a cop," Oliver said. The referee's eyes held his. "Then prove it." Oliver should say no. He knew he should. He hadn't come to fight. He needed to find Hamlet. He looked down at Watson. "I have to fight to find Hamlet." "There's got to be another way," the dog replied with a growl of disapproval. "I'm sure there is," Oliver said, his thoughts racing. He looked back at the ref. "But I think I need this." Chapter 4. Watson. "Whatever happens, don't interfere. I don't know what they'd do if you bit someone trying to defend me." "I wouldn't bite them," Watson replied with a snort. At Oliver's look of disbelief, he said, "Humans taste horrible, and as you keep reminding me, they're covered in bacteria." "And diseases," Oliver said with a begrudging smile. Watson snorted in agreement. "Be careful." "I will," Oliver replied. Watson was certain he wasn't imagining the excitement in Oliver's voice. The man never got excited. Being level-headed was one of the things Oliver prided himself in. Watson didn't understand it. If a dog was excited about anything, a ball, a piece of cheese, a dog across the street, the mention of the word walk, he or she let it show without holding back. Enthusiasm was part of being a dog. If one didn't get excited about things, why even live? Yet Oliver's code was the opposite. Emotion was power. If he didn't show how he felt about things, he could keep those around him off balance. Watson understood the need in Oliver's job as a consulting detective, but the principle applied to the man's life. It seemed like a muted way to live. If Watson could bring a bit of pure enjoyment and happiness to Oliver's life, his job as both a dog and an emotional support animal would be fulfilled. Holding in emotions came with a certain type of risk. From what Watson had seen, emotions tended to explode at inopportune moments in a spillage that touched all those within range. Usually, Oliver's release was derived from their nightly runs. The man was a maniac when it came to the distance he would push himself. Watson enjoyed every moment, of course, but worried about the day Oliver would force himself too far. The look on Oliver's face and the scent of anticipation wafting from him felt more powerful than when Oliver pulled on his running shoes. The man bounced on the balls of his feet, testing the give of the mats. He glanced at Watson, and the thrill that showed in Oliver's eyes ran down Watson's spine to the base of his stub of a tail. Watson couldn't help the way his paws danced on the cement floor. Somehow, and for some reason, Oliver needed this. A man who smelled of cold cuts and baker's yeast ducked under the fraying ropes on the other side of the ring. If he had been a dog, he would have been a Rottweiler with similar jowls and squinting eyes that peered from side to side. He dwarfed Oliver, a fact that Watson's human appeared not to mind in the least. The opponent didn't bounce, he merely strode to the middle and waited with his fists clenched at his sides. The man in black and white stripes, the referee, Watson recalled from his reading, announced something, then stepped back. Before Oliver could get his feet set, his beefy opponent swung a fist. The sound of knuckles connecting with Oliver's eyebrow made everyone around Watson wince. Oliver staggered back with a gash across his brow from which blood started to stream. Spectators shouted and money changed hands. A glance at the faces around Watson showed frustration and defeat. It was easy to surmise they had bet on Oliver as the underdog and were certain they were about to lose. Watson saw something else. Blood had never bothered Oliver. Watson had seen him lie in a puddle of someone else's dried blood in order to solve a multiple murder case. Instead of fear or defeat, a fresh wave of peppery determination wafted from Oliver. He rose to the balls of his feet, lifted his hands, and advanced towards his attacker. The brawler's forehead creased in surprise, and he threw another punch, but even Watson, untrained fighter that he was, could see the man telegraph the punch by the way he turned his feet and lowered his left fist in order to focus his energy on the right. Watson expected Oliver to dodge, but not what he did next. Oliver dodged left as he swept his left arm out in front of him, sending the man's punch to the right and using his momentum to throw him off balance. Without slowing, Oliver landed a punch straight to the man's nose, drove the punch through so that the man's head was forced to turn with it to let it pass along his 6 o'clock shadowed-covered cheek, with enough friction that Watson heard the way it scraped Oliver's knuckles. Then he brought the same elbow back to connect with the big man's jaw. The crunch of the bones meeting sounded so sharply the humans around Watson winced. The huge human dropped to the mats in an ungainly, unmoving heap. Oliver nodded at the referee without any indication that he felt the blood running down the right side of his face. "I'd like to meet Hamlet now." The stunned silence of the crowd turned into an uproarious cheer. Patrons slapped each other on the backs as if they had been the one to win the fight. Money flitted around with zeal, and chants filled the air with words Watson couldn't recognize. The referee pulled a wad of Kleenex from his pocket and handed it over to Oliver while saying a few quiet words Watson wished he could understand. Oliver glanced at Watson. His eyebrows were up just enough that Watson could read the question in them. What was the man after? Oliver's eyes tightened minutely. Watson could see him calculating the appropriate response. The man opened and closed his right hand, no doubt feeling the effects of punching someone in the nose. Except Oliver didn't wince with the movement. He kept doing it, straightening his hand and then clenching it again as if the pain felt good. Watson's stomach tightened. Oliver nodded. The crowd cheered before the referee even announced what they had decided. "Bear with me, Watson," Oliver called out. "Just having a bit of fun." Laughter and more shouts came from the crowd around Watson. He stifled a sigh and sat near the corner of the boxing ring where he would have a good view of Oliver's idea of fun. He was worried and equally glad that Iris wasn't there. She may have been able to talk Oliver out of it, but if not, at least she wasn't there to witness the call of his baser instincts. A man who was taller than Oliver by a few inches, but who weighed far less, ducked into the ring. The opponent raised stringy arms that gave him an extra 4 inches of wingspan compared to Oliver. Whatever he said made the crowd applaud and start conversing in a rising murmur. The referee spoke to both opponents. He signaled the fight to begin. Oliver didn't make the same mistake twice. He kept his distance so that the man wouldn't land a lucky punch like the first one. They danced around each other, each taking testing jabs and switching stances until they had the audience shouting for them to connect. The blood from Oliver's split eyebrow must have been getting in his eye because as the shouts heightened, he ran his arm over his eye to clear it. Oliver's opponent immediately attacked at the show of distraction, throwing a punch at Oliver's right side while his arm was raised. Watson realized it had been a diversion tactic, because Oliver turned the punch away with a quick left upward sweep, then jabbed at his opponent's exposed ribs with enough force that Watson heard the crack. Oliver landed a second jab on the skinny man's kidney, followed by a sideways kick to the knee that sent the man to the floor. Before Watson could so much as blink, Oliver had wrapped his right arm around the man's neck and used his left to lock the elbow in place. The opponent's face began turning an alarming shade of purple. After it was clear Oliver wasn't about to let go, he tapped Oliver's arm with quick, desperate movements. Oliver released his hold and stepped back. The audience exchanged glances. It had happened so quickly, it appeared as though nobody knew how to react. A shout went up from the back of the room, followed by another, and then a storm of applause rang through the air. Oliver helped his opponent to his feet. "Thanks for that," Watson heard Oliver say to the man, who then stumbled on unstable feet towards the rope where a man and a woman waited to help him down. Oliver turned his attention to the referee. The man laughed and motioned for Oliver to follow him out of the ring. Watson trotted around the square and caught up to the pair as they walked toward the back of the room. "You're bleeding again," Watson told Oliver. "Oh, right," Oliver replied. He pulled the used wad of Kleenex the referee had given him earlier from his pocket and dabbed at the gash. Watson hadn't seen another punch land, so it must have been the exertion that had reopened it. Either way, he didn't like seeing his human bleed, and had half a mind to go bite that first man just to make sure he had learned his lesson. The memory of his conversation with Oliver about promising not to bite surfaced in time to keep him walking at Oliver's side. The referee paused next to a short, stocky man with a wild shock of thick black hair. He leaned down and said something in the man's ear, then nodded at Oliver before walking away. "I'm looking for a pigeon, and I'm told you're the man to ask," Oliver said without preamble. The man laughed in reply. Whatever he said made Oliver straighten his spine. Yes, I fought so I could speak to you about a pigeon. Another laugh lifted the fur on the back of Watson's neck. Oliver's gaze tightened. It was a minuscule emotion that most humans might have missed, but Watson bared his teeth in a silent snarl, ready to act should Oliver give the word. Hamlet held out a hand in a calming gesture. The laughter had left his voice when he spoke again. Watson tipped his head to catch the man's words. He could almost make out the syllables. There was no animosity in the man's tone. Watson slowly covered his teeth as the tension in Oliver's shoulders relaxed. White and red, Oliver replied. Charles Vaugh called it a frillback. Hamlet's eyebrows rose and he nodded. He pulled out a cell phone, turned it so Oliver could type something in, then accepted it back with another nod. He typed something as well. Watson heard Oliver's cell phone buzz in his pocket. Hamlet held out a hand in what looked like an amiable handshake and gestured toward the fighting ring with his other hand. Oliver smiled, surprising Watson. He nodded as well as he shook Hamlet's hand. Another surprise. Oliver usually avoided touching anyone he could. Watson had a sneaking suspicion his human had just been invited back for another fight night. He couldn't decide how he felt about that. Meanwhile, the referee was busy announcing another set of fights. He had just called out names when a shout rang out and the door at the front of the old boxing gym flew open. Men and women in police uniforms rushed in. The referee ducked out of the ring and rushed to Hamlet's side, along with another man and woman who had been involved in running the bets. The woman opened a door behind Hamlet. They shepherded him through, then pulled it shut behind them before Oliver could reach it. When he pressed the handle, it refused to budge. Watson looked up and met Oliver's wide-eyed gaze. "What do we do?" Watson asked. Oliver's voice contained a hint of amazement when he replied, "I think we're about to get arrested." "We could run," Watson suggested. "I think that would be worse," Oliver replied. He shook his head. "We'll just be calm and let the police sort it out at the station." "You sound suspiciously like you're looking forward to it," Watson told the man. Oliver shrugged. "I've never been arrested before. Iris says I should keep an open mind about new experiences." Watson snorted. "I'm pretty sure she meant trying sushi, not getting arrested for illegal street fighting." Watson recognized the officer who approached them. Officer Sweeten had been involved in a few of their investigations. He liked her. She always took time to scratch the place behind his ears that he loved so much. By the wry look on her face, he guessed they weren't who she had expected to find amid the crowd that was slowly being gathered up by the NYPD. Officer Sweeten spoke quietly to Oliver. "You need to arrest us," Oliver replied. "Otherwise it'll look suspicious." She pointed to the still bleeding gash on his head and said something Watson felt like he was on the verge of understanding. Oliver didn't reply to whatever it was, leaving Sweeten's question hanging in the air. Officer Sweeten sighed and motioned for him to turn around. Oliver's muscles tightened as the cuffs were secured around his wrists, but he didn't protest. Watson wondered if they had any type of handcuffs for dogs, or paw cuffs, but at Oliver's tip of the head he merely fell in behind them. Officer Sweeten led the way through the front door, past a row of unmarked vans and several police SUVs, to a police car near the end of the row. She opened the rear passenger door and motioned for Oliver and Watson to climb inside. Watson watched her carefully guard Oliver's head as he ducked and put her hand on his shoulder to help ease him inside. He doubted she did that for the hardened criminals and wondered if Oliver noticed. It didn't feel like the appropriate time to point out the officer's obvious infatuation. Instead, Watson jumped up onto the seat next to Oliver and waited for the door to close. "Enjoying yourself?" he asked Oliver. "Immensely," Oliver replied. "You'll be thrown in a cage. I've been in cages before. It's not all it's cracked up to be," Watson reminded him. Officer Sweeten slid into the driver's seat, cutting off whatever Oliver would have said in reply. She didn't speak as she drove them from the scene of the fight. Street lamps had turned off as early morning sunlight peeked through the reaching skyscrapers. The different traffic pattern reminded Watson that they had made it to Saturday. At least Oliver didn't have to be at school to clean. He wondered whether the mice had kept their word and stayed out of the junior high. It certainly would have been easier if Watson could have spoken to the animals himself. He had learned how to read. Maybe he could learn how to speak mouse. Watson's head bobbed back up. He realized he had just fallen asleep sitting there. "It's been a long day," Oliver said with a knowing look at him. A closer glance showed dark circles under Oliver's eyes. There was a wary tone to his words that let Watson know Oliver felt just as tired as he did, if not more so, given the 2 fights he had just endured. But he hadn't just endured them. He had enjoyed them. It was a thought Watson didn't know how to accept. He hadn't enjoyed seeing the men in the ring taking punches at his human. In fact, he had wanted to tear them apart limb from limb. They had no idea how lucky they were that Oliver had forbidden him from entering the ring. There was no way the first opponent would have landed that cheap blow to start if Watson had been next to him and able to fight back. "And night," Oliver continued as a yawn caught him. Officer Sweeten pulled into an alley that was still shrouded in shadows. "Why are we stopping?" Oliver asked. "This isn't standard protocol." Officer Sweeten met his gaze in the rearview mirror and said something that sounded far warmer than she had at the boxing gym. "Are you sure?" Oliver replied. "You could get in serious trouble." She said something short that ended with a smile. That smile lingered when she climbed from the car and opened the rear driver's side door. Oliver climbed out, then turned so that she could remove his handcuffs. Watson jumped down in time to see her giving him a lingering pat on the shoulder before she turned. She ruffled the fur on top of Watson's head. "Take care of him," she said. She turned away, leaving Watson to stare after her in shock. She climbed into the car, backed it up the alley, then drove out of sight. "Let's go," Oliver said. "I don't want to give her a chance to change her mind." "I understood her." Watson stared at the place where the car had vanished around the corner. He had heard Officer Sweeten's voice again and saw the words in his head. Take care of him. It had been as plain as day, sounds that spelled themselves in his head as if he was reading them in a book. "You understood what she said?" Oliver replied, his shock clear. "Yes, it was like I was reading them. I don't know, but it made sense," Watson told him. "The sounds she made turned into letters, which then spelled words." "Like the act of reading, but aloud," Oliver said in a musing tone. "Yes, but why?" Oliver looked in the same direction Watson did. "Maybe you just needed time for it to click the way it did with reading. Eventually, the letter sounds make syllables, then they turn into words and then sentences." He looked at Watson. "I have no idea why I woke up able to talk to animals that day back with waffles on my bed, but it almost felt like I should have been able to all along." Watson understood the sentiment completely. "It's like the ability was locked behind a door and then it suddenly opened. That's how it felt when you spoke to me at Iris's clinic the first time. I was surprised I could understand you, but more than that, I felt relieved as if my brain had been waiting for that moment my entire life and it had finally arrived." "I heard somewhere that reading is like opening a doorway and stepping into the realm of endless possibilities," Oliver replied. "Maybe reading the words has unlocked your brain's ability to interpret the sounds into their appropriate syllables. You just needed the key." A jaw-cracking yawn escaped Watson, and then his teeth clicked together. "Whatever happens, I'm about to take a nap right here if we don't find some place to sleep." Oliver walked to the end of the alley and checked the street signs. "Iris's apartment is closer than ours. I don't think she'd mind if we crashed for a bit. Come on." By the time they made it to Iris's building, both of their feet were dragging. Oliver pushed the call button, then leaned against the side of the building and waited. Watson joined him with a shoulder against the bricks and the feeling that it was the only thing holding him up. "Yes?" came Iris's tired, questioning voice a minute later. Watson saw the word in his head as though it had been typed out. It made perfect sense. Why had he missed it for so long? His attempt to puzzle through the answer made no impact. The day and night had been far too long to support any type of problem-solving. "Sorry," Oliver replied. "I forgot how late it is." "Oliver, are you on a run?" Iris sounded more alert, and her tone was mixed with worry. "Is everything all right? Hold on, I'll be right down." "You don't have to come down," Oliver began, but it was clear by the lack of answer on the other end that Iris had already left. "I'm so glad she has an elevator." A chuckle escaped Oliver. 8 floors would be a lot to walk up right now. He eyed Watson. "I could carry you." "I could bite you," Watson said without any heat in the words. "I have diseases and bacteria, remember?" Oliver replied. "You probably catch something." Watson huffed his own laugh. "You use enough sanitizer and soap that I'm not worried about it." The sight of Iris's form silhouetted against the glass door made both Oliver and Watson rise from their leaning positions. "You could have called," Iris said as she pushed the door open. "You know I always answer." Her hand flew to her mouth. "Oliver! What happened?" The near-panicked look Oliver threw him let Watson know his human had completely forgotten about the fact that his face was still streaked with mostly dried blood. To be fair, Watson had forgotten as well, as it had become increasingly tiresome to look up that far while they were walking. "Oliver?" Iris said. She gave him a closer look. "Were you mugged? Is that why you didn't call?" It was a sign of how tired he was that Oliver actually laughed. That didn't appear to be the right response, because Iris's mouth pressed into a tight line and she motioned toward the door. "Come on, upstairs. You both look like you're about to fall over." They entered the elevator and Watson sat against the wall. Oliver leaned against the back and closed his eyes. Watson watched Iris's attention shift from Oliver to him as though she didn't know what to say. She waited until the elevator beeped for the 8th floor and led the way to apartment H4. "You should always lock the door," Oliver pointed out in quietly slurred words as he made his way past where she stood in the doorway to let them by. "You should talk," Iris replied. "You always leave your place unlocked." "Because Watson needs to get in," Oliver said. "If I lock it, he can't open it, which would negate the new flat handle I installed." He collapsed on the closest furniture, which happened to be the armchair Watson had been looking forward to with every step from the boxing gym. He was about to curl up on the rug, but was stopped by Iris's frustrated tone. No, you don't, she scolded Oliver. You can't just waltz in here looking like that and go sleep in the chair. Why not? Watson couldn't help the humor that grew in his chest at the sheer frustration filling Iris's face. He didn't have to understand her to know exactly what she wanted to say to Oliver. At least now Watson could follow both sides of the conversation. Oliver? Oliver replied without opening his eyes. His head was tipped against the back of the chair and his hands rested on the armrests. Watson followed Iris's gaze to the bruises that marked Oliver's knuckles. In one place, the knuckle of his first finger had split and was bleeding enough to make a mess if it didn't get treated. Watson guessed it had happened when he punched his first opponent in the nose. Iris clicked her tongue behind her teeth in a way that reminded Watson of her mother, then left down the hall. Watson settled onto his stomach on the rug and rested his head on his paws. He relished the fact that he could understand Iris. The tones of her voice had always been nice and warm. Even when she was scolding Oliver, there was no bite to it, as if she couldn't hide how much she cared about him. Now, hearing the actual words she said made it even better. There was a whispered want in the back of his mind to hear every word aloud he had ever read. When he had heard a word and saw the way it was spelled in his head, it felt complete, like two halves of a whole put back together. Just like how Oliver could understand animals, Watson had no idea why he had been able to learn to read, or now to interpret what human voices said, but he wasn't going to second-guess such a wonderful development in his life. Iris returned with a box of medical supplies, which she set on the end table next to the easy chair. She pulled on a pair of plastic gloves, then took out several swabs. The smell of rubbing alcohol stung Watson's nose when she opened 2 packets and began to dab Oliver's face. "Were you jumped, Ollie?" she asked again, quieter this time. "Do I need to call the police so we can get a report started?" Oliver was quiet enough Watson could only tell by the sound of his breathing that he wasn't asleep. Finally, he sucked in a deeper breath and said, "No, this was voluntary." Iris pulled her hand away. "What does that mean?" Oliver opened his eyes and looked up at her. "It means I knew what I was getting into." "Did you do it for money?" There was a tone to her voice that let Watson know just how she felt about that. Oliver's lips pursed together in a way that Watson recognized as holding in a smile before he said, "No, it was for the case." Iris's eyes widened. "The pigeon case? Why on earth would you need to fight for the pigeon case?" Oliver closed his eyes again, and his fingers began to tap out a rhythm on the arm of the overstuffed chair. "I can't tell you." Iris let out an exasperated sound as she began dabbing again. "I don't like it. The secrets are maddening. You should be able to tell me anything." Oliver's fingers stilled. "Except that it put you in danger last time." Iris slowed her ministrations. She glanced Watson's way. "I wasn't the only one in danger." At Oliver's silence, she began to work again, wiping the last of the blood from his cheek. "I don't like the thought of you being in the middle of something where you're getting hurt and I can't be there to stop it." This time, Oliver opened his eyes and smiled at her. The expression seemed to startle her enough that she paused in what she was doing. "It didn't need stopping. I was in control. For the first time in my life, I felt like I had an outlet for this pent-up feeling I'm always carrying around." "So fighting was good?" she asked in a doubtful tone. Watson watched him closely, trying to understand. He had seen the expression in Oliver's eyes that was as close to sheer enjoyment as he had ever seen. It didn't make sense to him, but he didn't like the thought of something being between them that he didn't understand. He figured he and Iris matched in that sentiment. Oliver switched his focus to Watson. "You know how you like to chase cats?" "Yes," Watson replied levelly, not sure where he was going with the question. "You really don't want to catch one, but it feels good to chase them, right?" Watson gave a soft snort at the thought of catching one. "Yes, it feels primal, like I'm obeying my instincts." "Exactly," Oliver said with an enthusiasm in his voice he rarely allowed to surface. "Exactly what?" Iris asked. She indicated Watson with her elbow. "Remember, we can't understand each other." "Actually, it seems like Watson can now understand what people say. I think it has to do with learning to read." Iris looked between them. "First of all, he can read?" She gave Watson her full attention. "And you can understand what I'm saying?" He huffed in answer. To his complete amazement, Iris laughed out loud in a sound so joyful he wanted to hear it 1,000 times, especially if he was the source of it. "That's wonderful and amazing and incredible!" she exclaimed. "How? Why?" "What, when, who, and where," Oliver finished helpfully, otherwise known as the 5W1H strategy, or the 6 fundamental questions for understanding a situation often used by reporters and investigators. He shook his head. "But honestly, I don't know the answer. I'm just glad it happened." He looked at Watson. "It'll make being the in-between that much easier now." "That's wonderful," Iris said. "It really is." She turned her attention back to Oliver's gash and her forehead furrowed. "Oliver, this is going to need stitches." "You know how I feel about stitches," he replied. Watson huffed a laugh and closed his eyes. The rug felt like the softest moss beneath his paws, and he was warm, dry, and his person was safe. He could finally sleep in peace. "Ouch," Oliver said. "I have to finish washing it before I can stitch it. Hold still." Though Oliver made a disgruntled sound, Watson heard the truth within it. Iris was his safe space. Anyone else touching Oliver would have made him prickly and on edge, but under Iris's ministrations, a small sigh escaped the man Watson doubted even Iris heard. She was his person, his mate, and the only one Watson had ever seen that could take away the tension that always ran beneath the man's skin. The contentment that washed through Watson increased at the sounds of Iris putting the medical equipment away, followed by the small brushes and murmurs that came from two people getting ready for bed. It felt complete to hear them settle beneath the blankets in the bedroom. The hushed sounds of serenity and whispers that ensued let Watson know that all was right in the world. His people were happy, he was safe, and he could sleep with the knowledge that everything was as it should be. To Watson, there was no better feeling. Chapter 5. Oliver. The murmur of voices woke Oliver from a sleep so deep he couldn't remember where he was or why his head hurt. A hand to his brow and the touch of a bandage beneath his fingertips brought back the memory of the missing pigeon, the fight, and Iris putting in tiny stitches in the hope that he wouldn't scar. As if another scar would matter. Oliver pushed up from the bed and winced at the pressure to his bruised knuckles. He massaged them as he made his way to the bathroom. A glance in the mirror revealed more bruises peeking out beneath the bandage Iris had wrapped around his forehead in an attempt to keep the stitched gash from bleeding while he slept. Oliver vaguely remembered Iris helping him out of his shirt so that she could wash the blood from it. The various healed knife wounds, burn marks from where his father had put out his cigars and cigarettes, and the scar from the bullet that had hit his right shoulder instead of his heart made his bared chest a patchwork of ridges and planes. His back was no better with the added scar of the bottle Iris's ex-boyfriend had sliced him with. Some people chose tattoos. It seemed, instead, scars chose him. Oliver unwrapped a bandage from his forehead so he looked less like a vagabond brawler. The 6 small stitches Iris had carefully crafted held the gash running through his right eyebrow together just fine. Bruising colored the skin around it green and purple, as well as surrounded his eye in the lovely hue of colors as well, but at least it wasn't swollen. He unwrapped his bruised knuckles and couldn't say the same about the swelling in them. He flexed his fingers with gritted teeth. At least nothing felt broken. It would take a few days for the ache to leave them, but he would survive. Oliver grabbed a clean t-shirt from the drawer Iris had insisted he used. At the time, he had argued about the need for it, but the sound of the strangers in the living room made him grateful he didn't have to wear Iris's robe to fish his shirt out of the dryer. The door was nudged open by a black, white, and tan nose. Brown eyes met his. "Finally," Watson said. "I thought you were going to sleep all morning. Iris told me not to wake you, though. I think she's afraid you have a concussion." That would certainly make sense given the grogginess of Oliver's thoughts and the persistent headache, but he didn't like knowing he had worried her. "I'm fine," he replied, hiding any sign of discomfort as he pulled the bedroom door shut behind them and headed down the hall. "It'll heal." "Heal or kill," Watson replied. "The nature of all wounds." Oliver gave an appreciative grunt. "That's clever." "I thought so," the dog told him. "Anyway, the cousin and her husband are here." Oliver paused in the hallway. "Shoot. I forgot we were supposed to have breakfast with them." "Iris said it's okay. She knows you get busy and other things become a priority to you." "You're really enjoying being able to understand her, aren't you?" Watson's gaze was serious when he replied. "I am. I feel like now she talks to me as if it matters. It's different, like she knows I'm listening." "And I'm not?" Oliver couldn't help the frustration that touched his tone. "You forgot about breakfast." He couldn't argue against that, and it bothered him. "Maybe I'm not taking our relationship seriously enough," he mused aloud. "She deserves better. So give her better." An exasperated sound escaped Oliver. "It's not that easy." "Why not?" He wanted to glare at the dog, but his mother's voice in the back of his mind reminded him that the animal was only trying to help. Oliver's gaze landed on a picture of him and Iris in Central Park. They had been eating ice cream on a bench when Iris accosted an innocent passerby to take the photo. Oliver had been entirely against the idea, but Iris said that she had already asked and it would be rude to back down, especially since they were already waiting for the couple to smile. In the photograph, both Iris and Watson appeared overjoyed to be sitting there eating the low-quality soft serve and stale waffle cones. Oliver's face showed neither merriment nor the dismay he felt at the way they were putting the stranger out, but it was obvious in one glance that he wasn't on the same level as Iris. When he asked her why she had put the photo on the wall, she had simply replied, "It was a good day." Oliver's voice was quiet when he said to the dog, "I don't know how. I feel like I'm always one step away from messing it all up." Watson's voice was soft when he replied, "You're not. I can tell. She doesn't look at anyone else the way she looks at you." He paused, then said, "Except maybe me." That brought a small chuckle from Oliver. A woman Oliver had never met before rounded the corner from the kitchen. "Well, hello," she said with a smile. "Iris wasn't sure if you'd be up for breakfast, but it's good to meet you. I'm Ashlyn." Oliver tipped his head at her Irish lilt. "A vision poem?" Her smile grew. "You know Gaelic?" "I took a class in onomatology in college," he replied. "Do you spell it with an SH for easy pronunciation?" "Unfortunately, my parents didn't plan on me leaving Ireland and being surrounded by Americans for whom my name will always be difficult." "At least it's unique here," Oliver offered. "As are you," she replied. "Given your reputation, I wasn't sure what to expect." Her gaze lingered on the bruises on his face as she nodded. "I'm glad we've met." She lifted her hands as she scooted past him towards the bathroom. "I would shake, but I just finished chopping onions and I don't want to spread tears." She winked. "It's meant to be a happy meeting, not a sad one." Oliver wasn't sure what to say to that. He was supposed to make a good impression on Iris's cousin and wife. He was pretty sure he hadn't done enough. The first thing that came to his mind left his lips. "It's the syn-propanethyl S-oxide in the onion, which is released when you cut it. The gas is an irritant meant to dissuade animals from eating the bulbs. It turns into sulfuric acid when it reaches the water layer in your eye, which then triggers your tear glands to produce tears so that they can dilute and wash away the culprit." Her eyebrows rose from where she had paused by the open bathroom door, and she said, "I didn't know that. It's very interesting." She ducked into the bathroom, and the sound of water rushing into the sink followed. "You do have an interesting way of making friends," Watson commented as they continued up the hall. "I know," Oliver replied. He looked down at the dog. "Was it too much?" "Was what too much?" a man sitting at the counter on the other side of Iris's kitchen bar asked. "Are you asking your dog?" Oliver froze. He wasn't sure what to say. Iris laughed from the kitchen and shot Oliver a look that made the corner of her eyes crinkle. The expression sent nerve tendrils tingling from Oliver's spine to his fingertips and toes. "According to Ashlyn, you talk to your fish, Mitch," Iris said with her warm gaze still on Oliver. "There are no secrets," the man replied with a chuckle. He rose and stuck out his hand. "Hi, Oliver. I'm Mitchell, Iris's prodigal cousin." He immediately lowered his hand before Oliver could bring himself to take it. "Sorry. Habit. Iris said you weren't a handshaker." Mitchell settled onto the couch without appearing as though the lack of a handshake bothered him. As relieved as he felt not to have to shake the man's hand, Oliver didn't like the thought of being spoken of without him there. "What else did she say?" he asked as he distractedly watched the way Iris flipped the hash browns she was cooking. Both of her current cats that she was fostering while she found the perfect home for them sat in their usual places while she worked. Whenever Iris walked past, Chesterfield, the striped gray tabby who was missing an ear, batted at her pant leg to ensure she knew he was there in case she wanted to share any food with him instead of the dog. Iris tucked a tendril of her dark blonde hair behind her ear before glancing at Oliver out of the corner of her eye. Was she flirting? She batted her eyelashes, adding fuel to Oliver's suspicions. She knew how clueless he was about flirting and enjoyed teasing him. He didn't mind in the least. "You're smarter than us all," Mitch said, oblivious to Oliver's lack of attention. "You've majored in nearly everything, and you apparently saved the life of a pop star, which ended with both of you on stage while she sang that song. I saw the video. It was beautiful." "What was?" Ashlyn asked on her way back to the room. "When they were on the stage. What song was that?" "Oh, with Marisol," Ashlyn replied as she settled onto the couch next to Mitchell. "Remember?" Her voice settled into a soft song. "If love had a name, I would give it yours." Iris and Oliver exchanged a look that made his heart tighten and then release with several extra thumps. Ashlyn pulled her feet up behind her. "I love that song. It's so romantic." A sigh escaped her and she turned her attention to Iris. "I can't believe it's yours." "It's not ours," Iris corrected. "She may have sang it to us, but it's not about us." "Oh, but it is," Ashlyn replied. "Don't you follow her socials? She made a video about it." She nudged Mitchell with her elbow. "Find it so we can show them." Oliver had no idea what the woman was talking about. Instead of staying in the uncomfortable situation, he crossed into the kitchen to see if he could help. He might not be best with social cues, but he could cook a mean omelet if needed. Watson followed behind, no doubt intent on the tidbits Iris seemed to constantly drop, though Oliver had a sneaking suspicion none of the morsels found Watson's mouth by accident. "Need these chopped?" he asked, quietly indicating several mushrooms and tomatoes that held the shine of being recently washed. "Please," she replied, motioning towards the wooden cutting board that was drying in the rack by the sink. "Oh, good," Tapioca, the long-haired white cat, purred. "You're in the kitchen. Now you can get us some food." "You've already eaten," Oliver said under his breath so that Ashlyn wouldn't overhear. "Iris wouldn't let you starve." Lies, Chesterfield put in. We're practically perishing. Oliver barely avoided snorting at the extra rolls that puddled around the cat when he settled into the corner by the fridge where he could oversee the happenings in the kitchen with greater command. Ignoring the furry pair, Oliver selected his favorite knife from the drawer. It was weighted well and it had just the right bite to slice into the skin without bruising or crushing fruits and vegetables. He divided up the mushrooms into thin, symmetrical sections as the couple on the couch hurried up to the counter. Ashlyn pushed play on the video and turned her phone so that they could see the screen. Marisol sat on a couch on a well-lit stage. A man was seated to her left with a cushion between them, and a woman sat on a chair to her right. All three held mugs with a sunburst on them Oliver guessed matched the logo of the show on which they appeared. "Get to the good part," Ashlyn told Mitchell. He jumped the video forward 30 seconds, and then again. "Congratulations on your #1 hit," the hostess said. "Her hero seems to be playing in every store and restaurant I go to lately." Marisol grinned and replied, "They just have good taste." The studio audience laughed while the hostess nodded. "I have to agree." She sat back in her seat and crossed one knee over the other. "Marisol, tell us about the moment that inspired you to write the song." The woman looked at the camera and then back at the singer. "We were all following the terrifying ordeal that you had to go through, but you said there was one light that kept you going through it all." Marisol took a deep breath and nodded. "Thank you, Donna. Yes, it was terrifying. Honestly, I didn't know if I would make it out of there alive." The man on the other side of the couch shook his head. "I don't know if I'd be up to talking about it the way you have. You've been a beacon of hope for so many whose children have been kidnapped, trafficked, or worse." He glanced at the card he held. "In fact, your donation of the proceeds from her hero have made it possible to build 4 new shelters and provided the means to track down and end 3 different trafficking rings." Applause started. The man concluded, "I know there are several parents we've invited into the audience today who would want to thank you because their child was returned home safely thanks to your efforts and generosity." The applause rose higher. Shouts of calls and gratitude rang out. The man stood on his feet and applauded Marisol as well. Both Marisol and the hostess dabbed at their eyes. Oliver finished the mushrooms, scooted the small pieces to the side, and began on the tomatoes. "Thank you for that," the hostess told Marisol. "You are creating ripples that will have an impact on generations to come. And speaking of impact, tell us about the moment during your ordeal that inspired the song currently affecting the entire world in such a positive way." Marisol turned toward the audience. Oliver remembered the bruises and dirt that had covered her face the first time he saw her. The gauntness had been replaced by glowing health, and her split lip and swollen eye were gone. Instead, the brightness of her eyes and the gems that had been placed artfully through her long, curly black hair shone in the lights of the studio. "When I was kidnapped, I thought they were either going to kill me or ransom me. I'm not going to lie. They were brutal." Marisol shook her head. "The last day, I overheard them talking about where to dispose of my body." Whispers of dismay ran through the crowd. "That's horrible," the man said. The hostess nodded. "You had to have been so scared." "I was terrified," Marisol replied. "They tied me to a chair in a dark, dirty warehouse, and these 2 men stood there joking about all the things they were going to do to me." Oliver reached for the last tomato and put it on the cutting board. "I can't imagine that," Ashlyn said with a shake of her head. "And then what happened?" the hostess prompted. Marisol looked upward as if she saw the events unfold as she described them. "It went completely dark. I found out later it was because Iris and Oliver had shut off the lights to give themselves a chance against terrible odds. These men were lit by only their cell phones, like some scene out of a horror movie, made worse because they said they had to kill me since I had seen their faces and could ID them." A shudder ran over her. The hostess reached across the space between them and linked fingers with Marisol. "Thank you," she said. "Even though time has passed, sometimes it feels like it all happened yesterday." "We are so proud of how brave you are," the hostess said. "You're an example to us all." Marisol shook her head. "I was so scared, but I survived." A cheer ran through the crowd. "You can't leave us hanging," the man said. "We're tied to that chair with you, scared of these terrifying men. How did you get out of there?" He scooted to the edge of the couch as if he was truly on the edge of his seat. Echoes of his question ran through the crowd. Marisol kept her fingers linked in the woman's as she continued. "Before they could carry out their plan, a light flew through the door. I realized later it was Oliver's cell phone that he had chucked in to distract any of my captors. They turned to see what the light was, and he came in swinging. His punches found their mark. It was a hard fight." She swallowed. "I think he got hit a few times, but he didn't stop until they were both unmoving on the ground." Oliver felt the gazes of the 3 people in the room on him. He kept his attention on the tomato, slicing it into smaller and smaller pieces. He gently untied me, then led me to the door. I could feel his hands shaking, and he was definitely hurt, but he acted so strong for me. I asked if we could make a run for it, but he said the thing that stayed with me. He said, "I can't leave her. She's my everything." A collective sigh went through the crowd. Marisol nodded as if she agreed completely. It was the most romantic thing I had ever heard in my life because it was real. In therapy later, my counselor said that things spoken in the height of danger are completely honest because the person saying them no longer has anything to lose. At that point, the only thing Oliver was afraid to lose was Iris. The man next to Marisol shook his head. "That's why you called it her hero. I get it now. It's Iris talking to Oliver." Marisol smiled at the man. "Actually, it's what they would say to each other. They were both so tough. I just felt like a relationship like theirs does more than just survive a hard situation like that. It gets stronger. I hope one day I find my person to get through things like that with." She gave a little laugh. "Well, not exactly like that. I'm done with intense situations." "You just played a concert for a crowd of over 2 million people at Copacabana Beach. That seems a little intense," the hostess pointed out. Marisol laughed out loud, bringing matching smiles from the hostess and the man next to her. "Compared to being kidnapped, it was like a walk in the park." Mitchell paused the video. "Wow," Ashlyn said. "Just wow. I can't believe she was talking about you two." Oliver saw it all again. The fire, the dark hallway, the man pointing a gun at Iris and Marisol. He had to protect them, but he was unarmed. The man was a loose cannon ready to destroy everything Oliver cared about. The shadows of the hallway stretched, covering everything in darkness except the gun that pointed in their direction. Oliver stepped toward it. "Oliver?" He blinked at the sound of Iris's voice. How many times had she said his name? He realized Watson was pressed against his leg, offering support. A glance at the tomatoes showed them to be chopped so fine there was barely any substance left. "Breathe," Watson told him. Oliver let out a shuddering breath. "I hope you like the tomato pieces microscopic," he forced out through a tight throat. He set down the knife he had been holding so tight his fingers ached and picked up the cutting board. "They're perfect," Iris replied as she accepted them with a smile she reserved only for him. Their fingers brushed past each other, something Oliver suspected she had done on purpose. While he avoided the touch of most people's skin because it sent unpleasant shudders through his nerve endings, Iris's did the opposite. Feelings of calm and security eased the tension in his chest and loosened his shoulders. Oliver forced a little laugh because he had read that it was a way to calm the stress in a social situation, stress he had definitely caused by his reaction, and he went with the closest change of topic he could think of. "Did you know that there's a festival in Spain dedicated to tomatoes?" he asked as he washed his hands in the sink. "To tomatoes?" Ashlyn replied. "I had no idea." "It originated in the 1940s and is considered the world's largest food fight," Oliver continued. "It's called La Tomatina and can last for days." Ashlyn grinned at Mitchell. "We should go to it. I love tomatoes." "And it'd be a healthy food fight, given that tomatoes are a rich source of lycopene, which can improve heart health and prevent cancer," Oliver said, using up the last of his knowledge of the fruit. He paused, hoping the situation didn't call for more tomato facts, because he was entirely tapped out. Mitchell nodded, saving him. "Then I see no reason why we shouldn't all go." He looked at Oliver. "I figure if you can take down a ring of armed kidnappers, then you'd be handy to have during a food fight." Given the varying sizes of tomatoes, it would be hard to consider oneself an expert in tomato-related combat, Oliver replied. "He's kidding," Watson said. Oliver looked at the dog, then back at Mitchell. "Of course, that's all conjecture. I'm sure nobody there is a tomato projectile expert." He forced a smile. "It sounds fun." "It really does," Mitchell agreed, leaning his elbows on the counter. "I used to be an instigator of food fights at my high school. I'm sure the lunch staff were thrilled when I finally graduated." "Why are you talking about tomatoes?" one of the cats asked as it wound itself around Oliver's legs. "Tomatoes are so boring. Bring up anchovies. Now that's a suitable pizza topping." Oliver ignored the cat's comment. "Breakfast is ready," Iris informed them. She and Ashlyn set the table while Oliver and Mitchell carried the food over. Oliver took his usual seat and was relieved when Iris took hers before the other two sat. It felt right to have her at his side. She liked to give him any of the extra crispy bacon that wasn't her favorite. Either that or she snuck it to Watson, who wasn't quiet about how much he enjoyed it, despite Oliver's concerns about the sodium level in the tidbits. "So, tell us how you met," Ashlyn said as she used her fork to section off a piece of egg before she speared it. "This ought to be good," Watson said from under the table. "Keep it simple." Iris had been mid-bite when Ashlyn asked, which left Oliver to answer. He drummed his fingers on the table and said, "I had a guinea pig with a stomachache." "I used to have guinea pigs," Mitchell replied. They do have finicky digestive systems. Iris actually diagnosed one for me while she was still in veterinary school. Her conclusions and recommended care saved Betsy's life. After that, I realized they need a much more attentive owner and found the pair a new home where the woman even grew her own lettuce. I didn't know that, Ashlyn said. She shook her head and said to Iris, "You think that after living together for 2 years we'd know everything about each other." "Has it been that long?" Iris exclaimed. Mitchell nodded. "But we barely made it. It was touch and go there at the beginning." "Oh, we were fine," Ashlyn replied. Foreboding surfaced in Oliver's chest. "Why was it touch and go?" "It was my stuff," Mitchell said. "She didn't like my stuff everywhere." Ashlyn laughed. "I just didn't expect the full takeover of mannishness when you moved in. Your socks were everywhere. I even found one in the sink." She smiled at him. "Remember the time you left the toilet seat up and I wasn't used to that and I fell into the toilet and got stuck?" His chuckles filled the air. "You screamed like you were being murdered." "You came running in with a baseball bat in one hand and my lamp in the other," she replied, laughing so hard tears glimmered in her eyes. Iris began to laugh with her. "It was the middle of the night," Mitchell told Oliver and Iris. "I thought she was being attacked, so I came prepared." Oliver forced a chuckle. "My knight in camouflage boxers," Ashlyn replied, setting her hand on his arm. "It was quite romantic after I stopped being mad about the toilet." Mitchell turned to Oliver. "You'll have to give me some pointers on what to do if a murderer really does break into our apartment." He gestured towards Oliver's bruised face. "You look like you know how to handle yourself." "I made a stupid mistake," Oliver replied. "Otherwise, the other guy would have been the only one bleeding." Silence filled the room. Mitchell broke it with a belly laugh. "Now that is the sort of thing I expect to hear from the official investigator of the NYPD. Super cool." Oliver's cheeks burned. He was pretty sure he was being made fun of, but he couldn't figure out the joke. Being laughed at was one of his least favorite things in the world. Well, besides being stabbed, getting stitches, talking to pigeon fanciers, rye bread, or being defibrillated after drowning. Watson must have heard something in his breath because the dog said from under the table, "It's a compliment. Relax." "You sure?" Oliver asked. "Of course I'm sure," Mitchell replied, reminding Oliver that he had spoken aloud. "You don't disappoint, Oliver Holmes." "I'm a consulting detective," Oliver corrected. Ashlyn leaned onto her elbows. "What's the difference?" Oliver glanced at Iris. She nodded in encouragement. I don't work for the police department like a paid investigator. I'm more of an independent contractor. If they have a case that requires the knowledge and skills I possess, they call me and I join the case." "Intriguing," Ashlyn said in a tone Oliver guessed meant she was truly interested. "And are you on a case now? Is that why you got beat up?" Iris's fingers found his under the table, but her concern was unnecessary. Oliver knew better than to let his pride get the best of him. He swallowed down the short quip he would normally say and went with, "Yes, I'm investigating a murder that required me to infiltrate a human fighting ring in the city." Ashlyn's eyes widened. "Well, that's pretty cool," Mitchell said. "But I'm guessing an undercover officer could do that. What skill do you possess that makes you necessary for the case?" Oliver drummed his fingers on the table and his thoughts raced for an appropriate response. Chapter 6. Iris. Iris couldn't help the warmth that flooded through her at how hard Oliver was trying to be social with her cousin and cousin-in-law. Truth be told, she had been nervous about hosting breakfast at her place, and doubly so because Oliver had come home so beat up. She hadn't seen Mitchell in more than a year, and barely knew anything about Ashlyn, but it had been a long time since she'd touched base with any family beyond her parents, so when Mitchell reached out saying that they were going to be in New York for the weekend, she had jumped at the chance to have them over. The tapping of Oliver's fingers reminded her that he needed a rescue. He couldn't go around telling everyone that he could speak to animals. They would either laugh, or word of his unusual skill would get out and demands for its use would spiral out of control. She thought quickly. He has a good ear for dialects, and one of the murderers was thought to have an unusual accent. It was as close to the truth as she dared to get and still give him an out. Oliver shot her a look she knew was gratitude, and she smiled. "Oh, that's why you knew about my name," Ashlyn said. "Americans give their children Irish-sounding names all the time," Oliver replied, "but it's not often I meet someone from the southwest tip of the peninsula, specifically Dingle, I'm guessing." Iris had the distinct impression he wasn't guessing at all. She sat back, ready for the inevitable and anticipating her cousin's reaction to it. "How did you guess that?" Ashlyn asked, her accent thicker in her surprise. Oliver's fingers stopped tapping. Irish has quite a varying accent, he replied. Southern Irish has been considered on several polls as one of the most pleasing to listen to. It has a certain melodious lilt that lulls the listener in. There have been studies about using Irish phone consultants because people are more likely to invest in a product based on the smoothness of their accent alone. He tipped his head at Ashlyn, his tone taking on the confidence Iris had come to recognize when he was in his element. As for further south, your vowels are softer and your emphasis on the R's is more melodic than, say, Dublin or Galway. Also, I noticed the tattoo on your right ankle. It's a dolphin, Mitchell said. Ah, but not just any dolphin, Oliver replied. In Dingle, there used to be a particular dolphin named Fungi, who has since passed but was memorialized with a statue. While most dolphin tattoos have the spine humped to emphasize the dorsal fin, Fungi's curve is the opposite with his head and tail up just like your tattoo. It's too much of a similarity along with your accent to be a coincidence. My sister has the same one, Ashlyn said with awe in her voice. We got them before I left for college in California. That is amazing. How did you know that? She turned with rounded eyes to Iris. No wonder the police hire him. Iris smiled at her awe, glad that she could see and appreciate what made Oliver so unique. Try me, Mitchell said, nearly bouncing off his seat in anticipation. Iris met Oliver's gaze. It was clear he was enjoying himself, but he didn't want to push it if he was being too much. Iris nodded at him, happy to see him relax and be able to be himself around her relatives. Oliver gave the man a searching look. You grew up in Utah, but lived in Texas longer by your accent. You still drop the T's, but the drawl is hard to miss. He sat up straighter. You used to box for fun. You've dabbled in quite a few occupations, including accounting and line work, and you've been working in construction until recently when you were laid off. Iris's heart sank when Ashlyn's mouth fell open. You got laid off? She said in a high voice. Mitchell lifted both his hands in surrender. I was going to tell you after this trip. Honest, I just didn't want to worry you. You said this was a work trip, she replied in an accusatory tone. It is, Mitchell replied. I have an interview with Henderson's. You said Carson Coe sent you to talk to them. Mitchell lowered his gaze, his expression sheepish. That might have been an exaggeration. Oliver's face was usually hard to read, but Iris had become an expert at decoding the minute changes that marked his hidden emotions. She expected to see frustration and regret what he had inadvertently revealed because of a similar incident with his father's friends in his youth. Instead, the slightest furrow to his brow and the way his fingers tapped softly on the tabletop showed he was in deep thought. Meanwhile, the conversation between Ashlyn and Mitchell was growing heated. You said that this was a fun trip for a possible work relocation, Ashlyn said. I've already been searching for a nursing transfer. Which will be great when I have the new job, Mitchell replied. It'll be a fresh start for us. You said it was a sure thing if we wanted it, Ashlyn told him. Tears showed in her eyes. I was ready for a change. I didn't know our life was on the line. Mitchell's face fell from his defensive glare to sorrow. I can get a job. I have the skills. Why did they let you go? Everyone turned to look at Oliver. Iris swallowed. It might not have been the appropriate time to interrupt, but it was too late to point that out. Mitchell's face twisted in the angry stubbornness Iris recognized from their youth. She thought he wouldn't answer, but he surprised her. There's a guy named Donald who has been after my job. He felt like I was promoted to supervisor too quickly, that it was given to me instead of him, so he sabotaged by purposefully messing up the measurements on a marble slab that we needed to install. His gaze lowered to the table and he ran a hand across his black hair. It came too short for the island, and since the marble is on back order, it's putting the project a month behind. Because I was the supervisor, I was the easy fire. You should have checked the measurements. Instead of bristling at the obvious response from Oliver, Mitchell nodded. I should have. They weren't wrong to fire me. Ashlyn's voice was quiet when she said, You told me Donald was gunning for you. I didn't know he would sabotage you like that. She reached her hand across the table. Mitchell slipped his fingers through hers. I trusted him because he's competent. I haven't had to second-guess him before, but final measurements are my responsibility. I let the company down. Ashlyn gave his hand a squeeze. We'll manage, we always do. I just wish you'd been honest with me. I'm sorry. The true dejection on her cousin's face ate at Iris. She wished there was something she could do to help. I've got a job for you. Surprise blossomed in Iris's chest. What do you mean? She asked as Mitchell and Ashlyn stared at him. You're relocating to the city, right? Mitchell nodded. That was our hope, if I could get a job. Then it's done, Oliver told him. You can start with DDB Builders Monday. Mitchell snorted. You're kidding, right? Oliver shook his head. I helped them solve a problem. They owe me a favor, and they're looking for another site supervisor for the new office building project. It's as good as yours if you pass the background check and prove your competence at the job site. The couple looked at Iris. She didn't know what to say. Giving a little shrug, she said, I told you Oliver was resourceful. Mitchell surprised them all by standing up so fast his chair hit the wall. Then he wrapped Oliver in a huge hug. Thanks, man. I was getting desperate. I don't know if you could tell. Oliver still sat on his chair, his arms wide, the way they had flown when Mitchell grabbed him in the hug. I could tell, he said tightly. Iris swooped in to save him. Rising, she patted Mitchell on the shoulder. All right, we should probably get going. Oliver and I have some plans today. Mitchell let Oliver go and rose, wiping his cheeks as he did so. Yes, we shouldn't impose any longer. It's just, I never thought... His eyes welled up again, and Iris could tell Oliver was in the danger of another hug. We know, she assured her cousin. It's going to be all right. Ashlyn gave her a hug and then nodded at Oliver, heeding Iris's earlier suggestion that they don't push hugs or avert gestures onto him. Thank you again, Oliver. I don't know how to thank you, but thank you. Oliver smiled and rose to his feet. He held his hands clasped behind his back. That's plenty. Both Ashlyn and Mitchell gave Iris another hug on their way out the door. I really don't know what to say, Mitchell said from the landing. Sometimes it's best to just stick with that, Oliver said from inside the apartment. Iris gave Mitchell a warm hug. It's going to be okay. You guys have fun exploring the city. We will, Ashlyn promised. Iris shut the door, then leaned against it. She lifted her gaze to where Oliver stood with the cats winding around his legs. You can really get him a job? Oliver inclined his head. I said I would. Curiosity spiked in her chest. What did you do to earn a favor? Oliver huffed a soft laugh and leaned against the arm of the couch in a relaxed posture now that her cousin and his wife were gone. I saw a post about DDB's tools vanishing. They had a reward offered for anyone with information that would lead to recovering them. He tipped his head. The part that interested me was when the photograph showed a blackbird in the background of one of the shots where the tools had been taken. Iris took a seat next to Watson on the couch. The dog leaned his head in her lap. She rubbed his ears as she listened to Oliver. A blackbird? A closer inspection revealed it to be a raven. He leaned forward with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Ravens are notorious for snatching shiny objects. They can carry roughly 1.5 times their body weight. If one takes their average weight into consideration, it means they can lift up to nearly 2.5 pounds. Upon arriving at DDB, my inquiry revealed that the objects that were missing were all small tools, screwdrivers, wrenches, air compressor accessories, and interestingly enough, a lineman's hammer weighing 40 ounces that had been thought to be stolen but was found in an alley a block away. The smallest smile traveled from his lips to his eyes. That would have maxed out the raven's capacity. No wonder it was dropped. Iris chuckled. At least it didn't hit anyone. The smile grew, captivating Iris with the way it crinkled the corner of his eyes and made them light up like a storm edged in lightning. They'd be charged with murder as well as theft. She laughed aloud at that. Could you imagine the headlines? Crime ring caused by conspiracy of ravens. Oliver sat back and crossed his ankle over his knee. Ravens ravage city. Conspiracy causes chaos. A conspiracy of murders and petty theft. Ravens deny involvement. Ravens drop hammer on building spree. Iris laughed so hard she had to wipe her eyes. Birds in revolt. Hard hats required throughout the city. Oliver gave a snort of laughter. Ravens retaliate against the high-rise. Murder from the skies. That one even rhymed, she said, impressed. Maybe you missed your life calling, Ollie. He grinned. Writing headlines about bird murders? Whitewashing walls after the school year is far more exciting, trust me. Chesterfield jumped onto Iris's lap and butted his head against her arm. She didn't need to know his language to guess that he was asking to be petted. Watson moved away. She couldn't blame him. Chesterfield had lost an ear in a fight with a dog. The owners had brought the cat in to be put down because they couldn't afford the medical bills and said he was a nuisance anyway. Iris had always had compassion for animals whose owners didn't understand them. Given enough love and attention, Chesterfield had turned into a big softy. If she didn't find a home for him soon, she knew her mother would absolutely love his presence on the farm. Though the dog and the cat weren't exactly friends, Oliver had talked them into tolerating each other for her sake. It was one of the many, many things that he did that amazed her. She ran her fingers through Chesterfield's fur. How's your head feeling? He touched the bruises around the gash she had stitched. She had become practiced in seeing his wince when nobody else would notice. It was there in the way his eyes tightened and his jaw gritted just enough that the muscle in his cheek moved. He was in pain, but he would never admit it. I should probably put another bandage over that to keep it sanitary, she said. She rose before he could protest and walked to the hall closet where she had kept the medical box. She brought back a small bandage and some cooling salve to put over the bruises around his eyes and his knuckles. He closed his eyes as she placed the bandage over the gash. Even though it must have hurt, he didn't move away from her touch. She took the chance to dip a finger in the salve and smooth it around his eye, taking care not to get too close so it wouldn't irritate his vision. "Now your hands," she said. She pulled a chair over from the table and sat down, then motioned for him to take a seat on the couch instead of where he leaned against the arm of it. Oliver complied and sat down even as he said, "My hands are fine." She held out her hand, palm up, and waited. Oliver's lips pressed into a tight line with just enough curve that she felt like he was holding in a wry smile at her coddling. He set his right hand in hers. The swelling around his knuckles worried her that he might have at least one fracture, but she knew suggesting an X-ray wouldn't go far. She would keep her concerns to herself unless the knuckles stayed swollen and bruised for longer than a few days. In the meantime, she would do what she could to help ease the pain. The scents of wintergreen and peppermint filled her nose as she spread the salve across the discolored skin. She massaged his hand gently, working her mother's salve into the skin where it would help ease the worst of the aches. Even though it must have been painful, she watched Oliver settle against the couch cushions and closed his eyes as she worked. She loved this side of him. Truth be told, she loved every side of the man who sat before her, but she had never seen him let down his walls with anyone else. When it was just the two of them, she felt like he was his full self, able to relax and just be who he was without concern for the rest of the world and how his youth had shaped him. In front of her rested a man who saw everything, and yet didn't allow anything of himself to be on display. He could analyze the most confusing situation and break it down to its core components, but even with Mitchell and Ashlyn, she saw him watching and calculating, answering each question carefully as though he had thought the answer through before speaking. He never spoke flippantly or casually. He had even cut the vegetables with such precision she doubted she could find their match at the finest restaurant. To everyone else, he was a hero, a detective, a puzzle to be solved, or a professional to steer clear of in case he saw too much. But as she held his hand and worked through the worst of the knots, she saw someone who would give everything he had to protect those around him. He had almost died saving her and Marisol, and again in rescuing Watson from the depths of the freezing Hudson, yet she had never even seen him hesitate. He was an anomaly, too brave for his own good, and bruised yet again for a mission from which he shielded her to protect her from danger. "Ollie," he opened his eyes. "I love you, Oliver Holmes." The smile became real, lifting his lips and warming his gaze in a way that sent tingles rushing to her toes. He lifted his hand to her cheek. The scent of the oils on his skin flooded her nose along with the smell that was all his own, masculine and warm, filling her with comfort and security. She closed her eyes and cupped his hand against her cheek, reveling in the warmth of his calloused palm. "I love you, Iris Perry," he said softly in tones that rolled around her and wrapped her like a blanket. They had only known each other for a few months, but in that time she had become so used to his presence it felt strange when he was gone. She wanted to suggest that he move in with her, but she knew Oliver appreciated his space. She didn't want to push too quickly and scare him off. Opening her eyes, she met his direct gaze, another thing he shuddered for everyone but her. His blue eyes were flecked with deeper blue spots that pulled her towards him like one of those vast holes deep in the ocean, tantalizing and yet terrifyingly unfathomable. Could anyone ever really know the entirety of Oliver Holmes? Given all that he had been through as a youth, she knew he had plenty of practice keeping his emotions tamped down. Yet, as they looked into each other's eyes, his gaze flickered, revealing want, need, and a yearning so intense she could barely hold his stare. It mirrored the feelings that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She had grown so tired of being alone in New York. When Oliver had walked into the clinic in search of helping for his guinea pig, he had been an answer to a lonely soul and since then became so much more to her. Instead of looking away, she lowered her eyelashes and pressed her lips to his. A sigh escaped Oliver and he pulled her closer, returning the kiss as though it was their first instead of another after many. Kissing him always felt like that. The same magic tingles raced up and down her spine. His hand shifted to the curls behind her ear and his finger toyed with them. She caught the same spell of need that she had seen in his blue gaze. He kissed her as though it might be their last embrace, giving her sweetness and passion, gentleness and craving in a way that made her skin feel so desired and alive. Electric zings raced across her skin. She forgot what she had been doing, where she was, and even her own name. Time stood completely still. Seconds melted away, and all of existence became a blur except for the touch of his lips against hers. His phone buzzed on the arm of the couch. The sound jolted them apart. They stared at each other. Iris knew her eyes were as wide as Oliver's. His chest heaved up and down. She could feel her heart racing as though she had just run a marathon. Oliver cracked first. A chuckle escaped out of him, deep and full. It sounded so mesmerizing she wanted to record it so that she could listen to it whenever he wasn't around. His laughter was rare and all the more precious because of that. Iris joined in, laughing at the silliness of their actions and the way they had startled as though being walked in on by scolding parents. Nobody cared that they had been kissing on the living room couch. Watson gave a huff from his place on the rug that Iris didn't need Oliver to interpret to know the dog was bored of their dilly-dallying. Oliver's smile lingered on his lips when Iris gestured for his other hand and massaged the oils into it. He used his free hand to check his phone. It took Iris a few moments to realize he had gone still, staring at the screen with a slight furrow between his brows. "What's wrong?" she asked. Oliver glanced past the screen at her. "I can't tell you, but I need to." The cryptic answer was even less helpful than she was used to. "You have to choose one or the other," she pointed out, releasing his hand. Instead of answering, Oliver held out the phone to Watson. Proof that the dog really could read showed in the way the Australian shepherd cocked his head and studied the screen before he snorted and gave a small woof. "I know," Oliver replied, "but that's the problem." Watson woofed again, louder this time. Oliver shook his head. "I made a promise." Watson settled onto his stomach. He studied Oliver for a moment before he gave a quiet huff. Oliver shoved a hand through his hair. The wavy locks stuck out in an endearing mess that made Iris's fingers itch to fix. Instead, she gripped the oil bottle and waited for him to make his choice on whether to bring her into the conversation. He tipped his head, resting it on the back of the couch and staring at the ceiling. "I don't know how to handle this problem," he admitted. Uncertain what problem he meant, she said, "Sometimes it helps to work it through out loud." "It's a ridiculous problem," he said. He let his head loll to the side and look at her through his mussed hair. "But it needs to be fixed immediately, and I'm afraid I'm looking at the only person who can do so." Watson snorted. "True," Oliver replied, "but she's readily available. One shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth and all of that." Iris tried not to smile as she asked, "Now I'm a horse?" "A gifted one," he replied with a wink. Caught off guard by his teasing, she laughed and tossed a pillow at him. He watched it hit the cushion next to him before turning an unimpressed gaze to her. "It's a good thing you're a veterinarian and not a basketball player." She nodded. "I've heard that before." Gesturing to his phone, she reminded him, "You said something needed to be fixed immediately?" Oliver threw one last glance at Watson before he sat forward and put his elbows on his knees. Slowly, he held his phone out to Iris. She took it and read the words on the screen. "Found your pigeon. It needs a vet. It's been shot and will die if not." An address from West Harlem followed. "That's horrible," Iris said. "I know," Oliver replied. Someone should do something about his blatant disregard for apostrophes. She rolled her eyes. "I mean about the pigeon, Oliver. We need to go get it." "But it's related to the case." The realization of what his words meant struck her. "You didn't want me involved." He didn't meet her gaze. "I've already put you in danger more times than I care to think about. So why involve me?" She watched him closely, her heart twisting at how he was so obviously torn. He shoved both his hands through his hair this time, mussing it beyond help. "Because you saved Waffles. You're the only one I dare to count on." He finally looked up at her. "But you need to know what you're getting into." She would have done anything to ease the pain in his gaze. She turned off the phone and put it in his hand. "All I know is that I need to save the life of a pigeon. That's all I need to know, and that's enough." His gaze held her with a hint of desperation visible in the depths. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," she replied with a nod. "Now let's go get that pigeon." Chapter 7. Oliver. Take away the time that ticks incessantly towards death, and one cauterizes the bleeding heart. That which once beat for a cause no longer has a cause for which to beat. "What is that from?" Watson asked. "I can't remember," Oliver replied. "Something I read once. It seems applicable now." He gestured toward the closed door that separated the waiting room from the operating room where Iris was fighting to save the pigeon's life. "Every second feels like an eternity when we're waiting for something important." "Ah," Watson said, in understanding. "It's the cause for which the heart beats. Without a cause, the beat is useless and therefore negligible. Why live at all if not for something?" Oliver couldn't hide his surprise. "You would have a position teaching philosophy if the students at the university could understand dog." To be understood is all one asks, Watson said, his tone of forceful solemnity. For to be misunderstood is to be seen as a false representation of one's true self. I bark, therefore I am, and that is whether or not they understand me. Oliver couldn't hold in a chuckle any longer. You lost me at bark. Watson snorted a laugh. I lost myself at false representation. I'm going to have to read more Nietzsche. Oliver shook his head. I didn't know what I was getting into when I taught you to read. Me neither, Watson replied. Who knew there were worlds inside those books I used to chew on? A tap on the window turned both their heads. The sight of a gray and white pigeon at the glass made Oliver rise to his feet. He doubted the creature wanted to enter the veterinary clinic, but he refused to accept its presence as a coincidence. He opened the front door and the pigeon flew inside and landed on the counter. About time, the animal said. You just got here, Oliver pointed out. I mean, about time you found Chippy. I thought he was going to die. His head cocked to the side. We're best friends, even though we're not from the same coop. I heard he was in trouble and I was told to look here. Oliver glanced toward the operating room. He's not in the clear yet. Iris said she'll give us an update when she can, but it might be a while. Then I'll keep you posted. It's a pigeon's job. You need to go. Where? Oliver asked, confused. To the fire, Animal replied in a matter-of-fact tone. What fire? The one a block over. The little girl is standing out front. The fire trucks aren't there yet. Adrenaline charged through Oliver's veins. He looked at Watson. What's it talking about? The dog asked him. A fire. The look the dog gave him echoed the fear that beat in time with Oliver's. Someone else could handle the fire. He and Watson weren't firemen. People were trained for it, and they would be there soon. Hopefully. I'll bet she left someone inside, the pigeon supplied helpfully. She was making a terrible racket, wasting water and all of that. Tears, Oliver supplied distractedly. She was crying. Someone was crying? Watson repeated. He rose to his feet. Oliver, we've got to go. We're not trained to fight fires, Oliver reminded him. Who said anything about fighting? Watson replied. We're just going to make sure the person's all right. It's the least we can do. Oliver couldn't fault the dog's words. He opened the door and Watson darted out. The pigeon flew past, intent on the next corner of the block. Oliver hurried after both of them. While he ran, he pulled out his phone and texted Iris. Don't worry, going to help someone. Won't go into the fire. Good luck with the pigeon. Even though he detested emoticons, he ended the text with a smiley face in the hopes Iris truly wouldn't worry. He slid the phone back into his pocket and pushed harder to catch up to Watson. They rushed around the next corner and stopped short. The apartment building halfway down was indeed on fire. There were no fire trucks in sight. In fact, despite the small group of onlookers out front, there were no emergency personnel anywhere. Over here, the pigeon called out. Oliver spotted the animal standing on the sidewalk next to a girl who had tears streaming down her cheeks. He and Watson hurried over to her. Are you all right? Oliver asked. She shook her head and looked up at Oliver. I want my mommy. Fresh tears overflowed her large brown eyes and streamed down soot-stained cheeks. Where is your mommy? Oliver asked. The girl began to cry so hard she couldn't answer. Oliver lowered onto his knees onto the sidewalk so that he was eye level with the girl. He put his hands gently on her shoulder. I need you to tell me where your mommy is, he said in a firm but calm voice. The little girl blinked at his tone. She wiped her nose with her sleeve, then hiccuped and said, She's in our home, she pointed at the building. 2C. I smelled the smoke and tried to wake her up, but she wouldn't move. I opened the door to get help, and a man grabbed me and carried me down. He wouldn't listen. Oliver followed her accusing gaze to a middle-aged man with headphones over his ears. He paced the sidewalk, muttering to someone Oliver couldn't see. The man closed and opened his hands, squeezing his fingers agitatedly. Oliver wasn't surprised the man hadn't heard the little girl. He was relieved the person had carried her out in the first place, given his current frame of mind. I'm going to find your mommy, Oliver told the little girl. She grabbed his hand. I'm coming with you. Tremors ran through Oliver's arms at her touch. He let go. You can't. Oliver, gently, Watson told him. Oliver looked around in desperation. His eyes landed on the pigeon. Before the animal could protest, Oliver picked it up and handed it to the little girl. I need you to take care of my friend here, he told her. Keep him safe, and don't let him inside the building, all right? The pigeon had sense enough to go along with Oliver's words. Thankfully, the little girl nodded. Let's go, Oliver told Watson. A thrill of terror rushed down Oliver's spine at the sight of the flames lapping up through the open front door. Unwilling to face them directly, he ran around the back. Where is she? Watson asked with his paws on the first step. 2C, Oliver repeated. The girl said she wouldn't wake up. Smoke inhalation, Watson guessed. We'll soon find out, Oliver replied. He touched the handle. Relieved to find it cool, he turned the knob and pulled the door open. Flames rushed toward the fresh oxygen. Panic pressed against the edges of Oliver's mind. He wanted to run, but Watson pushed past him and darted inside. "Come on," the dog ordered. Oliver ducked and followed the dog into the burning building. He couldn't see through the smoke. Dread tightened his limbs. He wasn't able to force his feet to move until a cold nose touched his hand. "Grab my collar," Watson said. "Keep low." As soon as Oliver's fingers laced through the dog's collar, Watson pulled him forward through the smoke. "Stairs," the dog informed him. He led them upward, following something Oliver couldn't sense. The heat of the flames rushed up the stairs after them. On the first floor, fire snaked across the ceiling and walls. The pair didn't stop. After 2 flights, the dog turned right. "What door is this?" Watson called out. Oliver reached forward and felt the wood beneath his fingertips. He traced the surface upward until he felt the keyhole followed by the symbols 2A. He told the dog. "Right," Watson replied. He led the way down 2 more and paused again. This one should be it. Oliver peered through the smoke at the door number. "This is 2E. It's back 1. "That makes no sense," Watson said. Oliver could hear the first touch of panic in the dog's voice. He couldn't blame him. The floor beneath his shoes felt hot, and each breath burned on its way down his throat. "It goes back and forth," Oliver told the dog. "B is across, and so is D." Watson sneezed in the haze as he crouched beside Oliver on their way back. "So C is between A and E. Got it." He coughed against the encroaching fumes. Oliver reached for the doorknob, then hesitated. The thought of his palm that had been burned to the point of excruciating pain, lasting nearly a month, sent anxiety spiking through his body. Gingerly, he tried the doorknob with his fingertips. Cold relief rushed through him when it opened beneath his touch without burning him. "Hurry," he told the dog as he shoved the door open. Fortunately, smoke, but not yet fire, filled the apartment. A window was open in the kitchen, drawing some of the billowing black air outward. "Hello?" Oliver called out. His voice cracked, sending him into a coughing fit. He crouched and tried again. "Anyone here?" There was no answer. "I'll check down the hall," Watson said. Oliver ducked into the kitchen, but the table and floor were unoccupied. A quick look in the small living room showed the same. The sounds of flames roaring in the hallway filled Oliver with dread. He had no idea if the place had a fire escape. From what he remembered of his architectural design foundations class, New York City had implemented mandatory external fire escapes in the 1860s, but in 1968, the city building codes prohibited exterior fire escapes, choosing instead to rely on fireproof stairwells. From what he had seen, the stairwell they had used was definitely not fireproof. "Oliver!" Watson shouted. Oliver rushed down the hall in a half-crouch. He pushed the door to the first room, then stumbled back at the sight of the flames eating through the wall with ravenous speed. "Where are you?" he called. "2 doors down, bathroom," Watson shouted back. Oliver was nearly there when a massive crack sounded. The ceiling fell in, filling the hallway with a shower of burning wood and debris. Oliver tried to call out to the dog, but his throat was so choked off with fumes the word came out in a whisper. He blinked away the tears that filled his eyes from stinging smoke. "Oliver?" He peered through the wreckage and saw Watson standing at the end of the hall. The dog's eyes were wide as he shuffled his front paws with unmistakable fear. Determination flooded through Oliver. He gritted his teeth and pushed his way past the rubble, shoving aside beams and stepping over flaming embers on his way to the dog's side. The animal stared at him, frozen in the same all-encompassing terror that had strangled Oliver's movements on the main floor. "Stay here," Oliver told him. It was an unnecessary command, given the dog's current state, but if Watson thought back on it later, he would have the reassurance of knowing he had been following orders. Oliver pushed into the bathroom and nearly tripped over the woman sprawled on the tile floor. He quickly checked her pulse, pressing his first and second fingers to her jugular vein. He felt a fluttering against his fingertips. Oliver knelt and gathered her into his arms. The movement revealed a gash on her forehead. He guessed she had become faint from the smoke and passed out, cracking her head on the way down. He looked around for the culprit, thinking perhaps it would help him take better care of her if he knew what had happened. "Move, dear," his mother's voice said in the back of his mind in the kind tone she used when he became distracted by something other than the task at hand. "Right," Oliver replied aloud to center himself. He rose into a half-crouch and made his way back to the doorway. A glance in the hall showed Watson there, his brown eyes reflecting the light of the dancing fire that had grown far larger in the seconds Oliver had spent in the bathroom. They definitely weren't going back that way. Oliver looked at the window at the end of the hall. Facts rumbled through his brain as if trying to outweigh the roaring fire. "Jumping from a second-story window means I'll be traveling at least 16 to 17 miles per hour more with this woman in my arms. Carrying her means I can't roll on impact, resulting in definite fractures of feet, knees, maybe hips and pelvis, though landing on my feet is still the best option for survival." "You're jumping?" Watson asked in a high tone. "We're jumping," Oliver corrected. "It's the only chance we've got." They both looked at the window. Oliver's impulsive decision was shot down by the fact that there was no way either of them would fit through the tiny space without squeezing, and there was no time to squeeze. "The bedroom," Watson said. "There's a balcony." Why didn't you say so? Oliver asked. I just did, the dog replied, followed by a sneeze as the smoke grew thicker. Oliver shoved his shoulder against the door across the hall. It hadn't been closed and so flew open to rebound off the inside wall. Oliver stumbled inside at the give where he had expected resistance. He managed to keep his feet and not drop the woman in his arms. Coughing, he made his way behind the dog to the sliding door. He tipped the woman toward him so that he could awkwardly grab the handle to slide the door open, but it didn't budge. A shudder shook the building. The floor moved beneath their feet. The walls around them trembled. Oliver had the distinct feeling that they were seconds away from collapse. I think we should, Watson began. Oliver spun with the woman he held against his chest and slammed the back of his heel into the glass door in a donkey kick. The door shattered on impact, and oxygen flooded the room in a welcome wave. The fire from the hallway surged toward them. Oliver stepped through with care to protect the woman as he carried her onto the balcony. The side of the metal stairs at the far end that doubled back to the balcony beneath made his legs weak with relief. Run down the... His words cut off as the entire balcony trembled beneath their feet and threatened to give way. He didn't know if the heat from the building was affecting the bolts that held the balcony to the bricks, or if the entire structure was too old to bear their weight. Either way, they were going to reach the ground quickly no matter what route they chose. Go! He shouted. Watson ran, and he followed on the dog's heels, darting across the next level and down the second set of steps far faster than he had ever run in his entire life. The moment his feet touched the asphalt, a huge groan sounded above them. He and Watson made it past 2 dumpsters before they dared to look back. The sight of the entire twisted metal mass plummeting to the ground and sending up a puff of dirt and debris met their eyes. Watson and Oliver exchanged a look. Are you all right? A voice called out. Another said, Get away from there, it's dangerous! Oliver turned to find a group of firefighters running their way. A light flashed. Oliver blinked at the momentary blindness after the smoky building. We just came from up there, Oliver told the firefighters when they reached him. Here, she's unconscious. We found her in a bathroom. As he set the woman into the arms of the firefighter, another light flashed. Oliver blinked against the brightness and then wondered if he had imagined it. Perhaps the smoke inhalation was affecting his brain. A second firefighter quickly checked the woman over. She's breathing and has a pulse. Let's get her to the ambulance. He slipped an oxygen mask over her nose and mouth before the pair hurried away. You too, another of the firefighters insisted as they led Oliver out of the alley. You need to get checked out. What floor do you live on? I don't live here, Oliver said. He looks confused, Watson pointed out. Oliver sighed inwardly and tipped his head toward the building. She was from the 2nd floor. Her daughter told us where to find her. You ran into the building? The amazement in the firefighter's voice wasn't lost on Oliver. The girl was crying, he said, feeling as though that should cover it. Nobody would say no to a crying girl whose mother was trapped inside a burning building, would they? They reached a pair of ambulances parked behind a fire truck. One of the other firefighters hurried away while the last one lingered near Oliver. Are you sure you're all right? He asked. We're fine, Oliver reassured him. I'm sure there are others who need your attention. You can forget about us. When the man left, a laugh of relief escaped Oliver's lips. Watson huffed in response. Tetanus shot or burn ward? He asked the dog. Watson snorted. Almost both, but I think neither. He gave Oliver a searching look. Are you all right? Surprised, Oliver glanced down. Yes, not a scratch or burn. How is that even... Oliver Holmes! The sound of Iris's shout made Iris and Watson turn as one. I think she's mad, Watson said at the sight of Iris rushing around the side of an ambulance toward them. What does she have to be mad about? Oliver asked, confused. I told her where we were going. You won't go in the fire? She said when she reached them. What kind of text is that? Specific? Oliver replied. I let you know where we were going, that we were helping someone, and wished you luck with the pigeon. It was very straightforward. Watson snorted a laugh. You didn't go into the fire. Her eyes were wide and her chest heaved, letting them know that she had done far more than walk from the clinic. Oliver looked at Watson. It was clear by her expression how worried she had been. Guilt squeezed his heart. He had promised himself that when they were out of danger, he wouldn't bring any more pain or worry into her life. After losing her clinic to the bomb that had been a targeted attack on him, he had sworn not to bring her additional heartache because of his actions. If he did, the negative impacts of their relationship would far outweigh what he felt he brought to the table for her. To save her from the worry of reckless boyfriend, he shook his head. No, we watch from out here. The lie fell flat from his tongue. Watson glanced up at him. It was easy to read the dog's expression that he felt lying was a bad idea. Oliver made a mental note to explain it to the animal later. Iris's eyebrows drew together, creasing in the middle. He was pretty sure that was a bad sign. What about the helping someone part you mentioned in the text? She asked. The gray and white pigeon chose that moment to break through the crowd that had gathered to watch the firefighters douse the flames and landed on Oliver's shoulder. While the last thing he wanted was a mite-riddled flying rat, as Watson put it, sitting on the shoulder of his favorite Henderson Junior High shirt, Oliver grasped at the opportunity. "This is the someone," he said. "Iris, meet, he glanced at the pigeon. "What's your name?" "Hollywood," the pigeon replied. Oliver stared at it. "My mom expected great things from me," the animal said. Oliver cleared his throat. "Iris, meet Hollywood." Iris's brow softened. "Hello, Hollywood." Her gaze turned back to Oliver. "He's the one that told you about the fire?" Oliver nodded. "So, Watson and I came over to see if help was needed." He gestured to the firemen who soaked the buildings on either side of the apartment to keep the fire from spreading. "As you can see, they have it under control." "Thank goodness," she replied. "The last thing you two need is another run through a fire." Oliver forced a half-hearted laugh and shifted to a safer subject. "How's Chippy doing?" "I think he'll pull through." She glanced over her shoulder. "I should probably get back. My staff has the weekend off, and I don't want to call anyone in if I don't need to. I'll keep an eye on him if you two can stay out of trouble." "What trouble could we possibly get into?" Oliver asked, keeping his tone as light as possible. "I'm sure you could find it," Iris said. Her smile warmed and she kissed Oliver. He leaned into her, feeling her warmth from her lips run over him in a wave that was far more pleasant than the heat of the fire had been. She stepped back with another smile as though she knew exactly how much she affected him. "Be safe, Oliver. I love you." "I love you too," he replied. He, Watson, and Hollywood watched her go. Oliver felt the tug to his heart the way he always did when she crossed out of sight. It felt as though a piece of his soul abandoned him and went with her, leaving him just a bit emptier outside of her presence. "You lied to her?" Watson said quietly. "I don't know why I did that," Oliver replied. "It was the first thing that came to mind." "I get it." "You do?" Oliver felt a rush of desperation when he looked down at the dog. "Really? Because I don't think I do. I've never lied to her before." "You're all about protecting people, Oliver," Watson told him. "If you would run into a fire to save a little girl's mother after nearly dying in a fire to protect Iris, what would you do to keep her safe if there wasn't a fire involved?" Oliver's mind raced to find the answer. "Anything," he said. Watson nodded. "That might be the most dangerous thing, but I'm there with you. I'd do anything to keep her safe as well. If she's not worried about us, then she won't try to delve into this murder and get herself involved. As much as lying goes against my instincts, I can't say it was the wrong thing to do." Oliver sighed. The dog's understanding meant the world to him, but he still didn't feel right about not telling Iris the truth. The knowledge of how she would have reacted if she had known they had both barely escaped the apartment fire with their lives intact only brought a smidge of reassurance. Perhaps he deserved her anger, and he had prevented her from that emotion. He shook his head with the feeling that he would never truly understand what was right and wrong when it came to emotions. Maybe that was the greatest tragedy of all. He could only hope it never came back to haunt him. Chapter 8. Watson. Watching Oliver talk to the wounded pigeon the next morning would have been hilarious if it wasn't for the intensity of the situation. Oliver paced the holding room of Iris's veterinary clinic, then returned to the pigeon's cage for the 4th time. "A man with orange hair. Are you sure it was orange?" The pigeon replied with a few cooing and grunting sounds, followed by a beak snap. "What did it say?" Watson asked. "It said orange is a predator color. It should have listened to its instincts and steered clear like other pigeons when the orange-haired man came around. But he was worried about—" He checked with the pigeon again, and then said to Watson, "Filiwa? At least, that's what it sounds like. Chippy says it means pigeon mother." "So why didn't she see the murderer?" Watson asked him. "Apparently, she was asleep. It happened at night, and she had already gone to bed under the bridge in her usual spot. Chippy was the only one around." Watson shook his head. Something didn't make sense. "Why would they care that a pigeon saw them? It's not like they knew you could talk to animals. So why shoot him?" Oliver asked the same question to the pigeon. The animal's reply made Oliver's eyes narrow in the minute facial change that let Watson know he was surprised and concerned. "He says they always murder a pigeon to go with their victim." Watson snorted. "As a symbol? I don't understand." Oliver questioned the pigeon further, but the bird's eyes closed and it merely clacked its beak in reply. "He doesn't know either, but a lot of pigeons have gone missing. If we can find the orange-haired man, Chippy can identify him for us." Oliver ran a hand through his unruly hair. Then we have to figure out how to prove he was the murderer in a way that would make it unnecessary for a pigeon to testify. A whisper of humor touched Watson's voice when he replied, "Because nobody's going to rely on a pigeon's testimony for a murder charge." "It's a bit of a conundrum," Oliver agreed. "Even if we have the murderer with 100% positive ID from Chippy, it won't stand in court. So, we need to find the murderer, prove the motive, and find other evidence that places him at the scene." The enormity of the task hit Watson. "How do we do all of that?" Oliver pulled out his phone and began to type. "I'm texting Chief Madigan what we know. He can begin by compiling photos of anyone who meets Chippy's description. If we can find the man, then we can go from there. At the very least, they can have him followed and see if he does anything else to give himself away." A moment later, Oliver's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. "Good. They'll get the sheets together and we can show them to Chippy when he wakes up again. Iris said not to press him too hard, so we better let him rest until then." "What do we do in the meantime?" Watson asked as he followed Oliver out to the waiting room where Iris sat watching a movie on her phone while she waited for them. To both of their surprise, Hollywood perched on her shoulder watching the movie as well. Iris smiled at their entrance. "Did you get what you needed?" Watson couldn't begin to describe how nice it was to be able to understand her. Iris had such a pleasant, warm voice. The fact that Oliver didn't have to translate what Iris said was a relief as well. He no longer felt like he was missing out on half of the conversation. If only there was a book in dog language that Iris could read to understand him. "We've got a starting place," Oliver told her. "At least we're moving in the right direction." He gave Hollywood a straight look. "Why are you encroaching on Iris's personal space?" Hollywood replied something short, punctuated by a beak click. "I don't mind," Iris said. "He's quiet and polite." "To you, maybe," Oliver replied. "To me, he just suggested that I mind my own business and find my own girlfriend." Iris laughed. Oliver took a picture of the pair, then showed it to Iris, who laughed again at the shot. Watson couldn't help but snort with humor at the sound. She was such a delightful person. Oliver was fortunate to have found such a wonderful source of light in his life. The thought made Watson pause. No dog thought in such terms. Referring to a person or any other creature as a source of light made absolutely no sense. Iris couldn't emit light. It was a ridiculous concept. Yet, in his reading, he had often seen where humans referred to others as bringers of light into their life. In one novel, the male the main character had found became her beacon, her lighthouse to keep her from the rocks. To Watson, the symbolism had been so beautiful he couldn't deny it. He had seen Oliver at some of his lowest lows and highest highs. The highs most definitely related to whenever he was with Iris, spoke about her, or rushed to meet her. If ever there was a lighthouse to keep him from the destructive darkness, it was Iris. "While Chief Madigan compiles the photos, we'll have time to go to your birthday party," Oliver said. The smile Iris gave him melted Watson's heart. "You sure you want to go?" "I said I would," Oliver told her. "It's important. We both want to go, don't we, Watson?" Watson barked. Iris looked so pleased it made Watson wag his hind end as if he had a tail attached to it. "All right, let's take my car. It's supposed to rain on the way," she replied. While Watson enjoyed the motorcycle, he got to sit in the back of Iris's little car, which worked great because she always kept the windows down. He spent the time hurrying from one side of the back seat to the other so that he could check out the views and anything worth barking at. While he wouldn't consider himself a yappy dog, there was something about the blowing wind through the windows and the countryside rushing past as soon as they got out of the city limits that brought out the youth in Watson. He couldn't decide which was better, the scent of the growing corn and alfalfa, or the sight of cows and horses in the fields. The only thing that stifled his enjoyment was the pigeon sitting in the back window, his gray head turned this way and that as he watched the cars rushing by. It was bad enough that Watson had to share a back seat with a bird, but did it have to be a pigeon? They smelled of powdered cardboard and dander in a way that tickled Watson's nose. He had to keep his muzzle turned toward the fresh air rushing through the window to avoid sneezing. "It's not like that." The tone of Oliver's voice slowed Watson's rushing. He turned his attention to the conversation at hand instead of the world outside the car. "Then what is it?" Iris asked. "Please explain it to me." "I just don't think it's a good idea." "Why not?" The exasperation in Iris's voice made Watson want to ask what was going on, but instinct told him not to interrupt. He lowered to his haunches on the seat and waited for Oliver to respond. I don't know," Oliver sighed. "I don't want to." For someone who was usually so ready to expound on any given topic, Oliver was being quite close-lipped about whatever they were discussing. Watson fought down a huff of annoyance. "We don't see each other enough as it is," Iris said. "Now, with this case going on, I feel like I can barely get a word from you, and—" She sighed and cut off whatever she was going to say. "And what?" Oliver pressed. Iris stared ahead, her fingers tight on the steering wheel. Watson thought she wasn't going to continue, and then she said, I told Ashlyn I wasn't going to say anything. It wouldn't help. Ashlyn knows what's going on before me? Oliver replied, flabbergasted. I thought you weren't the type to go running to your girlfriends about any problems we might be having. That's not something you've ever done. Watson knew the hurt in Oliver's voice was thick enough for Iris to hear it. It's not like that, she replied. Then prove it, Oliver said, his tone taking on a stubborn edge of exasperation. You're acting differently, and I don't understand why. What changed? Iris drummed her fingers across the steering wheel. Watson thought she wasn't going to answer, and then she said, Ashlyn knew because she sent me this. Iris had always made a point of never texting or using her phone while she drove, so it surprised Watson to see her pull it out of the cup holder and use her fingerprint to unlock the screen. She swiped the screen twice, then handed the phone over to Oliver, all without taking her eyes off the road. What is this? Oliver asked, his voice subdued. It's the front cover of Insight New York. Ashlyn's best friend is an advertising consultant for them. Apparently, a lot of other major newspaper companies and online news sources are reprinting it this afternoon. Oliver's frustration had turned apologetic at whatever image Iris had showed him. Wordlessly, he turned the screen to Watson. Watson's heart sank at the sight of Oliver with a woman in his arms and Watson leading the way as they escaped from a burning building. The firemen were running up. It made a very dramatic picture the way it was framed against the flames. Watson tried to remember anyone near the scene who may have taken the photograph, but his mind came up blank. You lied, Iris said. You don't want to move into my apartment, and you lied about going into the fire. It's like I don't even know you anymore. I can explain both things, Oliver said as they pulled into the driveway of her parents' farmhouse. Several other cars were already there, letting Watson know their occupants awaited Iris inside for her party. Do it, Iris said. She turned off the car and turned to face Oliver. The fire and the... moving in, well... Oliver's voice faded away. He glanced at Watson. The dog was at a loss as to how to help. If ever his assistance as an emotional support animal was required, this was the moment, but he had no idea what to say to ease the situation. He also didn't think Iris would approve of Oliver getting answers from Watson, even if he could come up with anything. That's what I thought, Iris said. She opened the door and got out, leaving Oliver and Watson in the car. To Watson's surprise, Iris motioned to the bird. Hollywood jumped to the windowsill and then hopped onto her arm. He climbed up to her shoulder and then stood as naturally as if he had ridden there his entire life. He threw a look over his shoulder at Watson and clicked his beak. It didn't take speaking pigeon for Watson to know the animal was rubbing his familiarity with Iris in the dog's face. Traitor, Watson grumbled. Oliver let out a sigh and slumped against the back of the seat. He threw an arm over his eyes in a very dramatic motion that wasn't like Oliver at all. Why did I lie to her? He moaned. I thought you had a good reason for doing that, Watson told him. But for the record, I didn't think it was a good idea when you did it. Oliver turned and gave him a mildly withering look, which from Oliver spoke far more than a million words. Sorry, Watson said. You didn't ask my opinion before you said it, and then it was out. Telling you otherwise at that point would have been meaningless and only amounted to frustration from you. He nudged Oliver on the shoulder. The only reason I say it now is because I felt that it was very out of character for you. I get it, trying to protect her. Believe me, I definitely understand that. But you made a mistake. You can fix it. Oliver shook his head. I don't think I can. I tried not to hurt her, and now I've done it twice. Because Oliver was already at the height of despair, Watson figured he might as well ask the question that was bothering him so he could figure out how to help the man with both problems. So, why not move in with her? This time, Oliver's gaze was fraught with despair. Don't you get it? Obviously not, Watson replied. Didn't you hear the conversation from Iris's cousin and his wife? Yes, Watson told him. What of it? Mitchell said they barely made it. Ashlyn said it was the overwhelming takeover of mannishness. Watson tried to understand where Oliver was coming from. But you and Iris aren't them. We practically live at Iris's as it is. You even have a drawer. A single drawer, Oliver said. Very important. Not my stuff everywhere. I don't leave socks around our place. You don't leave socks around our place either, Watson reminded him. Yes, but it's more than that, Oliver continued. He scrubbed a hand roughly down his face. It's me, all of me. He didn't look at Watson when he said in a far quieter voice, What if she realizes she doesn't love me? I'm too... well, this, he said, gesturing to himself. I'm not normal, I'm not easy to be around, and the sooner she realizes it, the quicker we're back to bachelorhood, but worse off. Watson's heart hurt for the man. He forced himself to ask in a whisper, Why worse off? Because we'll know what we're missing, Oliver concluded. He leaned his head against the back of the seat, but before Watson could decide whether to jump out of the window or lay down, the man opened his door. "Where are we going?" Watson asked as he climbed over the center console and followed Oliver out. Oliver popped the trunk and pulled out a big bottle of champagne they had brought for Iris's birthday. "We're going to talk it over with the cows," Oliver told him. "Come on, I'm sure they have some insight into everything." Watson followed at his heels. Why would cows know anything about human relationships? Human relationships are just like every other relationship, but with, less fur. I figure if cows can live together without fighting, maybe I can get a few tips from them about doing it as a human. Watson walked with him through the evening light into the barn. The scents of manure, hay, barley, and the mice that lived in the overhead loft tickled his nose. He loved farm life. Who was he to say that Oliver wouldn't learn anything from the cows? He wasn't exactly an expert on relationships, so the fact that Oliver didn't ask him was actually a relief. He went in with the hope that maybe he could learn to be easier to live with as well. As it turned out, one bottle of champagne and a bucket of cow's water later didn't help Oliver in the least bit. He stumbled beside Watson on their way to the house. Watson doubted Oliver's decision not to sleep it off in the hay while Oliver weaved back and forth, supporting himself with a hand on Watson's shoulder as they meandered toward the porch. The sound of talking made Watson stop. "Something's wrong." I know, Oliver replied, his voice slurred. "I shouldn't have lied to her, it's all my fault." "No, not that," Watson told him. "I shouldn't have drank all the champagne. She'll be sad I didn't toast her with it." Oliver sniffed. "I'm ruining everything. The cows didn't even have good advice besides not to poop on the straw. I don't even sleep on straw, and the champagne gives them the hiccups. That wasn't something I expected at all." "Oliver, listen," Watson said, his voice sharper than before. He was relieved when the human paused beside him with his focus on the porch for the first time. Several people Watson had never met stood there talking. Watson tipped his head so that his ears cocked at the perfect angle to catch their conversation. "I wish you wouldn't have just disappeared like that," a woman said. "I know birthdays can be overwhelming," another replied, "but a person usually waits until after the party to fall into a self-pitying heap of despair. I know that's what I did at my 40th. "Iris isn't like that," a man said. "I'm guessing she went looking for her boyfriend. The famous one." "The detective," another woman cut in. Her words slurred as if she had celebrated a little bit too much. The man's hand on her elbow said he thought so as well. She continued without noticing. "He was so hot in that video. Remember the tribute one?" "With Marisol's song," the first woman said. "It's my favorite song. My girls and I put it on any time we go to the grocery store." The woman, who appeared the drunkest, began to sing, "I see myself in you. I see my strength in you. I want to be with you tonight." "All right, Andy, let's get you home," the man said with a chuckle. She continued singing at the top of her voice on their way to the car. "I see myself in you. I see the strength in you. I want you to hold me tight." The woman on the porch laughed. Oliver groaned beside Watson. "Is that what you wanted me to hear?" Grateful that they were in the shadow of the chicken coop and couldn't be seen, Watson said, "No, it sounds like Iris disappeared sometime during the party." "She left her own party?" Oliver replied in a voice that was a bit less slurred than before. "That's not like Iris." "Thank you for having us over, Mrs. Perry," a woman who was part of another couple said as they made their way to the porch. "Any time, Jessie. You all come back whenever you feel like it," came Iris's mother's familiar voice from inside the house. "Tell Iris that we love her," the man beside Jessie said. Several of the other women echoed the notion. Mrs. Perry promised she would, then closed the door behind them as they made their way to their waiting vehicles. Her mother sounded worried even though she was trying to hide it, Watson told Oliver. Oliver looked from Watson to the house. "Do you think something happened to Iris?" "There's only one way to find out," the dog told him. "What if she's there and she's hiding because she doesn't want to see me?" The heartache in Oliver's voice ate at Watson, but it couldn't outshine the worry he had seen in Mrs. Perry's face. "Then you'll have to make amends. For now, let's make sure our girl's all right." He was relieved when Oliver fell in step behind him. A glance back showed the man walking with barely a waver in his stride. Apparently, hearing that his girlfriend might be in trouble had a sobering effect on the man. Watson waited while Oliver opened the screen door, then slipped through. Mrs. Perry came out of the kitchen and paused at the sight of them. "Where's Iris?" Oliver asked immediately, all evidence of slurring gone from his speech. "I hope she was with you," Mrs. Perry replied. Watson could smell the worry wafting from the woman. She twisted the dish rag she was holding between her hands. "You haven't seen her?" "Not since we arrived," Oliver told her. He lowered his gaze to the ground. "We got into a fight." She nodded. "Iris didn't say anything, but I guessed as much. She wasn't herself at the party, even though she tried to hide it." Oliver sank onto the couch. "It's my fault. I lied to her. I thought I was protecting her." He leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and buried his face in his hands in a display of sorrow Watson had never seen from him. "Oh, Oliver," Mrs. Perry replied. She clicked her tongue behind her teeth. "Lying is never protecting. Iris is too smart for that." I know, Oliver said, his voice muffled from within his palms. I've messed everything up. Mrs. Perry stomped her foot. The action surprised Watson so much that he jumped and exchanged a look with Oliver, whose wide eyes said he had been caught off guard as well. His hair stuck up in all directions from his mussing, and it was clear by the furrow to his brow that all of the effects of the alcohol hadn't quite left his system. Oliver Holmes, quit it this instant. This is about Iris, not you, Mrs. Perry said, her words sharper than Watson had ever heard them. Her tone appeared to freeze Oliver completely. He sat there with his hands on his knees and his mouth partially open. If she had struck him, it wouldn't have surprised him as much. Watson's heart went out to the man. I think she wants you to do something, he suggested. The dog's words seemed to spur Oliver to life. He leapt to his feet with such speed and vigor it in turn startled Mrs. Perry and sent her stumbling backwards over the lip of the fireplace. She would have landed on the stove if it wasn't for Oliver's quick reflexes. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her back to her feet, and steadied her with a hand on her low back. Easy does it, he told her. You're right, of course. We must do something. Iris is gone. Her car and your vehicles are still up front, so we can assume she either left on foot, is still on the farm, or was taken by someone in another vehicle. All air of being lost vanished in the face of the job at hand. Watson had never seen it before. Oliver could do anything if he focused, and he had never seen the man focus more in his life. Watson, you check the scents in the driveway and see if her freshest one enters where a vehicle had been parked. I'm going to question the animals. Mrs. Perry, try to call her on the cell phone. She seldom goes anywhere without it in case there's an emergency at the clinic. He snapped his fingers. Maybe she went back to check on Chippy. The man rushed out the door. Watson caught Mrs. Perry's surprised look as he hurried through the screen door before it could close behind Oliver. As directed, Watson began sniffing the rocks that covered the parking space in front of the Perry household. Numerous footsteps made looping trails from the front door and back, and several wandered from behind the house where they carried scents of wood smokes, marshmallows, and graham crackers from a fire pit that must have been used during the party. Watson searched every trail, but only found where Iris had left the car and gone inside. She hadn't returned to the front or entered any vehicles. Armed with information, Watson trotted around the side of the house, intent on finding Oliver. Oliver rounded the corner at the same time, his face pale and the scent of worry wafting from him in waves. "What did you find out?" Watson asked immediately. Oliver blinked down at him as if it took the man a moment to focus. "The pigs," he said. Watson glanced behind the man toward the barn where the pigsty housed the foul-smelling animals. His brief interaction with them on his first day exploring the farm had left him with the impression that they were lazy and ate just about anything Mr. Perry poured in their slop basin. His inability to speak to any of them may have swayed his impression, but the squealing from one of the youngest when Mr. Perry picked it up to show Iris had sent Watson running from the yard. "What about them?" "They saw Iris." Watson's ears perked. "Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Which way did she go?" "Some men had been creeping around the farm. When they saw her by the barn, they jumped her." Oliver's voice quieted. "They said one of the men hit her when she tried to yell for help." Watson's teeth bared of their own accord. "There's blood there," Oliver continued. "I need you to see if it's hers." Chapter 9. Oliver. "It's hers." The dog's pronouncement hit Oliver like a sledgehammer to the chest. He put his hand to his heart and felt it struggling to maintain its regular rhythm. Iris was gone, and the blood on the ground was hers. It wasn't a ton, but it was enough to show they had hurt her before they carried her away. Oliver looked around for a clue, a track, a piece of cloth, anything he could use to help track her down. "Oliver." His head jerked up at the dog's voice, and he found the animal staring at something to the right. He followed the direction of Watson's muzzle, and his heart gave an angry beat. There, on the wood beside the pig pen, written in blood that no doubt matched what was on the ground, was the single word, "Stop." Oliver's blood ran cold. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the word. It was a warning. Of that, there could be no doubt. The problem was that in doing what they had done, they had issued one challenge Oliver couldn't put down. They had hurt Iris. He wouldn't stop until they paid for their crimes, and he no longer cared whether it was by his own hands or the law's. Nothing mattered until Iris was safely home and away from the demons of the world Oliver traversed. He had no doubt in his mind that it was related to the case he was trying to solve. Somehow, they had found out he had been asked to investigate the murder of the mayor's wife. In taking Iris, he supposed they had thought to cow him and make him back away from the case. "Oliver, breathe." Watson's voice sounded as though it came from far away. How spineless did they think he was? He would never back down. They had created an enemy far more dangerous than a murder could create. As soon as he tracked them down, they would feel the... Black spots danced in his vision and his legs threatened to give out. Watson bit his calf. Oliver sucked in a breath and put his hand to his head as the spots cleared. How long had he been standing there? He looked down to find the dog watching him closely. "Thank you," he said. Now his oxygen-fed thoughts raced ahead. "We need to find the pigeon." "What?" Watson asked. "Why?" "The pig said he flew above the men when they carried Iris away. He'll know who took her." The thought of Hollywood being their main source of information to find Iris didn't seem like a great one, but Watson couldn't think of another lead. "Given the humidity and the fact that this blood is in the shade, the drying edges nearly to the middle tell me that this is at least 30 minutes old. We have no idea which direction they went, and they could be anywhere by now. The pigeon is our best bet." "What will you tell Mrs. Perry?" The dog's question made Oliver cringe inwardly. Just as she had pointed out that Iris was too smart to be lied to, the same would be said for her parents. Oliver had already made a mess of things once. There was only one way to handle this. "We're not going to say anything until we for sure know what's happened," Oliver said. He took a picture of the message on the wall and the puddle of blood on the ground, then kicked dirt over the blood. Using a handful of straw from the pig pen, he smeared the word on the wall and then used dirt to make it look like just another dirty board. Watson snorted at his decision, but Oliver refused to give the Perrys more headache. They had already lost their son in an accident. He didn't want them to worry about the same happening to Iris, though their disappearance was by no means accidental. "Hurry to the car," Oliver told the dog. "I'll give them updates as we go." He was just grateful the dog didn't argue and instead beat him to the passenger seat. Mrs. Perry came out just as Oliver started the engine. He waved and backed the car out toward the street. "What did you find out?" she called after them. "I have several leads," Oliver replied through the open window. "I'll keep you posted. Any luck on the phone?" "It went straight to voicemail," she said. "She is extremely worried," Watson pointed out needlessly. "It looks like she went home with someone," Oliver told her, giving the barest truth to avoid lying to the woman. "I'll let you know as soon as I find out who." "And I'll let you know if she calls me," Mrs. Perry yelled over the sound of the tires as they drove away. Oliver flipped through his numbers, found the one he was looking for, then pressed the button for the speakerphone. "Hi, Mr. Holmes. How can I help?" came Henry's immediate answer. "I need you to trace a pigeon tag. Can you do that?" "Send me a picture of it," Henry replied. "If I can't, Suree's uncle has a coop. I'm sure he'll help." "Thanks." Oliver hung up, and after a bit of fumbling while he drove, zoomed in on the picture of the pigeon sitting on Iris's shoulder that he had taken at the vet clinic. He was about to forward the zoomed-in image to Henry's messages when Watson barked, "Oliver, truck!" Oliver jerked the steering wheel to the right just in time to avoid a huge farm truck loaded with bales of alfalfa. The driver sounded the horn as he passed to let them know how upset he was at the close encounter. "Maybe you should teach me how to drive," Watson suggested blandly. "It wouldn't be a bad idea," Oliver agreed. To be honest, he couldn't remember the last time he had driven a car. His motorcycle with the sidecar had been his only mode of self-driven transportation for as long as he worked at Henderson Junior High. If a journey required more passengers, it usually meant it was related to his family, and so Bunny or Tim would drive. Iris preferred driving when she was in her car, which she fondly called Little Bessie, even though it was pointless to name inanimate objects because they couldn't respond to a name, and thus it defeated the need to use one. However, she insisted on calling the car Little Bessie, and had even gone so far as to pat its dashboard whenever the car shuddered. The action baffled Oliver, yet he had the absurd urge to pat its dashboard in light of the fact that it had just avoided running into the truck, as if that had anything to do with Little Bessie's actions instead of his own. His phone rang just as he pulled into a parking spot by Iris's apartment building. He pressed the answer button. "What did you find out?" Surrey spoke, even though the contact said it was Henry who had called. "My uncle said the pigeon's band is registered to the International Federation of American Homing Pigeon Fanciers. It was hatched 2 years ago and is part of the Wallaby Loft Club. He said you can call them and ask about a pigeon number 52772. Henry will text their contact info." It was everything Oliver hoped they would find and more. "Thank you," he told them. "You're lifesavers." "Good luck, Mr. Holmes," Henry called from the background. "Yes, good luck, Mr. Holmes," Surrey said. "Let us know if you need anything else. We'll be on standby." Oliver hung up and immediately called the number Henry sent. When nobody answered, he looked at Watson. "We're going, but I feel safer in the motorcycle," the dog said. Oliver couldn't agree more. He and Watson jogged the short distance to where they had left the motorcycle the night of the fight. When they reached it, Oliver took the time to ensure they both had their helmets and goggles on before starting the engine. His phone rang before he backed toward the road. The screen showed Chief Madigan's name. "Yes," he answered. "I have the pictures of the red-headed suspects. Where can I meet you?" "At Iris's temporary clinic," Oliver answered. "This just got a lot more serious." "More serious than the murder of the mayor's wife?" Chief Madigan replied. "What is it?" "They took Iris." The chief swore. Silence filled the air, and then the chief said, "I'll meet you at the clinic." "Give me 10 minutes. There's a stop I need to make on the way," Oliver told him. The chief hung up. Oliver rolled the throttle and the motorcycle flew into traffic. His headlight bounced off the sidewalk, the oncoming cars, and the night pedestrians as he rushed toward the address Henry had sent. He didn't know what he would do if the pigeon wasn't there. He felt like he was back to square one, tracking down a pigeon amid the roughly 4 million in the city. Only this time, Iris's life was on the line. Oliver pulled into the alley beside the apartment building and was about to climb off the motorcycle when a familiar voice screeched, "It's about time you got here!" A hard thump on his helmet was followed by a flutter of wings and the scrape of claws before the pigeon landed on his handlebar. "That was not a graceful landing," Oliver pointed out. "It's dark and you look like a big black blob. Park in alleys often?" Hollywood replied. Oliver fought to keep the frustration from his voice when he said, "How did you know it was us?" "I could spot that mangy mutt a mile away with his white paws and snout," the pigeon said with a click of his beak. "No other dog would be so stupid as to ride around in a little wheeled car attached to a bike, either." Oliver glanced at Watson. The dog's ears were back as if he guessed the pigeon was talking about him. Refusing to get riled up by the animal's comments, Oliver asked, "Did you see the men who took Iris?" "Yes," Hollywood replied. "There were 4 of them, and they were mean. One even tried to grab me before I could fly away. I was going to try and find you, but all I knew was the clinic, so I came back here. Those guys are known for shooting pigeons." "Do you know what they look like?" The pigeon bobbed his head. "Yeah, the main one had red hair, just like Chippy said." A tremor ran down Oliver's spine. "You're coming with us. Hold on." The pigeon gave a startled grunt and ran up Oliver's shoulder. "What do you need me for?" "To help identify the man if Chippy has trouble. We're meeting an acquaintance of mine at the clinic." "I'll fly, thank you very much," Hollywood said. "Motorcycles are dangerous." Before Oliver could protest, the bird took off into the air. "Flying rats," Watson muttered. He glanced at Oliver. "Sorry, that was rude to rats." Oliver refused to let scenarios run through his mind that involved them not finding Iris. He had never been one to entertain what-ifs, but it was impossible not to when the one he loved most in the world was in danger. Even the musical chords that filled his ears whenever he drove his motorcycle failed to soothe his racing thoughts. By the time they met Chief Madigan at the clinic, Oliver felt like a guitar string wrapped too tightly around a peg. One more twist and he was going to snap. "Another pigeon?" Chief Madigan said as he walked with them to the door. "Is this a thing now, solving crimes with birds?" He shook his head. "Pigeons are being killed all over the city. We're finding piles of their bodies in alleys and even a huge one in Central Park. Fanciers are keeping their animals caged to keep them safe. The call center is being flooded with panicked civilians who don't like finding bird bodies on the streets. It's gotten out of hand. I don't know what you started here." Oliver refused to point out that the chief was the reason he had gotten involved with the pigeons in the first place. If it was up to him, they would have been perfectly happy cleaning the art room floor of the ridiculous amounts of glitter they used at the junior high, rather than speak to any winged creature again. He made a mental note to refuse other pigeon-related cases in the future. Oliver used the key on Iris's car keyring to open the veterinary clinic. He then led the way inside with Watson at his heels. Hollywood balanced on his shoulder, his little claws gripping left, then right, then left again, as if he was as anxious as Oliver to be done with the investigation. Chief Madigan followed with a folder that bore the emblem of the New York City Police Department. As soon as they reached the back room where the recovery cages were, the chief began spreading pictures of the red-headed men across the countertop. Several dogs barked at their entrance, while one cat gave an angry meow that now threatened violence should anyone approach their new batch of kittens. "Hey," Chippy said from his cage near the end. His voice was groggy from the medication Iris had given him. "How are you all?" His eyes widened. "Hollywood? Is that you?" "Yeah, man," Hollywood said as he jumped from Oliver's shoulder to Chippy's cage. "How's the recovery?" "Slow," Chippy said. "Painful." "They don't like witnesses," Oliver told the bird as he opened the cage door. Apparently even flying ones. "Did they think I'd talk to you?" the pigeon asked. "I don't know," Oliver told him. "Not many people know I can speak to animals." He glanced over his shoulder at the chief. "At least, we've tried to keep the number who knows small. There's only a few of us at the precinct who know for sure," Chief Madigan said in answer to his unspoken question. "But people talk, and the stranger the information, the more they talk. A man who speaks to animals is certainly strange." Oliver couldn't argue with that. He gently lifted the pigeon from the cage and carried him to the counter where Hollywood was already looking over the photos Chief Madigan had finished spreading out. "That looks the most like him," Hollywood said. He pecked at one of the photos, stabbing it in the head with his beak. "Definitely him." "How do you know?" Chippy asked as Oliver placed him carefully on the counter. "You weren't there." "No, but I was there when Iris was kidnapped," Hollywood replied cheekily. "Iris? The kind vet?" Chippy said. "Yes, they hit her, put a bag over her head, and carried her away," Hollywood told his friend. Oliver's hands clenched into fists. The thought of what he would do to the men when he found them made his blood run hot within his veins. "Easy," Watson said from his seat at Oliver's side. "Take a breath. Iris needs us to be calm and calculated in order to save her." "I'm done after this," Oliver said to no one in particular. Chief Madigan looked at him in surprise. "You sure?" Oliver nodded. "This is the last time Iris is in trouble because of something in which I am involved. Either I'm with her and not doing this, or I'm doing this and not with her." He shook his head. "And I can't not be with her." The chief was quiet for a moment before he said, "I understand. This will be your last case." Oliver turned his attention to the photo Hollywood and Chippy had agreed on. "You're sure that this is the man?" "Yes," they both said at the same time. Chief Madigan picked up the photograph. "Who is he?" Oliver asked. "Oakton McCormick, hitman for the Sweep 90. "What's that?" Chief Madigan's lips pressed together before he said, "An organized crime group led by a man who we haven't been able to pin down. If they're involved, there's far more going on here than what meets the eye. We need to pick McCormick up ASAP. Chief Madigan called the department. Oliver heard Officer Sweeten answer. Chief Madigan gave her the number on the back of the photograph. 1 minute later, the officer sent him an address. "Have 4 unmarked vehicles within a block of the apartment," Chief Madigan told her. "We'll be there in 10. Tell them not to move until we arrive." He hung up the phone. "First time we have evidence to book him." He eyed the pigeons. "Not sure how it'll stick, but at least it's a starting place." Oliver picked Chippy up to put him back in his recovery cage. "Hey, what's that?" Hollywood asked. He pecked at something on Chippy's leg. Oliver lifted the white and red pigeon and looked at his leg. Hollywood was right. The band on the other leg matched the type of band the other bird wore, but the one on Chippy's left was bulkier. He had thought it was just another tag, but a closer look showed it to be something completely different. "I don't remember when I got it," Chippy said. "My memories are fuzzy. I think it's the meds." Oliver let out a slow breath. "What is it?" Chief Madigan asked. Oliver indicated the band. "I think it's a tracker." "A tracker?" Watson repeated. "What for?" The chief stepped closer and picked up the bird's foot. "Personal space," Chippy muttered. "It's some kind of recording device," the chief continued. He met Oliver's gaze. "That must be how they found her." "And then they followed us to the farm," Oliver said. He closed his eyes and squeezed them with his free hand. "I didn't even think to see if anyone was tailing us." Watson growled with frustration. Oliver could tell by the dog's disgruntled expression that they felt the same way. They had failed to keep Iris safe. Chief Madigan shook his head. "If they were any good, you wouldn't have known. Don't beat yourself up. We'll get to the bottom of this." Oliver found a pair of pliers in the drawer and handed the bird to Chief Madigan. "Careful," Chippy said. "That's my only right leg. I need it. I've already been shot. I don't need to live with a bullet wound and a missing leg. It's only right that as a victim, I am treated with the utmost care and respect and—" "Done," Oliver announced. He handed the pliers with the chip to the chief and took the bird back. "Oh," Chippy said. He stretched out his leg. "Well, good job." Oliver put him back in his cage and closed it up. Chippy appeared content to settle onto the blanket and rest. Oliver eyed Hollywood. "You should stay too. It'll be safer." "For whom?" the pigeon shot back. "From what I've heard, veterinary clinics get blown up if you've been in them." Chippy's eyes flew open. "What?" "Ignore him," Oliver told the animal. He lowered the towel over the bird's cage to help it relax, then turned to Hollywood. He eyed the bird. "You're a well-informed pigeon." "It's a network," Hollywood replied. "Birds talk all the time." "Tell me about it," Oliver said, his tone level. "But I still think you should stay. Pigeons are being killed out there. You'll at least have all the food you can eat, shelter, and a chance to rest." He lowered his voice. "Besides, I need someone to keep an eye on Chippy and let us know if he's having trouble. Can you do that?" Hollywood was silent for a moment before he said, "Sure." He paused, then continued with, "All the food I can eat?" Oliver knew Iris would have laughed as he poured a big bowl of pigeon food before setting it onto the table by Hollywood. He missed that laugh so much it hurt. He left the pigeon happily eating away and joined the chief in the waiting room. "About the chip," he began. "I'll have it checked out and I'll keep you informed," the chief replied. Oliver locked the clinic and walked with Watson to the motorcycle. They followed the chief's car to the address. He glanced at Watson on the way over. Even in the dark, he could see how focused the dog was on their destination. They were both determined to find the people who had taken Iris. When they did, the wrath of the man and dog were going to rain down with a force nobody could stop. If the kidnappers had so much as broken one of Iris's fingernails, Oliver would make them pay. The memory of the blood and the dirt taunted at the back of his mind. She was fine. She would be fine. She had to be fine. His hands tightened on the motorcycle's handlebars. "Focus, Ollie. She needs you to be focused on finding her, not what you'll do after." His mother's voice grounded him the way it always had. Oliver let out a breath through his nose and pulled the motorcycle to the curb behind Chief Madigan's car. The chief got out and glanced behind him. "I shouldn't let you guys come in." "You can try and stop us," Oliver replied. "Agreed," Watson said at his side. "Try and stop us." He bared his teeth in a silent snarl. Chief Madigan shook his head. "I am in no way responsible for the safety of either of you." "Agreed," Oliver replied. Chief Madigan shot him a squinty-eyed look Oliver couldn't interpret, then turned away and gave a command into his shoulder microphone. A moment later, shadows appeared from the alleys and flanked them. "Will the dogs stay quiet?" one of the officers asked the chief in a whisper. "Yes," Chief Madigan replied. He shot one final glance at Oliver, then led the way toward the rundown apartment building that looked as though it had seen better days. The 3 cement steps to the front door crunched with crumbled pieces beneath their feet. A massive crack separated the bricks with nearly a 3-inch gap that snaked its way up the side of the building near the door. The door hung crooked and didn't close all the way, leading to the leaves and debris that littered the entrance when they stepped inside. A door on the floor above closed. At Chief Madigan's motion, 3 officers went first, stepping carefully on stairs that creaked no matter how silently they tried to walk. "They sound like a stampede of horses," Watson noted. Oliver nodded, aware that no matter how softly he placed his feet, the wood of the decaying steps inevitably groaned beneath his weight. He doubted they could consider the element of surprise to be on their side any longer. An officer forced the door to the apartment on the 5th floor. The first 2 rushed through, followed by a pair of officers who had trailed Oliver and Watson up the steps. Officer Sweeten gave Oliver a wide-eyed look before she followed the others inside. Oliver and Watson entered last. Oliver paused in the middle of the main room. There was no furniture to speak of. Instead, the walls were covered with an array of papers, string, and pins with no immediately discernible pattern. Hundreds of photographs of the mayor and his wife were interspersed with pictures of police officers, other city officials, shots of colleges, several music and sports stadiums, random intersections, shopping centers, and subway tunnels. Others showed pigeons, a variety of rats, several police horses, and 2 angry-looking black cats. Oliver spotted a photo of himself speaking to the bird woman the night the mayor's wife had been murdered. A string ran from it to a photograph of Iris hurrying into the veterinary clinic with Chippy in her hands wrapped in a white towel that showed spots of blood from his bullet wound. "I smell someone," Watson said. "Where?" Oliver hurried behind the dog as he sniffed the floor and led them through a hallway to the back bedroom the police had already vacated. "I hear footsteps. He went up there. Quick, climb this bookshelf," Watson directed in clipped tones. Oliver followed the dog's gaze upward. A piece of the ceiling tiles was skewed enough to reveal a ladder beyond. Oliver pulled himself up the bookshelf that was thankfully strongly anchored into the wall for no doubt such an escape. He pushed the popcorn tile up carefully and peered into the dark space beyond, with the knowledge that an attack at that moment would leave him completely vulnerable. The sound of a door shutting above made him shove his shoulders through. He grasped the rung of the metal ladder sunk into the cement beyond and pulled himself up. "Be careful," Watson called from below. "I'm going to send help." He started barking frantically. "Where is he going?" someone asked from below. "Mr. Holmes, what are you doing?" Officer Sweeten called up. Oliver didn't have time to answer. He scaled the ladder and reached the top where a small door provided access to the roof. A quick glance showed the door to be locked. Oliver glanced around quickly. His eyes landed on the plumbing pipe lying in a pile of debris along with one of the support beams. Grabbing it, Oliver shoved the pipe into the space between the doorknob and the door jamb. A quick shove forced the latch clean of the catch, and the half-size door swung inward. Oliver kept a hold of the pipe as he crawled through the door onto the rough surface of the roof. He stayed crouched in the hopes that the man hadn't heard the door open in his haste to escape. Oliver could hear the commotion of the officers climbing below. He eased forward. A half a dozen air conditioning boxes and several large heating units obstructed his line of sight. If the man went up there, it was because he had a way down. The thought pressed against Oliver as he peered around one of the units. A bullet ricocheted off the metal near his head. Oliver ducked back, his heart thundering in his chest. He reviewed his options. He could rush the man and hope to reach him before he fired another shot. Studies showed that most shooters weren't prepared to do so under a rush attack. If he did manage to get a bullet off, it might not hit, or at least not impact a vital organ. Given the trajectory of the bullet that had impacted near his head, the shooter had a view of the door. Any officer who came up would be at risk. He entertained no notions that the metal bar in his hand would be of any use against the gun the man held and had proven that he could use. Oliver heard Watson barking below. "Brains over brawn, Oliver dear," his mother's voice told him. Oliver sucked in a calming breath. Making a wrong move could result in someone getting shot, the suspect escaping, or at worse, the man jumping off the roof. He would be difficult to question if his head was cracked on the pavement below. Oliver had to handle things with care. First, he had to warn the officers of the danger they were climbing into. "Shooting an officer is a capital offense punishable by the death penalty or life in prison without parole," Oliver said as he slowly made his way around the first air conditioner in the opposite direction the bullet had come from. The sound of the officers below paused. Oliver continued, "Attempted murder will give you at least 20. The scuff of a shoe told him the suspect was still on the rooftop. Oliver inched around another air conditioner. He hoped if he kept the man's attention on him, someone would be able to make it up from below to help. "If you have prior convictions, it'll go harder on you," he continued as he worked his way to the other side of the roof, taking care to keep several of the obstacles between him and the assailant. "Prior violent offenses will lead to harsher penalties. It's not worth the risk." He paused and listened with the hope that the man hadn't made his escape. Silence was followed by, "You sure know a lot about the legal system for someone who claims to be just a janitor." The blood in Oliver's body chilled. He forced his voice to be nonchalant when he replied, "You know a lot about me. How about leveling the playing field?" The sound of the man's voice had shifted further to the south when he replied, "You know who I am, or else you wouldn't be here." A glance to the right showed a ladder heading down the side of the building, no doubt the man's escape plan. "There are police below. I'd stay away from the ladder if I were you," Oliver stated loudly. He hoped the officers had heard his comment and would send others around to where the ladder ended in the alley. Chasing the man to it would certainly get him shot. He went with a gut impulse. "McCormick, your best bet is to work with the police and get them the answers they need to close this case. Why did you kill Mayor Rosenbaum's wife?" The reply came immediately. "If the police think she's dead, they're way behind current events." That was news to Oliver. "She's not dead?" A laugh answered, followed by, "Holmes, why are you even here?" Oliver went with the truth. "You were ID'd at the scene of the crime." McCormick swore loudly. "Put down the weapon," Chief Madigan ordered from the other side of the roof. "I have 5 guns on you, Oakton McCormick. Drop your weapon, lay down on your chest right now." Oliver took 2 large steps to the left. He watched the man toss his gun off the roof before he lowered slowly to the ground. The tension left Oliver's limbs as officers rushed forward and handcuffed him. Oliver walked around the group until he could see McCormick's face. The red-headed man glared at him. "He'll finish your girl," the man said in a growl. "Give me a name," Oliver replied. "She's probably already dead," McCormick continued. Oliver kept his heartbeat level and let out a slow breath through his nose. "A name," he pressed. McCormick turned his face away. "Get him out of here," Chief Madigan ordered. The man was lifted to his feet and escorted to the door. Chief Madigan looked at Oliver. "You could have been shot." "Wouldn't be the first time," Oliver replied levelly. Chief Madigan snorted in a fairly good impression of Watson. "Want to try it again?" Oliver was silent a moment before he admitted, "It wasn't that fun." "That's what I thought." The chief's voice lowered and he continued, "The next time you go hightailing it after a suspect, you better be armed, especially if they are. You need training." Oliver shook his head. "This is the last time I do this." He turned away without another word and went back to the small door that led from the roof. Chapter 10. Watson. "I heard a gunshot," Watson said as soon as Oliver appeared in the hole where the ceiling tile had been removed completely by the police officers who had followed his human. "He missed," Oliver said. Watson snorted. It was impossible to explain just how helpless he had felt when he watched Oliver climb through the hole and vanish from sight. As a dog, there was no way he could make it up the shelves and then the ladder. He had seen Belgian Malinois do such things during their canine training at the police station, but Watson's legs were shorter and his body was built for bursts, not the long leap the Malinois employed. He had heard what the man had said about the mayor's wife not being dead. No wonder the blood had smelled old. It had been a fake murder. But why? "Now what?" Watson pressed. "We search for clues," Oliver told him as he looked around the small bedroom. "McCormick refused to give a name that would lead us to Iris, but I have a feeling there are clues here we could use if only we could find them." Officers combed the main room with photographs, string, and maps, taking pictures and documenting everything as they gathered evidence. This left Oliver and Watson with the small bedroom in the back. Watson sniffed through the books on the bookshelves, while Oliver checked under the mattress and through the small set of drawers. "This book smells weird," Watson announced. Oliver left the drawer of socks and underwear and joined him. "Which one?" Watson nosed a tall brown book that smelled like dirt and grease. Oliver pulled it free and flipped through the pages. His fingers slowed when a paper fell out. He picked it up and scanned the page with a practiced eye. "This is a schedule." He held it lower so that Watson could see it. "How is that a schedule?" the dog asked as he tried to make sense of the seemingly random numbers and letters. J and the number 2 is for June, because it's the second month that starts with the letter J, and that shows the day. IV, as in what you get at the hospital? Watson asked, confused. Yes, but also the number 4. It's a Roman numeral. Watson raised his eyebrows in as fair a representation as he could make of a skeptical human's expression, and Oliver chuckled. Let's keep to English numbers and letters for now. Trust me on this. Fine, Watson gave in. Go on. J2 4 1500, followed by SRSH4, could then mean June 4th at 3, Sally Rosenbaum was moved to Safe House 4. Watson stared at the man amazed. That's incredible. How did you figure that out? Oliver lifted a shoulder in a half shrug. I was top of my code-breaking class, but that's not important. Look here. He traced his finger further down the page. More initials, Watson said. IP. He licked his chops, his mouth suddenly dry. Iris Perry. Oliver nodded. If we're right, then on the 6th of June at 4:53 a.m., the morning after her birthday, Iris Perry and Sally Rosenbaum were moved to Safe House 1, then later to Safe House 4. Then Safe House 3 on June 7th, and back to 2 that night at 9 p.m., Watson said, catching on. He scanned ahead. But only IP. They stopped writing SR completely. A glance at Oliver showed his lips pressed into a tight line. The expression matched the foreboding in Watson's chest. What day is it? Watson asked his human. June 8th, Oliver said. 1:23 a.m. So, Safe House 1, Watson read. How do we find out where that is? He dipped his head to the side. I don't suppose McCormick is up for a little chat. You could remove his fingernails? Oliver stared at him. No more crime novels for you. Watson huffed a laugh. I'm just kidding, but only sort of, because it's Iris we're talking about. He shook himself. It's much easier as a dog. I could just pin him down by his throat and bite towards his jugular until he tells me. His instincts would demand that he do so because he'd have to give in to my alpha domination. Dogs can't lie. Really? Oliver said in the tone that meant he was intrigued. Can a non-alpha lie to another non-alpha? Watson thought about it. I suppose so, but what's the point of a lie? It had never made sense to him not to tell the truth. I'm not sure. I've never been good at lying, the human replied. I found something, an officer called from the next room. Wait! Don't move it, Chief Madigan said. McCormick has used explosives before. It wouldn't be beyond him to booby-trap his apartment. I don't think this is one of those. Pizzuto, hold perfectly still, Chief Madigan barked out. Watson and Oliver hurried to the kitchen along with several other officers. Chief Madigan stood next to the younger officer Watson recognized as someone who had always been kind to him. The young man held completely still. It wasn't until one of the officers in front of them shifted from one foot to the other that Watson realized why. Officer Pizzuto had opened a cupboard door. Wired into the cupboard so that it was suspended in the middle hung a grenade whose pin had been released by the opening of the door. Somehow, the young officer had managed to grab the striker lever, but it was bent in a way that would make replacing the pin impossible. They were all in serious danger. I can't hold it much longer, Officer Pizzuto said in a panicked voice. Oliver stepped to the right. Watson followed and saw that the striker lever was attached to a spring. The way McCormick had rigged it, the pressure of the modified spring would continue to increase until the spoon or striker released completely, allowing the striker to hit the primer, which would ignite the delay element. As soon as the element burned through, the man's explosives would kill anyone within the blast radius with shrapnel and percussive strength. Watson seriously regretted studying so deeply about grenades. Lacking opposable thumbs, he had no chance to help improve the situation. I am going to relieve you of your position, Chief Madigan said. No, Chief, Before Officer Pizzuto could protest further, the chief had managed to slip his hand beneath Pizzuto's and force the young officers free. Everyone held their breath. But it appeared the chief had alleviated the explosion for a moment longer. Chief Madigan looked at the officers around the small kitchen. I want you all to leave, he said. But Chief, Officer Sweeney began. He cut her off with a shake of his head. His voice was solemn but steady when he continued. You will all leave now. That is an order. Still, hesitation could be seen throughout the officers. Watson respected them for it. The bomb squad, Officer Pizzuto began. Will be too late, Chief Madigan replied. McCormick did this on purpose, no doubt to destroy any evidence here. There's no way they'll arrive in time. I need you all to leave, right now. Spots of perspiration showed on the chief's head. The officers exchanged glances. This is a direct order, the chief said, his voice strained. Now go, please. It was the pleas that spurred them on. With several backward glances and words spoken, the officers left the room until only Officer Sweeten, Officer Pizzuto, Watson, and Oliver remained. You too, Holmes, Chief Madigan said. Unfortunately, I'm a consulting detective. I may work with you, but I don't work for you, Oliver told him. Your orders hold no power over me. I'm staying. Chief Madigan closed his eyes for a moment, betraying how much strain the grenade was starting to cause. "Please tell me you have a plan," the chief said quietly. "I have a plan," Oliver replied. His eyes swept the room. "But everyone else needs to leave." His gaze landed on Watson. "Watson, go. Hurry." Stubbornness charged through Watson's limbs. "No." Oliver's eyes widened. "You've got to." "If you're staying, I'm staying," Watson replied. "Watson, go with Officer Sweeten." "No," Watson barked back. "Watson, go. That is an order." Watson looked from Oliver to the female officer who stood near the kitchen door. Fear showed in the pallor of her face and that of Officer Pizzuto's behind her. Everyone knew how precarious their situation was. There was no way Watson was going to leave and seek safety when his human was in trouble. "I've got a plan," Oliver said. "I'm going to be fine." "You said you never lied," Watson pointed out. "No, I said I'm not good at it." Watson held the man's gaze. For the first time, he saw a glimmer of moisture shine in Oliver's eyes. "Go, Watson, please. I can't save both of us. I'm not sure I can even save myself. But if I'm worried about saving you too, we're all lost." When Watson's muscles refused to move, Oliver said, "This is bigger than both of us." The truth was there. If Watson didn't leave, he knew the other officers would stay. His stubbornness put them all in danger. Against instincts that screamed for him to stay by Oliver's side, Watson lowered his head and trotted to Officer Sweeten. Officer Pizzuto fell in on his other side. "Sweeten, Pizzuto, please get the dog to safety," Chief Madigan told them. His voice was gentle, as if he understood what they were going through. Watson was relieved when the man and woman nodded. Both officers put hands on his back, holding onto his fur as if for support, and ran beside him down the stairs. The last thing he heard Oliver say was, "How old do you think this refrigerator is?" "Not old enough for what you're planning," Chief Madigan replied. The sound of Oliver searching for something was followed by, "I found a bucket. I have another idea." The swish of water in the sink turned into the thrum of liquid filling a container. "This better be good," the chief said, his words faint as Watson ran with Officer Sweeten and Officer Pizzuto through the front door and down the crumbling steps. Several other officers shepherded him away from the building and into the alley across the street. Citizens awakened by the chaos joined them from a distance. Watson could hear their questions spoken to officers whose attention remained on the building where their chief stood, facing danger to protect them. "Everyone's clear," an officer announced into his shoulder radio. "Get back," came Chief Madigan's response. "Holmes may be a genius, but this is a death trap." He hesitated, then said, "Tell my wife I love her." Watson lunged for the building. It took 3 officers to hold him back, his claws scrambling against the sidewalk with such strength he felt his pads tearing, but he didn't care. Oliver was up there. He could still save his human. He had to. A blast shook the building with such force the officers holding Watson fell back against the wall of the building behind them. The windows above blew out, raining down glass and debris like a deadly snowstorm. The citizens around them screamed and ran for cover. Officers sheltered them the best they could as the last of the rubble fell to the asphalt. Shaking himself free of his captors, Watson dove forward, desperate to find Oliver. He was nearly to the front door of the apartment complex when he heard a cough. Watson spun, his eyes tearing as he peered through the dust that filled the night air and choked off the dim streetlights. "Oliver!" he called out, barking at the same time in the hopes that the man could hear him. "Watson!" The whisper drove him around the side of the building without a care for how the rubble-littered ground cut at his paws. He reached the alley and had run several yards down it when another whisper reached him. "Watson?" Watson doubled back, his vision blurry through streaming eyes, his nose worthless in the grime-filled air, and his ears ringing from the blast to the point that he doubted he could hear anything. But he was certain that he had heard Oliver's voice. It made no sense, but he had never doubted his instincts before, and he wasn't about to now. Oliver was near. He ran past a garbage bin and a familiar scent caught his nose. A tendril somehow wafted past the choking dust, sawdust, the odor of rats and garbage from the neglected alley, and the acrid scent left from the detonation, and tickled his nose with the cedar and cinnamon scents that made up Oliver's own unique trace. Watson rose onto his hind legs and tried to peer into the bin. When that failed, he leapt to the edge, caught it with his paws, scrambled with his hind legs against the edge, and managed to dump himself into the container. He landed on a soft surface that made an oof sound beneath his weight. "Oliver?" He sniffed, following the shirt up to a face barely discernible in the darkness and dirt, but a face he would know anywhere. "Oliver!" He licked the man's chin, his forehead, his nose, and his cheekbones, tasting blood and sweat and not caring as he licked again and again. Oliver finally seemed to come to. He moved his head slowly from one side to the other. Watson licked desperately, willing the man to return from unconsciousness. Finally, Oliver's hand lifted weakly and touched the side of Watson's face. Are you all right?" Watson asked. He wasn't sure if he could trust Oliver's answer no matter what it was. He tasted blood and could smell the man's sweat that told of pain and shock. "I think I'm alive. Am I alive?" Oliver asked. Watson could have licked the man's face 1,000 times more. "You're alive. I'm going to get you help." He found something wedged in the other side of the garbage container. A quick sniff showed it to be the door of the refrigerator from the 5th-floor apartment. The inside was covered in a thick layer of smoke and debris, but the outside was mostly unharmed. Watson scrambled up it and jumped down the outside. The moment his paws hit the ground, he took off running. He barked and raced up to the officers who stood around a very shaky-looking Chief Madigan. "He threw the grenade into the bucket, then shoved the bucket in the fridge," the chief was saying as the medic dabbed at his bleeding forehead. She must have come from the ambulance that had appeared in front of the apartment, along with several fire engines and other emergency vehicles. Watson wondered how long he had been licking Oliver in an attempt to revive the man. "Watson!" Officer Sweeten exclaimed when he rushed up. He barked, trying to tell them Oliver needed help and frustrated that he couldn't use the words with the humans. Officer Sweeten seemed to understand anyway. "Where is he? Take us to him." Officers, EMTs, and Chief Madigan fell in behind him as Watson ran for the side of the building as fast as he could. It took the men and women a bit longer to navigate the obstacle-laden street around the complex, but they caught up just as Watson tried to lever himself back over the edge of the container. He didn't want to land on Oliver again, so he was trying to aim for the side with the refrigerator door, but the garbage bags on the outside were squishy and offered no support. "That's all right," Officer Sweeten said. "We've got him." She, Officer Pizzuto, and 2 EMTs climbed into the garbage container without hesitation. Watson could have cried at the sound of Oliver's voice as he spoke. He sounded exhausted, but he was alert enough to protest the need for an ambulance. "Oliver Holmes?" Chief Madigan's voice rebounded off the walls of the alley. "Yes, Chief," came Oliver's weary reply. "You get yourself checked out at the hospital or you're off the case." "But Chief, Iris," the chief cut off Oliver's protest with, "We are questioning McCormick and should soon locate where they are keeping Mrs. Rosenbaum and Iris, but you will not be involved if you do not get into an ambulance this instant." Silence followed. By the sound of it, every person in the alley was holding their breath for Oliver's reply. When it came, it was quiet. "Yes, Chief." The chief clapped his hands. "All right, get a stretcher and back that ambulance as close as we can without risking anyone's safety. Easy does it." A whirlwind of action followed the chief's words. Watson could only watch as 4 officers secured Oliver to the stretcher and then lifted him carefully out of the garbage bin. Others hurried forward to carry him through the alley and to the waiting ambulance whose lights were already whirling in anticipation of the mad dash to the hospital. Watson followed, his heart in his throat at the sight of Oliver covered in soot, dust, garbage, and blood, wrapped in a blanket and bound to the stretcher. He stopped, so afraid at the sight that he couldn't bring himself to follow. A light flashed, forcing Watson to blink to clear his vision. Around him, fire engines sprayed the building. Officers ran this way and that to ensure the other occupants of the building were safe and accounted for. EMTs treated wounds from the shrapnel, and Chief Madigan issued orders despite the EMT who continued to bandage his minor injuries as he directed the situation. "Watson." The word reached Watson from his solitary position in the middle of the chaos, a stone in a raging river. He blinked and focused on Officer Sweeten. "Come on, boy. Oliver needs you." She patted her leg. The gesture was simple, yet the simplicity and normalcy of the person calling to him, the way humans had called to dogs for a century, broke through the shock that had tightened every muscle in his body. A whine escaped him. "It's all right," she replied, her voice soothing. "He's going to be all right. Come on, let's go for a ride." To Watson's relief, she escorted him to the ambulance where 2 officers lifted him into the back. He was grateful for their assistance because his legs felt shaky and threatened to collapse as he sat on the floor near the end of the stretcher. He could barely bring himself to look at Oliver when the EMTs closed the ambulance doors behind him. 2 medics worked on Oliver without seeming to feel the sway of the ambulance as it rocketed around the corners. Another EMT lowered a cup of water to Watson. He drank from it gratefully and found it filled again and again until he couldn't lap any more. He lowered onto his belly and watched as they ran IVs and hooked Oliver up to several monitors. When they moved Oliver's hand, a crumpled piece of paper fell from his fingers. Watson recognized it as the one that contained the moving schedule for the mayor's wife and Iris. Somehow, the man had kept hold of it during the blast. Watson nosed the paper over and ensured that it remained safely between his paws before he looked back at the monitors. He wished he understood what the various numbers stood for. Making a mental note to ask Oliver for a medical book from the library, he immediately wondered if Oliver would ever be taking him to the library again. Perhaps this was it. Maybe he was losing Oliver for good. Those were the thoughts that had run over and over in his head as he had licked Oliver's face in the garbage bin. He knew he had to wake the man up, get him responsive, breathing, alert, in order to ensure that when he left to get help, he wouldn't return to find out that Oliver had slipped away. Yet, when he ran back with the officers behind him, it was all he could picture. Oliver's pale face, blood spilling from his forehead, his skin covered in ash and splinters, his clothes burned in places. He had spoken, but had it been his last words? Another whine escaped Watson. On principle, he wasn't a dog who whined. In fact, he despised dogs who whined. It was a needless sound made to bring sympathy and manipulate humans to the will of the animals they care for. Watson was independent enough to get himself the things he needed, and if he couldn't convey his needs, he refused to stoop so low as to whine for them like some yippy little lapdog in need of a perfectly scrambled egg mixed in with their fancy canned dog food in order to be enticed to eat it. Yet, he couldn't help the next whine that sounded from his muzzle without him being able to stifle it. He was afraid. He was completely and utterly afraid that he would lose Oliver. He hadn't realized how very much the man had come to matter to him in the few short months that they had known each other. How on earth had his entire heart become enmeshed with the human that lay on the table above him? What had happened to make his simple life into one tangled with motorcycle rides at midnight, runs through the park with the rain streaming down, conversations until 3 a.m. about philosophy, the stars, the ocean depths, atoms, music, and everything in between? How had one human become the very foundation upon which his entire well-being depended? It couldn't have been anyone else. He knew that for a fact. It could only have been the unusual, unique man who had a penchant for speaking to animals and a bottomless depth of knowledge that provoked him to seek an even greater understanding of the world in which they lived. Watson had grown in leaps and bounds, both emotionally and intuitively, being in the presence of a human who had taken him from the cage at Iris's veterinary clinic and given him a life far beyond anything he could have hoped for. In return, Watson had secretly vowed to give him everything he was, his love, his essence, his soul, anything the human needed. But it hadn't been enough. He hadn't been able to save Oliver from the grenade. Running from that apartment had been the hardest thing Watson had ever done. Yet Oliver had asked him, with tears in his eyes, to do it. Only time would tell if he had made the right decision. Another whine escaped him. A hand he didn't know petted his head, offering reassurance. But it would only be through time and tender care and knowledge of the doctors that awaited them that Watson would know if his actions had been brave or foolish. He rested his chin on the bed and watched as EMTs worked, following their actions, wishing they would talk to him so he would know if the man who wore the oxygen mask and barely responded to their questions was going to be all right. His entire world depended on it. Chapter 11. Oliver. The memory replayed in his mind over and over again. He grabbed the grenade. The spring had nearly forced the spoon free. They were out of time. "Run to the bathtub," he commanded the chief. As soon as the man was clear, Oliver threw the grenade into the bucket of water, then shoved the bucket into the old refrigerator. The water would slow the fragmentation from the grenade, but water was unable to diffuse the energy of the explosion and would actually increase the destructive potential of the blast. With the shrapnel range hopefully reduced, Oliver's only hope remained that the refrigerator was old enough that the door was made of thick fiberglass, insulation, and steel instead of the thin sheet metal and foam of modern appliances. Oliver's knowledge of vintage refrigerators was severely lacking. Unfortunately, there hadn't been time to check the date of the model as he was chucking out the contents to make room for a bucket while Chief Madigan held the grenade. The appliance had appeared to be from somewhere in the 1960s, old enough to have been easier to fix instead of carrying down the 5 stories in order to get an updated model. His life depended on the occupants of the apartment choosing convenience of repair over modern updates. He had shut the door and heard it latch, then hunkered behind it with the knowledge that his life expectancy and the chief's now depended on the age of a kitchen appliance. Who would have thought? One more second found him flying through the air and then through the apartment's window. The comedy of still holding onto the refrigerator door that had been blown off its hinges wasn't lost on him, as both he and the door hit the wall of the next apartment and fell into the dumpster below. His ears rang. Everything hurt, and he wondered if he was dead until he heard a bark. Watson? Pause on Oliver's chest brought him to the present. He opened his eyes to find Watson staring at him intently, his brown eyes searching. "I'm all right," he said, though it came out more of a groan than actual words. "No, you're not," Watson replied. "They stitched your head, your arm, your chest." Oliver sighed. "I know you hate stitches," the dog continued, "but they had to remove the shrapnel. They think your arm must have gotten broken in the fall." Oliver looked down at the splint wrapped around his right arm. That was going to be a bother. "You broke your spleen and liver, broke 3 ribs, and lacerated a kidney, no doubt from the concussion of the grenade." "Or hitting the wall," Oliver said with an attempt at humor to lighten the dog's solemn demeanor. Watson refused to do so much as snort a laugh before he continued. "Your knee required immediate surgery because the bone was sticking out, and they had to defibrillate your heart to get it beating properly." Oliver put his left hand to his chest. The dog was right. It no longer skipped and stuttered the way it had before. Watson continued to watch him with unblinking eyes. The concern in their depths was too much for Oliver to meet. He looked away. "What?" he asked quietly. "You told me to go." The betrayal, hurt, and anger in the dog's words was unmistakable. Oliver let out a painful breath and met the dog's gaze again. "I asked you to save the lives of 2 other people in the room." At the dog's straight look, he told the animal, "Not mine. I knew Officer Pizzuto and Officer Sweeten wouldn't leave their chief if they didn't have a reason. You gave them that reason." Watson finally lowered his gaze. "I didn't want to go." An ache rose in Oliver's chest that had nothing to do with his injuries. He set a hand on the dog's head, relieved to feel the softness of the dog's fur beneath his fingertips once more. "You did exactly what you were supposed to do," he said quietly. "You were a very good dog." Watson was quiet for a moment before a snort escaped him. He looked back at Oliver. "That was cheesy." "It felt cheesy coming out of my mouth," Oliver admitted. "But it's true. I couldn't have asked for a better dog." "You could have asked," Watson replied, "but you wouldn't have gotten one." A laugh escaped Oliver. He grabbed his side at the pain. "No more jokes," he said, attempting to suck in air. "It hurts too much." Before he could react, the dog licked his face from his chin to his forehead. "Watson, seriously? You deserve it," the dog told him. A nurse entered the room. Her eyes widened at the sight of Oliver and Watson talking. "You're awake," she said. "I'm supposed to tell the chief the moment you wake up. They've been in the waiting room all day." She rushed out of the room. "All day," Oliver repeated. He looked at Watson. "What day is it?" "The 9th, Watson replied. Oliver's head fell back against the pillow. "They've moved her again." Chief Madigan came charging into the room like a bull seeing red. 4 officers hurried in after him, Pizzuto and Sweeten with them. The officers had rotated, bringing Watson treats and water, brushing him and caring for him like he was a celebrity. Everybody knew that Oliver had saved their lives, and Watson had found Oliver. Somehow their gratitude had flowed to him as well. Watson couldn't say he was sad about that, though perhaps he felt a little bit guilty about taking some of the attention. "You are the most idiotic, foolhardy man that I know," the chief said, storming to the opposite side of the bed from Watson. "But it worked," Oliver replied. The chief shook his head. Tears formed in his eyes and flowed down his cheeks that looked far paler than Oliver remembered them to be. "Yes, it worked," Chief Madigan said, his tone softer. He took Oliver's undamaged hand and held it. "Thank goodness, it worked. You saved my officers and my life. I don't know how I'll ever be able to repay you." Oliver's voice cracked of its own accord when he replied, "Help me save Iris." The chief's brows drew together, creasing his forehead. "We will," he promised. Officer Sweeten cleared her throat. Chief, the woman from the park is here?" A commotion in the hallway caught Oliver's attention. He looked at the chief. "What's going on?" A hint of red washed across the chief's face before he admitted, "I knew you wouldn't be able to move, and we need answers, so we're turning this area into an interrogation room with clearance from Mayor Rosenbaum. The hospital isn't thrilled about this breach in protocol, but they're going to have to deal with it." Oliver nodded. "Let's do it." He tried to push up into a sitting position, but it was difficult with his right arm in a splint and his left hooked up to more IVs than he thought was necessary. Officer Sweeten stepped forward and helped him adjust the bed. Then she slid 2 more pillows behind his back and one under his arm to help keep it steady. "You act like a nurse," Oliver said. "I took care of my ailing mother for nearly 10 years, the officer replied. She winked. "You get good at seeing what others need and just sort of step in to do it. It's a habit." "It's a good one," Oliver told her. A smile lit her face when she stepped back. "Animals are not allowed in the hospital," a man said from the hallway. "But you have the dog there," a woman replied in a high-pitched tone Oliver recognized immediately. "That's a service animal." "These here pigeons are service animals," the woman said. "Do you have the documents to prove it?" "Somewhere in my coat, but if I look for it, the birds might fly off. Then you'll be dealing with a hospital full of pigeons. Do you want that?" the woman asked in a sing-song voice. "No," the man quickly replied. "Get on with it then, and try to contain your animals to this room, please. The last thing we need is mites or bird dander all over my hospital." "Your hospital?" the woman repeated. "Now aren't we high and mighty? Someone should remember that Grant's built this place, not you with your bare hands." The sound of a man storming off down the hallway was followed by a flurry of feathers as the bird woman pushed her way through the door. "Thank you for coming," the chief said in a warm tone even Oliver could tell was forced. She looked around the room, then directly at Oliver. Her stringy hair fell in front of her eyes. "I know you," she said. "Looks like you found what you were looking for." She lifted her shoulder. Hollywood shifted from foot to foot. "Hey, Oliver. Not looking so good," the bird said. "I'm glad I stayed with Chippy." "Me too," Oliver replied. "Glad we're on the same page." The bird woman sniffed loudly. "Let's get on with this. I've got birds needing tending to." "Right," Chief Madigan said. Can you tell us why your bird had an audio recording microchip attached to his leg? At his motion, the other officers spread out around the room to listen to what she had to say. Officer Pizzuto pulled out a small notepad. Of course, the woman replied, to record audio. Chief Madigan shot Oliver a look he didn't recognize. We've downloaded the audio tracks. Do you know what we found? The chief pressed. A recording of a planned kidnapping along with other recordings of plans of murder that have taken place around the city, the woman replied with a flip of her scraggly hair. She walked closer to Oliver's bed and began to look at the monitors he was hooked up to. Oliver watched the birds mill around her. They murmured and cooed, talking about nests and eggs, food, French fries, and rice from a wedding that upset their stomachs. Only Hollywood kept still on top of her shoulder. Yes, the chief said, his surprise clear. Why were those on the bird's leg? Because I put them there, the woman said with a sigh as though the chief's stupidity was beyond her understanding. You put the bird there? Yes, she said, her voice going higher still as she studied the monitors around Oliver's bed. I was getting tired of the murderers getting away with it all, so I sent Chippy to catch them in the act. She gave Oliver a straight look. The police needed help, so I helped them. I'm grateful, Oliver told her. I'm sorry to hear about the birds being killed. Her eyes closed for a moment. She picked Hollywood off of her shoulder and petted him. It's hard to lose loved ones. I try to keep them safe, but somehow the men found out what I was doing. They started going after my birds. They were warning me, but I'm not going to give up on my city. Do you know the names of the men on the recordings? The chief pressed. Could you point them out in a lineup? No, the woman said. She turned on the chief. I know you have your voice recognition equipment. You guys need to figure it out. I'm done endangering myself and my birds. It's time for me to go. Nobody moved to stop her when the birdwoman left in the same flurry of feathers with which she had entered. The smell of bird feces and dust lingered in the air in her absence. Oliver wondered how much stronger Watson could smell it with his nose. Perhaps the dog was right. Having a nose like his would be a great advantage, except for at that moment. Oliver struggled to focus past the numbing effect of the pain medication they had given him through the IV. He blinked hard and turned his gaze to the chief. We have officers working to match the voices. One appears to come from a cell phone on a speaker, so it's more difficult to pin down. He's the one sending out the orders. Until we figure out who he is, we need more answers, the chief told Oliver. Chief, Mayor Rosenbaum is here, Officer Pizzuto announced. Chief Madigan motioned and the man entered the room. Oliver Holmes, New York City's only consulting detective, the mayor said when he spotted Oliver. It looks like you're putting your new title to good work. You could say that, Oliver replied. The mayor turned his customary smile on the chief. So, Chief Madigan, what did you need to ask me? The chief glanced from Oliver to Watson, then to the mayor. Mayor Rosenbaum, this is regarding your wife. The mayor's smile fell. It's been hard living without her. Ever since I found out she was gone, I've just been going through the motions of living. He sat heavily on the chair near Oliver's bed, his head in his hands. I sign things, go to openings, and listen to our citizens, but I don't really hear anything. It's like the world should have just stopped when they killed her, but it didn't. The mayor was the picture of abject sorrow. His white hair was messy, his glasses skewed by his hand on his face, and his clothes looked as though he had worn them at least 3 times between washes. The slight lisp that sounded from the gap between his 2 front teeth was more pronounced. Oliver didn't know if that originated from sorrow or from not caring any more about how he came across. His heart went out to the man. He knew how it felt to lose the woman who was important to him. He's lying. Oliver stared at Watson. Are you sure? I smell worry and guilt from him, not sorrow. His body odor is sour instead of salty. He's hiding something. Oliver watched the man closely. The twitch to his right eye had returned. Watson was right. He was hiding something. The words McCormick had said on the roof whispered through Oliver's pain-addled thoughts. What was that? The mayor asked. He looked from Oliver to Watson. Did you hit your head on your fall, Mr. Holmes? Oliver speared him with a straight look. You're lying. You know your wife isn't dead. Chief Madigan straightened from where he had been leaning near the door. They murdered her, the mayor replied. Why would you say otherwise? Oliver tried to push up to a higher sitting position but stopped at the pain and focused his attention back on the man. The question is, why would you? What are you saying? Chief Madigan asked, his tone level. Oliver remembered Watson saying the blood had been old. The dog was right. It had been planted. He needed the mayor to either implicate himself or give in and confess to whatever other sinister actions that were going on that he knew about. It was the only way to help Iris. Oliver had taken a risk. I'm saying Mayor Rosenbaum has been lying to you this entire time, Chief Madigan. He knows the men didn't kill his wife. Mayor Rosenbaum rose from the chair so quickly it fell over. Watson snarled from the other side of the bed, his gaze fixed on the man. Officer Sweeten straightened the chair, her eyes flitting from the mayor to the chief and then to Oliver. Whatever she saw in his face made her eyes soften and her eyebrows pinch together. He thought it was with worry about whatever he looked like. He was grateful he didn't have a mirror, though he seldom cared anyway. All right, Mayor Rosenbaum said, tearing Oliver's attention back to him. Oliver wondered if he had a concussion. It was hard to keep focus on any one thing at a time, and the headache behind his eyes was threatening to get worse beneath the neon overhead lights. It took a conscious effort to focus on the mayor. I lied! They made me! They said that if I told anyone they would kill Sally! He shook his head and shoved his hands through his white hair, mussing it further. I didn't know what to do! You've knowingly interfered with a police investigation, Chief Madigan told him sternly. Given the enormity of the situation, you could be charged with a felony. I don't care, Mayor Rosenbaum snapped back. My wife is in their hands. What would you do? Surprise settled over the room at the mayor's outburst. It was peppered by the quiet beeps from Oliver's monitor. He didn't like that they could see his heart rate and respiration. It felt like an invasion of privacy. Focus, Watson said. Oliver blinked and glanced at the dog. He could see the worry in the animal's gaze. Why were animals so much easier to read than people? He shook his head at the further distraction. The pain from the movement centered him. What did they want from you? Chief Madigan questioned, unaware of Oliver's struggles. Prisoners, the mayor said. He rubbed his face hard, skewing his glasses further. They left a message saying that if I didn't release 5 prisoners, they would kill her. He sighed loudly, dramatically. But I haven't been able to secure their release. It's not in my power to do so, though I've tried. The chief's jaw tightened, a muscle jumping along it before he said, I need the list of names. But they'll kill her if they know I've spoken to you, the mayor protested. Chief Madigan's voice was level when he replied, We have no way of knowing whether she is still alive. I need you to work with my officers, give them everything you know, so that we can do the job that you should have let us do from the beginning. Tears filled the mayor's eyes. If she's dead, it will be my fault for delaying this. Chief Madigan put a hand on the mayor's shoulder. If she's dead, it'll be the fault of those who took her, not you. You were trying your best. Now I need you to trust us. The mayor nodded. At the chief's motion, he went with Officer Pizzuto and another officer to give his statement. The sound of the mayor's sobs followed them from the room. Chief Madigan glanced at Officer Sweeten. I need the names of every officer Mayor Rosenbaum tried to sway to work with him on releasing the prisoners. I have to know who we can trust. Yes, Chief, she replied. She gave Oliver a smile before she left the room. Chief Madigan fell into the chair the mayor had vacated. Oliver, this entire investigation is a mess. We need to find Iris, Oliver told him. The chief nodded. We showed the paper Watson brought from the apartment complex to McCormick and were able to get him to start revealing the locations of the safe houses. The paper Watson brought, Oliver repeated. What paper? He looked at the dog. The one with the schedule of the safe houses, Watson said. You dropped it in the ambulance. Oliver let his head tip back against the pillows in relief. I thought it was lost. Good job getting it to the chief. Our analysis was able to match the handwriting to McCormick's, pinning him to the crime despite his denials. Everything else was blown up in the blast, of course, but McCormick didn't know you guys had the schedule, Chief Madigan said. Your dog wouldn't let anyone but me take it. I think he knew how important it was. Watson grunted at the man's amazement. They really should accept me as an officer already. Oliver rubbed behind the dog's ear. The animal tipped his head so Oliver could have an easier reach. He knew what he was doing. Chief Madigan nodded. We've offered McCormick a deal I think he'll take. We're just waiting for him to reveal the location of the last safe house. At the news, Oliver pushed up to a full sitting position and swung his legs toward the floor. What are you doing? The chief asked, rising in alarm. Oliver, stay down. Doctor's orders, Watson echoed. If you're getting Iris, I'm going with you, Oliver replied to them both. Watson snorted in alarm. Seriously, Oliver, you're hurt. Let the police do it. Oliver winced at the pain that shot through his knee. I need some sort of brace and some crutches. He put his hand on the bed and pain shot up his arm. Things were going to be really awkward, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. You need to take it easy, Watson told him. You're still hooked up to IVs. The doctors haven't cleared you from care, and I doubt they're going to do so today. I'll check myself out against medical advice, Oliver replied. He knew he was being stubborn, but he also knew Iris was running out of time. They were keeping her alive for some reason, but that reason was growing thin given the trouble that they were undertaking to keep moving her. There were deeper mechanisms in place that he had yet to figure out. The chief put out his hands in protest, trying to keep Oliver from standing. Slow down. There's no saying she's still there. From the schedule, they've moved the woman twice a day, every day. I doubt she's anywhere near the last position marked on McCormick's calendar. Maybe not, Oliver replied, but if she could have found a way to leave a message, she would have. I'm going. He levered himself upright onto his good knee, but the limb betrayed him and gave out. Chief Madigan caught him and levered him back onto the bed before he could fall into a heap on the ground. A moan of pain escaped Oliver before he could stifle it. By the time he was situated on the hospital bed, the chief was breathing as though he had just run a marathon. He glared down at Oliver. "Don't you dare make me do that again. I'll have them tie you to the bed for your own good." Alarmed at his own helplessness, Oliver felt the overwhelming emotions tightened in his chest. "I have to save her." A single tear snuck free. He wiped it away before it could fall any further down his cheek. "She's depending on me. I know she is." The chief watched him in silence for a moment before he said, "We'll get crutches or a wheelchair or whatever we have to, but we don't know where we're going yet. For now, rest. You need it." "She's not resting." "No, probably not," the chief admitted. "But she'll need you at your full capacity." He eyed Oliver up and down. "Or whatever capacity you can give her, and that means you must rest. We need addresses, names, and backup. I'll tell you when we have all three." Oliver gave in and settled back onto the bed. He used the button to lower the headboard and couldn't deny how good it felt to let his muscles loosen. With the adrenaline fading from his fight-or-flight need to save Iris, pain was making itself very known. Apparently, being blasted from a 5-story apartment and plummeting into a garbage container wasn't great for the welfare of the human body. He closed his eyes. The beeps, the feeling of his throbbing muscles, and the thought of Iris in danger refused to let his mind succumb to sleep. He opened his eyes and glanced down. Watson lay with his head on his paws, his attention on the door through which the chief had left. Oliver sucked in a breath to talk and flinched at the pain in his broken ribs. "The floor doesn't look very comfortable," he said in as level of a voice as he could muster. "It smells like lemon cleaner," Watson replied. "That's nice." Watson huffed out a breath. "It stings my nose." "You could come up here." "I don't want to hurt you." Oliver cleared his throat and said, "It hurts more when you're not around." Watson looked up at him, and silence filled the space between them as if neither could believe Oliver had just said that. Before he could take back the strange and awkward admission of carrying and blame it on the concussion, Watson leapt onto the bed. Oliver scooted to the left to give him some room. The dog padded carefully to Oliver's side, then settled between him and the far end of the bed. It was squishy, but squishy was just what Oliver realized he needed. Watson was silent for a moment before he said, "This is better." "I agree." Oliver allowed himself a small smile before sleep stole through his thoughts. Chapter 12. Oliver. "I think it's time." Watson's words broke through the foggy cotton cloud of Oliver's weary mind. He felt the dog leap down from the bed and was amazed again at how careful the animal could be handling 4 paws when so many humans on 2 legs were clumsy. He opened his eyes and noticed someone had dimmed the lights. How deeply he had slept was revealed in the fact that his IV had been removed, for which he was grateful, and someone had strapped a thick, sturdy brace to his leg to keep his knee straight. The splint on his arm had been changed to a black one with straps instead of the sports wrap and stabilizers from before. Several of his bandages had been redone, and his ribs had been wrapped to support those that were broken. Oliver marveled that they had been able to do it all without waking him. Thinking of the nursing staff getting him ready while he was unconscious wasn't pleasant. He shot a look at Watson, curious about why the dog hadn't alerted him to strangers coming into the room. The sight of the animal watching his every move let Oliver know the truth. Watson was worried about him. They both knew sleep was required to heal, and both were running on very short supply. He couldn't blame the dog at all. A set of clothes waited for him on the counter with a pair of the hospital's customary non-skid socks. The proof that the chief had planned to keep his word about Oliver going with them was a relief. He had several dreams in which he had stolen a hospital ambulance in order to go chasing after the officers. Fortunately, it appeared such extreme measures wouldn't be necessary. That was good, because he had heard some ambulances were manual and wasn't sure if he could use the crutch in place of his broken leg and still operate the gear shift with his left hand while driving with his broken right. All in all, he had to admit he was a bit of a mess. "Maybe we really should teach you how to drive," he said to Watson. The dog huffed a laugh. "I'm pretty sure I won't be able to see over the steering wheel if I'm using my paws to operate the gas and brake, unless you mean the motorcycle. I would do that just to see you ride in the sidecar." Oliver chuckled. The pain that shot through him was sharp enough that he used the following adrenaline to lever himself to his feet in one careful, smooth motion. "You're standing," Watson said, not bothering to hide his amazement. "Yeah, it was sort of an accident. I figured I would just ride the pain wave." "Did it work?" "It hurts more now, if that answers your question." Oliver paused to collect his breath, then said, "Could you grab those clothes?" Watson brought them over. It took some doing and Watson's handy teeth to work the sweatpants over the leg brace. By the time he was done, Oliver wasn't sure he would be able to lift his arms to put the shirt on. Officer Sweetend opened the door. Just checking. Mr. Holmes, can I help you? Before he could say no, she took the shirt he held and slipped it carefully over his splintered arm before she worked it over his head. In less time than it would have taken him to get so much as an arm through the hole, she was smoothing it in place. There, she said with a smile. Better. You look like you just might live. Watson snorted with humor at his side. You think so? He asked, caught off guard by her teasing. Officer Sweeten tipped her head to the side and looked him up and down. Maybe, but you don't look very intimidating in bare feet. Sit on the side there, I'll get your shoes. Oliver watched her with sort of a detached amusement as she slipped the socks on his bruised feet. Yes, even those were bruised. She then put on his shoes and tied them with quick, deft movements. When she was done, she rose and reached for the pair of crutches. Bringing them back, she eyed Oliver uncertainly. I don't know how these are supposed to work with the arm splint. Do you want a wheelchair? No, Oliver replied. He realized by Watson's look that he had said the word sharply and explained, If we come up against any of McCormick's gang, a person in a wheelchair will be a liability. I don't think you could ever be a liability, Mr. Holmes, Officer Sweeten said as she straightened one of his sleeves. You'll probably figure out how to chase them all down in the wheelchair anyway. I won't be of any help to Iris in a wheelchair. He took one of the crutches and slipped it under his good arm. Testing it on the floor, he nodded. This will have to do. Slowly, and completely aware of Officer Sweeten's hand on his shoulder, he made his way to the door and crouched slowly toward the waiting room. Mr. Holmes, a nurse said, rushing up. You aren't cleared to leave yet. Dr. Houston still needs to sign your paperwork. Tell him I'll come back for it, Oliver said. Another snort came from Watson, who walked just far enough away to avoid the crutch. At least he could entertain the dog. The nurse stared after them as Oliver, Officer Sweeten, and Watson turned the corner. You really are all in, aren't you? Officer Sweeten asked. All in? Oliver replied. She nodded. You'd do anything to save Iris, wouldn't you? Yes. You faced armed kidnappers, walked through fire, and now you've lived through a grenade explosion, all to save the woman you love. Yes. There didn't seem to be more to say. Officer Sweeten shook her head. There aren't many men in the world like you, Oliver Holmes. At least none that I've found. Oliver let silence fill the air between them as he crouched slowly, painfully, to the waiting room. Maybe he should have accepted the wheelchair for the journey to the car at least. As soon as they turned the corner, he lifted his head and pushed any sign of struggle to the background. He didn't want to give Chief Madigan any reason to leave him behind. The chief, Officer Pizzuto, and several other officers rose at his entrance. Are you sure you're up for this? The chief asked. Do we have an address? Oliver replied. We just got it. McCormick's accepted the deal and listed the addresses of the safe houses on the list. Then I'm up for it. Let's go. Oliver made his way toward the exit without giving them room to argue. You heard the man, the chief said. Pizzuto, send unmarked cars ahead. Tell them to wait for us. It's early enough that we should have the element of surprise if they're still there. Oliver squinted in the early dawn light. The piercing brightness felt as though it drove knives into his skull. He stopped walking and closed his eyes, hoping they would adjust quickly. Here. He glanced to the side and found Chief Madigan holding out a pair of sunglasses. Dr. Houston said you have a pretty severe concussion. Wear these and try not to hit your head again while we're out. Oliver would normally turn down any items someone else offered for him to wear, but he was quickly realizing that desperate times truly called for desperate measures. Thanks, he said, and put them on awkwardly with his left hand. He hadn't even stopped to wonder whose pants and shirt he was wearing. A quick check showed the stamp 0 days since last accident across the front of the black shirt in white lettering. His gray sweatpants said, property of NYP Hospital. At least his shoes were his own, though a glance at them showed that the laces singed on the left one and a tear across the top of the right that may or may not have blood on it. It was all they had in the gift shop, the chief said, following his gaze. We thought it was fitting, Officer Pizzuto seconded with a chuckle. Several other officers laughed as they made their way toward the 2 police SUVs at the edge of the pickup zone. I'm glad I could amuse you, Oliver replied dryly. If you don't laugh, Chief Madigan said. Oliver paused with his hand on the SUV door, waiting. Yes, he replied. He appreciated the opportunity to both catch his breath and give the man a hard time. The chief frowned at him, then realized what he was waiting for and said, It's a saying, you know? If you don't laugh, you cry? You cry, Oliver repeated. That's the end of the saying? Yes. Then why didn't you say it? I did, the chief said. Well, now, but not before, Oliver told him. You merely said, if you don't laugh. It's not a complete thought. It usually completes itself, the chief told him. Oh, I know, Oliver replied and levered himself gingerly into the SUV. I just wanted to hear you say it. You what? The chief swore. You already knew it was a saying? Everybody knows it's a saying. Oliver patted the extra chair. Watson jumped on it. Even I know it's a saying, the dog said. Even Watson knows it's a saying, Oliver told the chief. I'm just paying you back for the shirt. Chief Madigan fumed on his way around the SUV to the driver's side. When he climbed in, he said, If you weren't already broken into 24 pieces, I'd add a few. You'd get blood on my new shirt. Then where would we be? The officers in the seats behind Oliver burst into laughter. Oh, shut up, Chief Madigan said. He shoved the SUV into drive and stomped on the gas with a surge that jolted Oliver in his seat. Oliver gritted his teeth to keep from pointing out the fact that the man could drive smoother and perhaps not send him back to the hospital with a second lacerated kidney. Watson didn't feel the need to keep silent as he struggled to keep on his seat. Who taught this man how to drive? Geez, Chief, you're going to put him back in the hospital, an officer with a tag that read Hendricks called from the back. Chief Madigan glanced in the rearview mirror and met Oliver's gaze. He looked back at the road but calmed his aggressive driving. 3 more SUVs joined them by the time they reached the address. The destination turned out to be an old baking warehouse. Chief Madigan didn't appear to have any qualms about pulling up to the front door after ordering half the vehicles around the back. He pulled the passenger door for Oliver, then waited as Oliver levered himself carefully to the ground. Ready? The chief asked. We're going to rush, then you follow. If we find anything, nobody will touch the scene until you reach it as long as it's safe. Understood? Yes, Oliver replied. He wasn't about to admit that the painkillers from the hospital were on the verge of vanishing from his system completely. Perhaps he should have taken Dr. Houston up on the release visit in the hopes that they would have given him something a little more sustainable to rescue Iris. Focus, Watson said. Stay with us, Oliver. We've got to find Iris. Oliver realized the other officers had already gone inside and left him and Watson to follow behind. Are you all right? The dog asked. I'm fine. Let's just get Iris and go home. Those are the words I've been waiting to hear all day, Watson replied. Come on. The dog kept pace with him as Oliver crutched his way slowly toward the door through which the officers had vanished. Entering the relief of the dark interior, Oliver slipped the sunglasses into the collar of his shirt. I hear voices, Watson said. This way. Oliver pushed himself as fast as he could at the thought of finding Iris and taking her away from the Sweep 90 gang. She deserved a nice warm bath, chocolates, flowers, music, anything that would help her chase away the horrible captivity she had been through. He was just imagining pouring her a glass of her favorite white wine when they reached the door to the main warehouse interior. She's not here, Officer Hendricks informed them from his place waiting just inside. The chief said there's something you need to see. Oliver shook his head. No, she's supposed to be here. The schedule said this is the place. McCormick confirmed it. It's all right, Watson tried to reassure him. We will find her. He couldn't make sense of it through his aching head. They had done everything to track her down. She should be there. Mr. Holmes. Oliver met Officer Hendricks's gaze. Yes? The officer's brow creased. Chief Madigan is waiting, just this way. Are you all right? People keep asking me that, but how can I be all right if we haven't found her yet? Let's see what the chief needs, Watson said. He nudged Oliver's good leg. Come on, we've got this. We can't fall apart now. Iris needs us. Watson was right. Oliver knew it. Yet it took every ounce of willpower to crutch slowly across the massive, empty warehouse toward an open door on the far right. Huge, dusty machines littered the sides of the working space where they had been left when the occupants abandoned the building. Barrels had been stacked along one wall, though many had finally burst from the contaminated contents left to decay within. The scent of old flour, acrid baking soda, and spoiled yeast filled the air with whispers of what the place used to be. As soon as they entered, Chief Madigan said, From what I can tell, this is where they held her. Nobody has touched anything. I thought maybe you could figure out what she was up to. Oliver's gaze landed on a single old plastic bottle in the middle of the cracked wooden table. The bottle was crinkled, empty, and would have appeared discarded if it wasn't for the small pile of white powder beside it. A single letter had been pressed into the powder, a carefully formed letter O. Oliver's thoughts shifted from a muddled mess to a single, clear thought. She had left it for him. She wasn't dead. He would find her. His eyes flitted quickly around the room until they landed on a piece of curved glass that appeared to have once belonged to a bowl. Hand me that, he instructed. Officer Sweeten swiftly passed it over. Oliver sniffed the lip of the bowl, then licked it. What are you doing? Chief Madigan asked, dismay clear in his voice. It's as I suspected. Vinegar, Oliver replied. There's plenty of vinegar left behind here from the bakery. You can smell it. I can? Officer Pizzuto replied. I can, Watson answered. She dipped her fingers in it. Why? Oliver ran through all of the possibilities aloud in an effort to stem his straying thoughts. She knew she was getting moved again. She didn't have anything to write with. If she needed to leave a message, she had to do it in a way no one from Sweep 90 would find it. Something clicked in his mind. Heat! Quick, I need a heat source. Anything. A strong flashlight, a lighter, anything. Here, Officer Hendricks said. The man pulled a lighter from his pocket. Oliver crutched his way to the closest wall and began to wave the lighter along it. Chief Madigan followed him. Are you sure you didn't get hit harder on the head than we thought? Dr. Houston ordered a CT scan, but I think we left before—" "Let me work," Oliver said. His certainty faded as he checked wall panel after wall panel. "It's too porous," he said, more to himself than to Watson, who followed at his side. "It wouldn't have held the liquid. Any message would have either run down or become absorbed in the wood. Vinegar is a finicky choice, even if a desperate one." Oliver made 3 passes. Several of the other officers helped, using flashlights and lighters close against the cracked wood and following in his footsteps. Oliver gave up searching in the first room and checked the adjoining one. He crouched slowly, leaning more and more heavily on his crutch as he did so. It wasn't until his good leg was shaking and every breath hurt that he finally left his search and collapsed against the table in the first small room. "We'll find her," Chief Madigan said. "We won't give up." Oliver slammed his hand onto the table without a care for the answering pain. "How? If we can't even follow the clue she tried to—" "There!" Officer Sweeten cut off his desperate tirade. Oliver's eyes flew to hers, then back to the table where he had slammed down his hand. Something darker formed just beyond the heated tip of the lighter. Oliver's breath caught in his throat. He clicked the lighter on and waved the flame along the mark. Another appeared just beyond it. "Her message," Officer Sweeten said in a voice just above a whisper. The other officers rushed forward and added their heat sources to Oliver. Iris's handwriting appeared in quickly jotted letters across the wood of the broken table. "S. Rose killed. Safe house in Manhattan. Hit too hard. Blood. They follow Sullivan. Phone calls. New target. Chief's wife." Oliver stepped back and read the words over and over. He checked around the table again and beneath it, but she hadn't left any clue as to where they had taken her afterwards. Chief Madigan was already on the phone. "Narrow the audio to matches for anyone named Sullivan. Send a team to my wife immediately. I'll call her and let her know that she'll be staying at the precinct. Call me back as soon as you find this Sullivan, and get a squad car and the coroner to the Manhattan safe house." His voice lowered, and he said, "Upon confirmation, I will be the one to notify the mayor. Have him brought to my office." He turned off the phone and faced Oliver. "Iris is the witness, so why are they keeping her alive?" As much as Oliver hated the question, it had to be asked. His thoughts raced. They still don't have who they need, and she is their only collateral unless they can get their hands on your wife. What do the prisoners have in common from the mayor's list? "It's random, from what we can tell," Officer Pizzuto said. He flipped the pages of his notebook to no one particular and read, "Earl James Hoyt, Jefferson H. Matthews, R. Donovan McBride, S. O. Holmes, Jason." Oliver's breath left him in a rush. He leaned back against the table for support. "That's it. He's the one." "Who?" Oliver shook his head in an attempt to clear his thoughts. "He would do it, wouldn't he?" Watson nudged his leg. "Oliver, you're not making any sense." Oliver blinked and looked up to find everyone watching him. "He's the one driving them. The voice on the phone. The leader." Chief Madigan's voice was thick as though he had guessed the answer to the question he asked before he had said it. "Who?" Oliver pointed to the name Iris had written on the table in vinegar. "Sullivan Oliver Holmes. My father." "Your father is the leader of the Sweep 90? Officer Hendricks asked. Oliver nodded. "I didn't put it together. I've avoided his prison records, but there was a rumor that he had started a gang and had members on the outside. Their efforts to help him escape haven't worked, so now they've succumbed to blackmail." "It won't work," Officer Sweeten said. Oliver met Chief Madigan's gaze. "It just might." Chapter 13. Iris. "It'll be over soon, sweetheart." Iris jerked her head away from the caress of the man's calloused hand. "Don't call me sweetheart," she said in a threatening tone. Instead of looking cowed in the least, the man laughed. "What are you going to do? Bite me?" he asked. He grabbed her hair and yanked her head back. "Because I'd like that." Iris tried not to cry out, but the agony of the roots of her hair ripping free beneath his touch made her whimper. "Leave her alone. They're bringing Sullivan and the others. If you kill her like you did the mayor's little wifey, we'll lose our bargaining chip." The dark-haired man pointed his gun at the one in front of Iris. "1 strike, we laugh. 2, and you'll be the one that gets to go after the bird woman." The man in front of Iris cringed. "Ugh, she's disgusting. She's getting a little too smart for her own good. I wonder what she'd do if we fed all of her pigeons rat poison." Both men started laughing. Iris cringed inwardly at the sound, but didn't let how they affected her show on her face. So far, besides a few slaps and shoves and a gash on the back of her head that had scabbed over under her care, she had survived the nightmare. She knew if she cried or did anything else to give them power over her, she wouldn't make it to see the sunrise or Oliver ever again. The thought of Oliver nearly made tears fill her burning eyes. She had been kidnapped right after their fight. Did he think she had just left him out of the blue? She wished she could take the words back. They had been part of a petty, angry tirade when he had not only lied to her, but said he couldn't move in with her. She had felt hurt and embarrassed. Maybe he didn't care about her as much as she cared about him. Perhaps she was pushing him too quickly. She didn't care anymore about any of that. All she wanted was to be held in his arms again. He was her safe place, her protector. In the black interior of the abandoned boat shed, lit only by a few streams of light that filtered through cracked and dirty windows, Iris pictured him striding in to save her the way he had Marisol. She knew he wouldn't give up if he knew what had happened to her. She could only hope he had found signs of the struggle she had put up when she was taken, but she had no way of knowing if he even guessed she was missing and not just angry with him. Her last desperate attempt to leave a message in the vinegar had been clumsy at best. At least the fact that she smelled of vinegar had kept the gang from accosting her as they spoke about doing every time they were in the room. "There he is! Quick, bring the guns! Get the girl!" Iris heard the door open behind her. Rough hands untied her from the chair, then retied her hands behind her back. She stumbled when they shoved her forward. Fingers righted her with enough force to leave more bruises on those she knew she already bore. It was difficult to walk with the rope tied between her ankles, limiting her steps. She wouldn't be able to run away even if they gave her a chance. As if he read her thoughts, a voice growled in her ear, "Walk. If you run, we'll shoot you. If you so much as sneeze, we'll shoot you. Then I'll use you in ways I've dreamed about every night since we picked you up from that farm." The door opened, and Iris squinted into the headlights of the car that lined the space between the road and the boathouse. 4 men stood in between. The relief that surged in Iris's heart at the sight of Oliver next to Chief Madigan sent tears flowing down her cheeks. Oliver's gaze seemed to take in all of her, sweeping from top to bottom, head to toe, no doubt seeing every scrape and cut she bore from her treatment. Oliver's jaw tightened, and his hand gripped the object he was leaning against. Why was he holding a crutch? As Iris neared, she realized he looked far worse than she felt. What had happened to him? Watson let out a small bark as if seeing her was too much for him to contain. She knew the feeling. She wanted to run and throw her arms around them both, letting them carry her to safety, but the warning of the dark-haired man repeated in her ear. She was so close. She had to be careful. "Where's the boat?" one of the men beside her demanded. The chief said something into his shoulder radio. The sound of a boat motor cut through the air before the vehicle rounded at the end of the harbor and pulled up to the dock. At the chief's word, the man driving it left the engine running and looped a rope around the dock post to keep it there for when the men would need it. "And the money?" "It's in the boat," Chief Madigan replied. The man beside Iris nodded. "Good." He shoved her forward so hard she landed on her knees. "Do that again, and this dog will tear off your jaw and use it as a chew toy," Oliver said in a voice of deadly calm that promised the fulfillment of his words. Watson snarled, adding vehemence to the promise. The man behind Iris lifted his hands. "Sorry." She tripped. Iris struggled to her feet. Fear that Oliver would act out of retaliation made her reassure them. "I'm all right. Let's just take this one step at a time." A loud laugh sounded from the man next to Oliver. "You found a smart woman, Ollie." He slapped Oliver so hard on the shoulder he stumbled sideways and would have fallen if it wasn't for the crutch. Oliver leaned, gasping to catch his breath. Pain, something so rarely seen on Oliver's face, flashed past and then vanished, but not before Iris realized how truly bad off he really was. "Leave him alone," a voice growled. A figure caught Oliver's arm and slipped it over his shoulder. Iris recognized Oliver's big brother Brooks, the fire chief who had always tried to be there for Oliver despite their differences. "Run to your brother for help, Ollie. You always were a coward," the man said with another crass laugh. "You never did know what you had before it was gone," Brooks replied, glaring at the man with full hatred on his bearded face. "Go, Sullivan," Chief Madigan ordered. "Get out of here and take your trash with you." The realization that she faced the Sullivan she had heard giving orders over the phone sent fear washing through Iris. She continued forward, one step in front of the other, in as long of strides as the rope between her ankles would allow her. Sullivan drew near. He looked her up and down. "One shove would send you off this pier into the dark water. Think you could swim tied up like that? Or would my son jump in to save you? Sounds like he's become quite the hero, though that's hard for me to believe." Iris's mouth fell open. "You didn't know, did you?" Sullivan continued. "You're the one who shot him," she said, her mind reeling at the fact that she faced her boyfriend's tormentor. "It was a lousy shot. Should have hit his heart," Sullivan replied. "Except I'm pretty sure he doesn't have one. Strange little robot twit. I don't think he was mine in the first place. Doesn't have enough street smarts to be a Holmes." Sullivan bumped her with his shoulder on his way past, intending to send her into the water as he had said, but Iris anticipated the move. Instead of allowing his momentum to push her sideways, she spun so that she kept her footing on the edge of the pier. As soon as she regained her balance, Iris kept walking, her heart thundering in her chest. She didn't stop until she had reached Oliver's side. He dropped his crutch and wrapped his arm around her, holding her close. She could feel how badly he was trembling beneath his calm exterior. She didn't know whether it was from facing his father or his injuries. She leaned into him, giving him whatever strength she had left. "I should have killed you, Ollie," Sullivan called out over his shoulder. Brooks gave a growl that matched that of Watson. Iris felt the rumble through her body from Oliver's other side. "Yes, you should have," Oliver replied. Sullivan reached his men, his head lifted to take in the sight of the boat that contained the money and freedom beyond in non-extradition waters that were in no doubt their destination. "Life leaves one with plenty of regrets," Sullivan said. He lunged forward and grabbed the gun from the dark-haired man. As he spun back to face them, he said, "But I'll be left with one less." 2 shots sounded. Iris screamed and cringed, waiting for Oliver to fall beside her. Instead, a gasp came from the other end of the pier. Her eyes flew open, and she watched Sullivan stumble backwards. Blood flowed from the 2 holes in his chest. His free hand scrambled at them in vain as blood pulsed from the killing wounds. Before his men could grab him, Sullivan took 1 step too many and fell off the pier into the waiting water beyond. Everyone looked back at them. Iris followed the men's gazes to Brooks, who stood calmly beside his brother with a gun in his hand, his expression grim. "I finally got the chance to protect you, little brother," Brooks said. He slid the gun back into his shoulder holster before lowering his jacket. The fire chief grinned at Chief Madigan, who stared at him. "Don't worry, Chief. I've got a permit for that." Chief Madigan shook his head before he said into his shoulder radio, "Send the boats. Gather the rest of Sullivan's men. McCormick and Miss Perry's testimonies are all we need to throw them in jail for the rest of their lives." Engines sounded. 2 more boats appeared, and officers made quick work of arresting the rest of the members of the Sweep 90 gang. Brooks and Iris helped Oliver forward as Sullivan's body was pulled from the water and hoisted onto the dock. "Is he dead?" Oliver asked. Iris would have thought the answer obvious, given Sullivan's open, sightless eyes and the blood still oozing from his wounds, but Brooks knew what Oliver needed. The big bear of a man lowered to his knees on the dock and checked for Sullivan's pulse at both his neck and wrist. "He's dead," Brooks confirmed. Iris felt something in Oliver give way. She stumbled, bearing his sudden weight until Chief Madigan hurried forward to help lower Oliver to the ground. "It's over," the chief said. "Finally," Brooks echoed. Watson ducked under Oliver's arm, providing support. Oliver let out a slow breath, his gaze unseeing when he replied in a voice just above the whisper, "It's over." He closed his eyes and his head tipped to the side. Alarmed, Iris patted his cheek, but Chief Madigan shook his head. "He just needs to rest. He's pushed himself too hard these last few days. Come on, my men will carry him to the car." A word into the radio brought more than enough officers eager to help. As Iris watched, they hoisted Oliver's prone body onto their shoulders and carried him back up the pier as solemnly and carefully as if he was truly the hero in a story. Watson followed close behind, the dog ever faithful to his master in a way that made Iris's throat tighten with emotion. Brooks knelt and gently untied the ropes around Iris's wrists and ankles. "You've got a good one there," he said, his voice thick. "Better than I deserve," she replied. He rose back to his feet, towering over her. "Oh, I doubt that. Ollie's always been a good judge of character." Brooks' eyes crinkled at the corners with his kind smile. "Now, it's time to get you to the hospital as well." Before she could protest, he bent down and picked her up with one arm under her knees and the other behind her shoulders. Carrying her as easily as he would have a kitten, Brooks made his way to the waiting ambulance and set her inside. "Take care of him," Oliver's brother told her. "I will," Iris promised. She kept true to her word and joined Oliver at his side the moment they cleared her from care. While she and Watson watched over him as he slept and healed, the officers and Chief Madigan told her about what the man had gone through to save her. "He never gave up," the chief told her. "He would have searched for you until it killed him." "It almost did," Officer Sweeten said. "You have a good man." Iris nodded. "I really do." It took 3 more days before Oliver had regained enough strength to try walking with the crutch again. When the doctors finally cleared him from the hospital, he insisted there was one place they needed to go first. Iris knew better than to pester him with questions, so she followed Oliver to the park where he and Watson made their way slowly to a particular bridge and a pigeon woman sitting near a fountain. The woman smiled when she saw him. "Oliver, dear, what are you doing? You should still be in the hospital." "How did you know I was in the hospital?" Oliver asked. To Iris's amusement, the bird woman pulled an up-to-date cell phone from her pocket and showed him the picture on the front page. Iris knew the photograph by heart. It was a picture of Oliver being carried from the alley on a stretcher after an explosion. The headline read, Detective saves lives, nearly loses his. It had taken some time for her to talk Oliver into telling her the story, but he remained baffled that someone had not only snapped a picture of him at that moment, they had also made money selling it to the papers. Sensationalism, he had called it. All they want is to make mountains out of molehills. But Ollie, she had reminded him, all of these stories they told are true. He hadn't had a response for that, and apparently still hadn't come up with one to answer the bird woman. Instead, he changed the subject. "We brought food for your birds as a thank you for your bravery," Oliver told her. Iris patted the bags of seed that she had set next to the fountain. Oliver held out an envelope. The bird woman accepted it with a skeptical expression. The expression deepened when she thumbed through the numerous bills inside. "What's this for?" she asked. The slightly baffled look on Oliver's face caught Iris's heart when he said, "I figured you could use a little help." The woman gave a loud, shrill laugh that made both Oliver and Watson wince. "I'm not poor, my boy. On the contrary, I own a penthouse in Billionaire's Row." Both Oliver and Iris stared at her. "So, what are you doing down here instead of there?" Oliver asked. She grinned. "My adult kids live there in a lap of luxury. One of my sons is in IT. That's how I got the recording microchips." She sighed loudly and picked up one of the pigeons off her shoulder to pet. "I just got tired of the constant bickering of my family. Besides, the city needs us here to keep it safe." She winked at him. "Doesn't it?" Oliver nodded, clearly shocked but attempting to handle it with grace. "Yes, it does. Thank you." Watson wandered away to sniff rocks near the river, leaving Iris and Oliver to follow at their leisure. As they made their slow way back around the fountain, Oliver said, "I would like to move in with you." Iris tripped over a raised edge of cement, but managed to right herself before she could make a complete disaster of it all and take him down with her. "You do? Why?" Oliver glanced at the dog and then said, "I love you like the color red." She was sure she was missing something. Iris replied, "What does that mean?" Oliver sucked in a breath as if steeling himself before he continued, "It means loving you is the most beautiful, painful, amazing, incredible, and exhausting thing I've ever done." Iris waited with the hope that he was trying to say something more, but not sure what. Watson barked from beside the river. Whatever Watson said had made Oliver hurriedly continued. "Watson says I'm making a disaster of this." He shoved his hand through his hair, messing it up in the way that made her want to run her fingers through it. "I'm no good at sentiments, and honesty doesn't always do justice because the meaning doesn't come out right." "It's fine," Iris reassured him. "You're doing just fine." Oliver shook his head. His next words came out in a desperate rush. "I can't live without you, Iris. I'll do anything. I've given up as a consulting detective, and I look forward to returning to my job as a janitor so that I don't bring more danger into your life." He waved his hand. "This past week has taught me that I'm nothing without you. I'm a mess. Just ask Watson." The dog barked again. Iris laughed, amused and entranced by whatever was going on. "I promised to pick up my socks," Oliver said. "Socks on the floor don't bother me," Iris told him. "They might," Oliver continued. "I would hate for something so negligible to be the end of us. Do you understand?" Iris shook her head, trying to follow his meaning. "I don't think so." Oliver chucked his crutch with such force it clattered against the wall and sent the pigeons there fluttering into the dusty sky. Before Iris could ask him what he was doing, Oliver stuck out his broken leg to the side and lowered to his good knee. Her hand flew to her mouth. "Iris, Rosemary Perry, will you be my wife?" She stared down into the dark blue eyes that churned with the emotions that struggled to reach his face. She felt found in their captivating depths, swept up in the stormy sea that encompassed his soul, and safe within his gaze as though being in his sight alone would be enough to protect her for the rest of her days. "Yes, I will marry you." The storm shattered and the light of the setting sun shone, catching and breaking up in the tears that filled his eyes. "You will?" "I will," she replied, crying with him. "A million times over, I will." Oliver made it to his feet and caught her up in his arms. He spun stiffly on his good leg, carrying her with a strength she didn't know he possessed. By the time he set her down, they were both giddy and dizzy. "Iris Perry, you have made me the happiest man in the universe," Oliver said. Iris hugged him, her heart so full she felt like it would burst. "Dance with me?" She shot Oliver a surprised look. "I didn't think you danced." She motioned toward his leg. "Or that you could or should." "What the doctors don't know won't hurt them," he replied. She was about to point out that it wasn't the doctors she was worried about, but then her protest died away as a quiet song came from his lips. "If love had a name, I would give it yours, your breath, your life, your heart." His good arm wrapped around her waist as he caught her hand awkwardly with his casted one. "If hope was a star, it would light your skies, your day, your night, your mark. Iris leaned into him, giving him support as they swayed back and forth. The strength of your hand, the relief of your smile, the way you make me feel. Iris smiled at the crack in his voice and took over. The care in your voice, the touch of your skin, the way you make me real. A flick of his wrist sent Iris spinning out and back gently against his chest, where he stared down at her and whispered, I see myself in you. I see the strength in you. I want to be with you tonight. She pressed her lips against his in a brief kiss, then settled her head against his chest and whispered back, I see myself in you. I see the strength in you. I want you to hold me tight. Thank you for listening to Oliver Holmes and the Secret of the Sassy Pigeon, written by Cheree Alsop, narrated by Myree Alsop. For more books by this author, check out ChereeAlsop.com.